So I guess it works. So a warm welcome to everyone. It's a great pleasure to be back here in Bled in very difficult circumstances, and I'm not just talking about the weather, but also what the country has been through over the past few weeks. And it's a great honor to be here, and I guess that all the victims of the floods and all those who've been impacted by the floods are on everyone's minds. My name is Grégoire Rose, and I'm the head of Political Dialogue and Innovation at the BMW Foundation. It is our great pleasure as an organization committed to advancing responsible leadership to have been a partner to the Bled Strategic Forum for many years now. And I must say that this session is a bit peculiar, and I turn to Martin Frick here, that I will introduce in a short moment, because we were actually sitting in that same room exactly 1 year ago, talking about almost the same topic, food security, or I think it was insecurity back then already. Now, a year later, 18 months into the war in Ukraine, we have seen in parallel the acceleration of economic shocks and the acceleration of the impact of climate change on the most vulnerable communities, and not just in Europe, across the global south. The question I'd like to ask ourselves is it doomed, and are we doomed to come back here next year in the exact same room and just lament about the state of the world and the fact that we cannot improve anything? And the answer is obviously no, and I will count on that wonderful panel to come up with some positive prospect and positive food for thought. I have one bad news. We were very privileged to have with us, and I guess that there's a Brazilian delegation, Mrs. Da Rocha, who is the Secretary General of the Brazilian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. There's been an issue with her aircraft. So fortunately, she's not flying from Russia, but from Brazil. So she will be with us, but later today, not on time, unfortunately, to join that panel. But we are very privileged to be joined by a very diverse set of people. And I will start with Martin Frick, who no longer needs any introduction here in Bled, but he's currently the director of the Berlin office of the World Food Programme, who has held many different positions at the top level of German diplomacy in the UN, of the UNFCCC. And I can say, Martin, now that we've known for a few years, that you're not just a climate champion, but a food champion and a security champion. I think it's the Nexus that we will talk about, I guess, within the next 75 minutes. With us also Ambassador Dijke Potzel, who is currently Director General for Crisis Prevention, Peace Building, and humanitarian assistance at the German Federal Foreign Office. And before that, Ambassador Potzel served as Ambassador of Germany to Ireland at a very sensitive time, should we say, for both Ireland, the UK, and Europe. We're also joined live, so I can see you, Herr Golubiewski, but I don't know whether, we can see you, wonderful. So connecting from Brussels, the head of cabinet of the EU Commissioner for Agriculture. We're very grateful that you find the time to be with us. There will be obviously many questions given the recent developments in Ukraine. And we're really happy to have you with us. And last but not least, Marina Demushkina from, you've had many hats actually, yeah? You've been a political advisor to the Black Sea Grain Initiative, and you're now a visiting fellow at the European Council on Foreign Relations. I will ask you lots of very naughty questions about the Black Sea Grain Initiative, and I hope that you can answer most of them. So we'd like to keep that discussion as interactive as possible, and I obviously welcome the audience who is following us online. We will engage in a first set of introductory remarks and then a panel discussion, and I guess that some microphones will circulate in the audience and just catch my eye, and we will then have an exchange with you, and we look forward to being challenged by your question. So I don't think
Grégoire, if I may just say one thing, I see everyone upside down. It makes
I think that's that's on purpose. I think it reflects the state of the world.
To interact with you, but if somebody could turn the camera.
Well, there's a panel on Europe on the other side. I wonder whether it's the same. But can we do something about it, or shall we say upside down?
Well,
right. I hope this can be addressed. I will obviously. I think this was a great introduction, by the way, because I was about to make a kind of a background assessment of where we stand, and not just with Ukraine, but also obviously across the most vulnerable communities and countries around the world. And if we look at the figures, which I will not try to do too extensively, it's all very depressing. We've seen that the number of people on the verge of hunger is reaching a high peak, more than 300 million people. You have all heard that the Russian president has decided to unilaterally leave the Black Sea Grain Initiative, at least for now, which is putting at risk some 100 million lives and livelihoods across 45 countries. So the issue is that it's actually not just a European question, but it's a question for many countries, especially in Africa. And actually we have felt here in the OECD economies the impact on our daily life of rising inflation, commodity prices and food prices. So everyone is more or less on the same boat, though of course not with the same view. And of course we've seen here rain bonds, not just in Slovenia, but throughout Europe. I mean, most of the people who spend their summer in Northern Europe thought that this was a winter Europe because there was rain absolutely everywhere. And the question is whether this is meant to remain as a long-term trend, and I guess that it will, and we will need to deal with it, but also with the implications for food supply chains and for the entire agriculture industry. So I'd like to start with, because Mrs. Darosha cannot join us, with you, Ambassador Potzel. You've been working across many different areas in not just actually peace building and working, we had that discussion earlier, working on preparation of that discussion. I was very, not intrigued, but positively surprised by the title of your portfolio. It's not just usually you have humanitarian affairs and peace building. No, it starts with crisis prevention, then stabilization, then peace building, and then humanitarian assistance. So it says a lot about the kind of holistic approach that Germany is currently or trying to have when it comes to I guess, integrate the Nexus food security, climate poverty in its development policy.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thanks very much for the invitation and for that question. Let me also start by extending my condolences to Slovenia for the catastrophe that hit you, and I would also like to thank you, our Slovenian partners, for the extremely warm welcome and support that they extended to the engineers that came over from Germany to support you here. That given the crisis you were in is really amazing. So thank you very much for that. Now, coming to your question, if you look at actually the budget, we should turn around the title. So we last year spent 3.2 billion on humanitarian assistance and half a billion on stabilization crisis prevention. But then, of course, we also have the development cooperation money that adds up to that. But indeed, you're right that it says something about our approach. We have just recently published our national security strategy, the first ever, and that talks very much about an integrated understanding of security. We have also published our integrated peace engagement commitment strategy within the foreign ministry, which again talks about the combination of what you were saying, crisis prevention, stabilization, and peace building. So that is very close to our heart. We believe a lot in ownership, and if we have time later, I'm very happy to share more about the stabilization concept, which is really based on the issue of ownership, and which basically also says we need legitimate state actors on the ground. We need peace, because that is the basis for development. That is also the basis for food security, for the development of a sustainable, resilient agriculture, for rural development and agriculture development as such. So that also brings me to the HDP Nexus, which I'm sure a lot of you have heard about, the combination and really the better interaction of humanitarian development and peace actors. I think we are doing a bit better on the H and the D, but I think the P really needs to be strengthened much more, and this is what we are also trying to portray in our title.
P for poverty.
No P for peace, of course.
The Freudian slip, I guess. How many military officials do we have in the room? Can they raise their hand? Oh, come on, I see some of you in the back, don't be ashamed. Right, we have very shy military officials today in the room. But for the audience online, we have some. I just want to check whether we're still upside down in Brussels. We can't hear you, but I guess that you look happy, so it means we are back on our foot. Great. I'd like to turn to Martin. We have seen, and again, this will not be a discussion just about Ukraine, but the implications have been such that we cannot avoid not to talk about it, that we have seen what has been going on in the Black Sea, and 50% of Ukrainian exports are still going through the Black Sea. And with what has been going on, and namely the fact that Russia has been attacking some ship, and not just Ukrainian ship, but also Turkish ship, this has meant a significant impact for those who are counting on that food, namely in the poorest country of sub-Saharan Africa, but also some resources, financial resources for the Ukrainian state. So the impact is tremendous, which means that the shipment of food has become a battleground in itself, and a war weapon. So the question, Martin, is that I remember again sitting here last year, and we were still pondering whether we would see a kind of stabilization, whether we would secure food as what it actually is under international law, human rights. And we remember that UN resolution from 2018, 2417 or 18, if I'm not mistaken, that reminds everyone that any breach of or any use of food as a weapon of war is a breach of international humanitarian law. We're still there. So the risk that we feel is that this could be replicated in other regions of the world, not necessarily at war, but with regional instability and conflict. So how has this impacted your work? And how has this heightened further the pressure on the most vulnerable population, who actually happen to be at the forefront of climate change? So it's a kind of multiple set of crises falling on them.
Yeah, thank you, Grégoire. And I think it's noteworthy also to recalling that we are having this year the half-time of the Sustainable Development Goals, and in 2015, which seems an eternity ago, the international community was so positive about the possibility to end hunger that it ended up in one of the most prominent Sustainable Development Goals, Zero Hunger by 2030, SDG 2. And now we see exactly the opposite. And what we have witnessed over the last years is really a toxic mix of different factors. COVID seems to be something from a decade ago, but the financial repercussions of COVID are still with us. And we are in a situation in which there is a debt crisis of some of the poorest countries of the world, in which there is inflation, even hyperinflation in these countries, and exchange rates compared to the dollars, which are getting more and more difficult for countries to buy food on the global market. And in this situation, all the interruption of the grain from Ukraine and the constant insecurity, even while the Black Sea grain agreement was working, has its repercussions in prices. So what we see is really a big question mark behind what was the food systems for, you could say, 2 decades, which basically means that many poor countries focused on producing cash crops for export and were increasingly dependent from cheap food from the international market for import. Now we know that often the prices that poor countries obtain for products such as cotton or coffee, cacao, banana, what have you, are competitive, to say the least. That often they are not getting the money they should be getting for producing those cash crops, while at the same time the prices for importing food are soaring. So we are seeing the vulnerability of the international systems, many uncertainties, and markets react always in the same way to uncertainties, which is raising the prices, raising the insurance premiums. In all this insecurity, there's only one thing certain, and it's a cynical thing to say, but the one thing we know for certain is that the impacts of climate change will become more severe every single year. Even if at the next COP in the United Arab Emirates, we would suddenly have an unbelievable breakthrough and we would stop global emissions in 2024, of course totally unrealistic, we would still see decades of increased warming. So in that situation, we need to really think in a systemic way. We cannot afford to think in silos. And we need to factor in the increasing food insecurity also when thinking about security policy. And there are things we can do, but maybe we talk about that later in the discussion.
Thank you very much. I'd like to turn to Brussels and to you, Maciej. In a few days ago, there was a meeting of the trade ministers of the G20, and Commissioner Dombrovskis, I know you're not the head of his cabinet, but there are trade implications, obviously, called for the need to safeguard, I quote, solidarity corridors when it comes to the trade of agricultural products. I mean, this platform is about solidarity. In your view, is there still such a thing as solidarity when it comes to agriculture in a context of war?
Thank you. Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you for having me. Apologies for not being in the beautiful Bled. Condolences to everybody in Slovenia that suffered from the floods, including poor farmers. Yes, indeed, I'm an agricultural head of cabinet of agriculture commissioner, but obviously we work very closely with Commissioner Dombrovskis, Vice President Dombrovskis on this. Solidarity lanes. We are working closely all the time with Ukraine and with all the member states concerned that form the fulcrum of the solidarity lanes to continually improve both the infrastructure of it, because this is a huge problem continuing with the closure of the Black Sea. We need to rely more on the Danube corridor. Romania is playing an absolutely amazing part in ensuring that the capacity there is constantly increased. So we're working on the so-called alternative routes. The problem is, and it's less of a question of solidarity, but it's a question of ensuring that it is economically viable, is that transporting grain through land routes, which are the alternative routes going, let's say, through the border states to the east of Ukraine, is extremely costly. We have a situation there basically where it's not given the fact that Ukraine lost sea markets, sea transport routes to the markets that they usually exported to. They put a lot of grain on road, and it's just extremely economically difficult to make a good return on those. So we need to ensure that the costs of shipments using land routes to ports are decreased. We have a platform with Ukraine, and EVP Dombrovskis, his head of cabinet, my colleague Michael Hager is chairing it. We're constantly trying to improve this. So solidarity is very much in full swing, even though we all are aware of, and it is a fact, that because of that initial crisis where grain that could not be shipped out by sea was shipped to nearby countries, it increased an absolutely horrific increase in supply in those border countries, that we have to deal with this acute local crisis that resulted in a kind of a temporary suspension of imports of grains from Ukraine. But that is an economic internal domestic problem, whereas we all agree that we need to find cheaper ways of getting grains out. So, through our transport monies, also possibly using cohesion in the future, we're trying to see how we can get those costs down. So I wouldn't worry so much about solidarity on the solidarity lanes part. We are working very closely on this with all concerned.
Thank you very much. I guess we will come back to that issue, especially as President Zelensky has announced that he was currently working along with global insurers and insurer brokers on a special mechanism that would enable a better coverage or insurance of food shipment, who would hug, if I may say so, the coast and get the food through Africa. I'd like to turn to you, Marina, you have obviously been working a lot on the Black Sea Grain Initiative. So perhaps you would like to tell us more about its successes. So as most of you have heard, the Russia has broken, if I may say so, its commitment by unilaterally going out of the deal. But in less than a year, it has achieved significant success with, I guess, more than 30 million tons of food that it managed to secure in wartime through the Black Sea. I guess the strategic importance is that, as we were saying earlier, 50% of Ukrainian exports are still going through the Black Sea, with only 24% through the western border and 24% through the Danube coast, especially through Romania. So how likely is it that we can reduce that dependency on the Black Sea within the near future?
Thank you, Gregor. I'd like to thank for the invitation, and it is an honor to be the panelists among such distinguished panelists. And as well, I would like to express my condolences to Slovenian people who've just suffered a tremendous floods. And I'd like to also say that Ukraine stands with you, and I'm happy to say that despite of the war in Ukraine, our country was able to send rescuers to support Slovenian people. But this flood also shows us the tremendous effect of climate security and climate changes that are caused by our actions. And I also believe that with the Russian war on Ukraine, we are now in the understanding that we cannot look into security separately, into climate security, into food security, into human security, energy security. What showed us that it's all interdependent and one leads to another. It's like a domino. So going back to your question, first of all, you need to understand that before the full-scale invasion, Ukraine was exporting about 6 million metric tons through its ports. And it was probably the biggest export all over Europe that was not in comparison to any other ports. Ukraine was also exporting to 136 export markets in the world before the invasion, and was sharing 9% of global wheat, 11% of barley, 13% of maize, 55% of sunflower oil and meal. And I remember that beginning of June, there was lack of sunflower oil in the supermarkets in the European Union, and people couldn't understand that it came from Ukraine, that it's actually interconnected, that the amount of food that is available in the groceries is the consequences of Russian war on Ukraine. So the several actors started working into unblocking the ports back in April 2022. And back the time, I remember it was headlines everywhere, the mission impossible. Well, I don't believe in impossible. I think that let's find a way. That's my motto. The EU stood in and still continues to stand in solidarity with Ukraine, in support with the EU solidarity lanes, but even that was not enough. Because the logistics worked the way that, again, as I told you, the majority of the exports was going through the Black Sea. Once the Black Sea was basically blocked by the Russian military ships, the Ukrainian governments have started working into going through the railway through the trucks and roads, the Nuba River, obviously, but even that was not enough. If you look back to the numbers, back in March, less than 1 million was exported. And by the time when the initiative started in August 2022 and through the whole period, together with EU Solidarity Lanes and Black Sea Grain Initiative and the Nuba River, the export managed to be 96% of pre-war numbers. And that's only because it is a united effort from different actors that helped to stabilize the prices. We all have seen the tremendous peak in prices back in March 2022. Once the initiative started, the FAO price index dropped 23% from the peak in March. And you need to understand how the prices worked. It works with the availability at the market. It's not where the food goes, to what country. It's about whether the food is available, and that's very important. That's why the success of Black Sea Grain Initiative combined with other efforts was tremendously, again, important to the whole world. Going also a little bit to comment on what Martin was saying, that COVID-19 inflation is postponed and we start feeling it only now. And together with Russian war on Ukraine, this all had a combined effects. Answering your question a little bit shorter than you wanted, there is no alternative if the ports are blocked. We will not be able to send amount of food that there is a demand in the world, and the prices will continue to rise. So even together with solidarity lanes, together with the Nube railway, it will not be enough. The ports need to be unblocked.
So as I told you earlier, I was looking for some bright prospect, but not there yet. As we were just like we'll go to the topic of land restoration and the impact of climate, of course. But following up on that, I was referring to the initiative of President Zelensky to create a new mechanism bringing in international insurers and brokers. I'd like to turn to you, Martin, and perhaps you, Maciej, in Brussels. Is this something that the EU and the World Food Programme could support at some point and replicate anywhere that we have that kind of regional conflict, that we have an insurance mechanism? Who goes first? Maciej, it's you, I guess.
Well, yes, there is obviously a lot of internal discussions, and they have been going on since the beginning of the conflict, of how to basically lower the cost of trade, and they are being, they're increasing because there's not a lot of insurers, and they're not willing to risk, given the war situation, to underwrite such risky shipments. I mean, we are obviously looking at ways internally. I can't talk details because they're quite complicated, but our Taxud DG, responsible for customs and taxation, and others are working also closely with Ukrainians on seeing how that also could be a factor in lowering the cost of transport. I can't say more than this at the moment, but just to underscore that it is indeed a very important part of what we're discussing internally.
Thank you. Martin.
Yeah. Maybe two quick points. I mean, on one side, WFP is not only a humanitarian organization, it's also an organization that's trying to build food security on the ground, and in the context of climate, we are working with insurers in the framework of the African risk capacity in order to have broad climate insurance schemes that help that development progresses are not being undone. But when we are looking into specific climate risk, such as what has materialized, unfortunately, in Slovenia, functioning ecosystems are maybe the biggest insurance against climate risk. And if you look out of the window, you see steep hills, and despite the heavy rainfalls, they are not coming down because there is vegetation. There are trees that are anchoring. And there is a million examples how a functioning ecosystem can actually help buffer impacts, whether it comes to zones in cities where water can infiltrate in the soil because the soil is not sealed with concrete as it is in so many cities. So when we are looking into preventing risk, looking ahead, we need to factor in ecosystem services into that equation.
Thank you. I mean, the session is not just about obviously the return of hunger, but we ask ourselves the question, how can we build a more affordable, accessible, and resilient food systems? And Daika, you briefly touched upon one very important word, private sector, and civil society. And I know this is something that you've argued for quite some time, the need to better balance and integrate the relationship between, obviously, governments, but the private sector and civil society. So how unfortunately Ms. Darosha cannot be with us, but President Lula was obviously attending the BRICS summit last week in Johannesburg, and he met with representatives from Angola, and he stressed the need for the Brazilian agribusiness to, get a greater interest in Angola and build more relationship. And so we see at a time when we say, okay, it's deglobalization. Well, on the contrary, when it comes to agriculture, it would seem that we have a kind of re-globalization, as the World Trade Organization would put it to. So how do you, as a diplomat, again, working on both crisis prevention, peace building and humanitarian assistance, what's the role or the space for the private sector?
Thank you so much for that question. Let me give you like 2 points on that. First of all, if you look at the funding situation, it is very clear that the current funding is, or the budgets are not sustainable. You have the 10 biggest donors accounting for more than 80% of humanitarian assistance worldwide. The largest 3, which is the United States, European Union, and Germany, account for more than 60%. So we need other donors. And we feel that there is also space for the private sector. Now, some of them are already engaged, but we need to see more engagement. On the other hand, we feel that, as you were saying, we also need more private business going into particularly fragile settings to help develop the economy, to create jobs for people, and to also bring innovation, particularly with regards also to agriculture, by the way, to bring innovation, to make it more effective, more efficient, more sustainable. By the way, in brackets, we are also supporting the Innovation Accelerator by WFP based in Munich, who are exactly looking at that, how can that be done, and then spread sort of the insights from there so that then private sector can also implement it. On the other hand, we are also now in the process of launching a new program which we call Financing for Peace and Investing for Peace. Together with the UN, we are creating a trust fund that wants to offer blended financing so that then private business can use those loans basically then to invest, particularly in fragile contexts, as I say, to bring investment, to bring people into work, and to create a more stable environment so that then really people find a way for a better livelihood. And I think there we really need the private sector. We are also talking, of course, to development banks to join in, but really the private sector, I think, is key on so many levels. So those are but 2 examples of what we can do.
Maciej, perhaps you'd like to follow up on that, because I know it's a topic which is very close to what you've been pushing for quite some time now.
Yes, no, absolutely. One of the things, again, it's not a purely agricultural portfolio initiative, it is DG Development's initiative, but as we work in all sorts of nexuses, right? So yes, we have an initiative called the Global Gateway Initiative that wants to bring in around 300 billion euros in all sorts of investments with our partners, including Africa and other parts of the world, including private sector. Ourselves, as EU, we ourselves have actually funds that leverage, that work with investment, VIB, for example, and others. So we bring in private funding already. With this particular focus of that this panel has, the Global Gateway strategy, we already, in terms of sustainable food systems, we're trying to we've committed around 18 billion, if I'm not mistaken, 18 billion in our so-called Team Europe approach, including member states and private partners in grants, of which 7 billion has been disbursed already in 2022. So that money in our cooperation with Africa has already been working. There was a very good moment in July where Commissioner Wojciechowski was present at the so-called stock-taking moment for the global food systems in Rome, in FAO, where that was also discussed, the better involvement of private sector. So we put in the context of our global gateway, and I think the Africans, especially Africans, as we discussed with African Union, that particular initiative are on board, and we'll be rolling out projects, especially to promote local production. One thing, if I may, I don't know, maybe you will touch about it later, is that for my commissioner, I mean, because he neither deals with development strategies, he doesn't deal with humanitarian support, he deals with productivity and food security at home in Europe. But Europe has particular responsibility, obviously, for global food security. As Martin and others said, there is a big financing gap, and Europe tries to, obviously, with its budget of over 1.7 billion euros a year, fill in that commitment. And it was also said by a German friend who talked about how big of a donor EU is with others too. But what we're trying to do here is to ensure that what we have at home is not lost in terms of its prowess. So climate, as Martin said, but also the whole transformation of the food chain system along the Green Deal is also increasing certain costs. Obviously, in the long run, we must absolutely go that route, but we cannot at the same time forget that to get there, we need to have farmers along the way. So building productivity in Africa, building productivity at home, ensuring that small farmers, which are the majority of farmers around the world, get the proper value added for what they produce out of gate. Here we have to remember that, and this is a FAO statistics that my commissioner always mentions, is that 83% of farmers are small farmers with land area under 2 hectares. But imagine this, they produce over, and they operate 12% of the land, but they produce over a third of world's food. And without that attention to smallholders, including private sector attention to smallholders with public money mixed in, I don't think we can talk about food security in the long run. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Before we open up to the floor, do we already have some questions, perhaps? Oh, it's a very shy audience this morning. I guess you will warm up within the next minutes or so, I hope. But we have microphones. But I'd like to follow up on one point, and again, going back to perhaps Ukraine, before we go to land restoration, which is really something important, and I'd like to address it. We have heard now, 40 minutes into our discussion, that obviously food security is a human right, to some extent a global public good. To what extent has the impact of this Black Sea Grain Initiative, or let's say Black Sea Grain issue, had on the most fragile countries who have been hit by the fact that they no longer receive the food? To what extent has this had an impact on the perception of the war in what we call the Global South? Because we realize that now it's not just a European problem; it is a problem in Europe with a global reach. Is it something that you've covered in the work at the Black Sea Grain Initiative?
Thank you, Gregor. I will start that I don't like the notion Global South. I don't like the labeling. There are various countries that are suffering from human insecurity. There are various countries that are in the edge of poverty. We know the problems in Yemen, Somalia, Afghanistan. So I wouldn't label them all in one basket. Probably those who've been following the initiative also know that through the initiative it was managed to be exported more than 30 million, 32 if to be exact, to 45 countries across 3 continents. And WFP transported almost 1 million metric tons of cereals into Afghanistan, Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, Sudan, Yemen. The government of Ukraine, you probably know, also has done the pledge with the financial support of its partners to export Ukrainian grain through the initiative Grain from Ukraine also to the countries that are suffering from acute malnutrition and access to food. As I've been saying in my open remarks, the market works the way that the prices are going down when there is enough food in the market. It's not about where the destination is. So what we are facing, if there is no access to the food, then it is another crisis, not only of affordability but also availability. And we need to remember that Ukraine and Russian Federation were both countries that were in top of the export of grain. And of course, Russian Federation attacking Ukraine affected the world markets. And as I said, the initiative was covering and sending the food, but it was not based on the destination. This is both humanitarian and commercial agreement. That's how it was designed. Otherwise, the markets won't work, and the markets are dependent on the predictability, on the sustainability. That's why every time when we see the time close to extension of the deal every 120 days, it was clear that the markets were reacting immediately. And the markets are reacting fast on the price going up, but not so fast on the prices going down. And that's by the time when the prices on the global market, even with futures going down, those who are in the most acute need of food already feeling it and suffering it. So our job is to give this predictability to the markets, to the buyers, to the insurances, to give the predictability of the availability of the food, so it will become more affordable.
But we have obviously the past year has seen favorable weather condition that has actually led to a larger than average harvest at almost, if I'm not mistaken, 70 million tons. The thing is that stocks are piling up and exports are still blocked. So you actually have availability. Can we get a microphone to the lady in the front? Can you introduce yourself just to...
It's already example, rice shortage in the world,
Yes.
you know. India no more export food, rice from in other countries because it is like a lack of, because climate change.
Then you offer me well, then they're all great. You offer me a transition to climate change. But
will be worse, yeah.
thank you very much. Then the gentleman in the back then. Questions are burgeoning, so can you please introduce yourself? And
my name is Janez Malačić and is from University of Ljubljana. I want to pose a question about demography because we have discussed much about climate change yesterday and today, and now about food, but I haven't heard much or even anything about demography, especially at the world stage and Africa, sub-Saharan Africa also. And we see that this relatively geographically limited crisis in Ukraine pose very big problem for food security. But we will have in maybe 30 years period, a bit more maybe, doubling of Africa's population. And if we look for last 100 years, the population of the world increased by 6 billion. And if I extend this period to about 130 years, in 1930, there were 2 billion people in the world. Now it's approximately about 8, and in 130 years, we will have 10 billion. This is 5 times the number of 1930. And for me, it is unacceptable that we simply don't speak. Maybe we have somewhere in the back all these figures, but I think it should be addressed
yes.
much more than we can see from.
We can see. Thank you very much for raising that issue. I think it's definitely an important question. Does anyone want to? Martin, perhaps, yes. Thank you again for your question, sir.
Yeah, maybe very briefly. I mean, first of all, even in a situation where we have 350 million people acutely hungry and more than 800 million people hungry, there would be enough food for 8 billion people. It's still a distribution problem. It is not that the planet could not feed 8 billion people. That's my first remark. The second remark is, and you know, I very much have my environmentalist hat on, if you look at climate damages, those poorest are not contributing to the climate crisis. The entire African continent is less than 5% of the climate emissions. So here, demoscopic is not a problem. But of course, we see countries in which population growth is so fast that it's very difficult to feed. I'm thinking of Niger, where you have a population growth of around 3% a year, which is unbelievable. But then again, you know, if I'm looking back just to my own father, he was the youngest of 12 children, and that was normal not so long ago. How do you stop that? Well, very much has to do, obviously, with women's rights. And it starts with girls, it starts with education of girls. And one of the things, and I'm only 2 years with the World Food Program, one of the things that really stunned me was this direct relationship of school feeding programs with, you know, ending child marriage and starting later the reproductive cycle. Girls that receive school feeding stay longer in school, have a higher level of education, and end up being the mother of 2, maybe 3 children, and not 8 or 9 children. So this is, if you want to get population under control, the strongest measure you're having is empowering women, starting with the girls and making sure they have access to basically the 2 most basic things. One is education, the second one is land tenure.
Thank you, Martin. Daika, do you want to?
Well, I can echo what Martin said, but and I'm glad that he made the pitch for women's rights. But in terms of education, we also need to educate the men. so I think it goes both ways.
On the record, on the record.
But yes, I mean, it's true that there is enough food. It's a question of distribution, but it is also now, given climate change, as you were saying, it is also now really an issue of finding the right crops, the right, you know, food that we grow. That's what I meant when we were talking about sustainable, resilient crops. We really need to invest much more into that. Water is a huge issue in so many countries these days, be it too much or too little. So we also need to look into this. And I wanted to thank Marina also for highlighting again how interconnected everything is. I think you very rightly pointed to the question of demography. But there are all these factors, be it the question of peace, be it the question of education, be it climate change. It's all interconnected, and we shouldn't shy away from trying to tackle all these problems at the same time. It's huge, but I think we should try to be positive and also look at the positive results that we achieve in certain contexts already. And simply, we do not have an option to shy away from these issues, but we need to understand better how the linkages function and then work jointly on the different aspects.
And the holistic approach. Yes, and I see a comment, no, in Brussels, no, or is it an illusion?
Yes, I did raise my hand. There's a lot of echo suddenly, I don't know why, on the demography part, from our perspective as agriculture, we look a lot at the demographic transition among the farmers themselves. So while the global trends, demographic trends are one thing, and indeed they vary a lot. I mean, you have a huge increases in Africa, but then you have kind of a secular declines in more urbanized regions of the world. So it's a complicated picture. But when it comes to farming, and I talked about sustainability long term of our farmer and those who are feeding the world, in a sense, those who are trying to support the distribution, getting to where the food is needed. So let's say our exporting countries like European countries, US, etc. We need to really address the demographic decline among the farmers. The average age in Europe is 55. Over a third of farmers in Europe are over 65 years of age. There's a problem with replacement, basically generational replacement. Very few kids, children of farmers want to continue living on farm. We've lost 3 million farms in the past decade, mostly through consolidation. But if we look at the statistics I gave you about the importance of small and medium-sized farmers, I don't think we can actually I don't think we can sustain ourselves long-term just with more and more consolidation, having ginormous holdings that will somehow become more productive. This is not an equation. Bigger doesn't necessarily mean more productive or more efficient. So from our perspective, again, from my commercial perspective, the demographics is a lot about aging of the farmers, just to give a bit of a different perspective for those who actually grow the food.
Thank you very much. And I guess that it also touches upon the need to double down on investment in technologies and automation. Marina.
Yeah, I'll just like to echo what was said by the panelists. So the World Bank issued the report that the population of African continent will be the youngest population globally. By 2030, it will be one of the fifths of the world population. But I would like also to bring your attention that they will also have the tremendous human capital, and they are also the consumers. And because they will be the youngest population, we need to ensure that they will be executing their resources and making sustainable for themselves. Let's not count on the dependencies. And it's exactly what was said about education. It's about access to the resources. It's about empowerment. Rather than to continue make the African continent dependent, already recognize that they will be the youngest and they should be more sustainable into providing for themselves. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I guess Mr. Saito, am I correct? Do I recognize you? Yes, from Japan, please.
Hi, my name is Kohei Saito. I'm from Japan. I have a question about there is enough food. I understand currently there is enough food. It's a distribution problem. But at the same time, this food production itself is based on the agribusiness, and they're main driver of the climate crisis. And global food system itself is one of the largest emission of carbon dioxide. So when we really try to make all the food production more sustainable, it means we need more organic food and we need more local production. So these importing crops everywhere, exporting, that kind of the global market doesn't work anymore because it itself drives the climate crisis, and the climate crisis will have the damage on agriculture and so on. So I'm not that optimistic. It's not just simply about distribution problem, it's also production problem. And in that sense, maybe we should also talk about reducing our meat consumptions and other more radical measures. We need also to change. And I want to hear your opinion about that kind of issues.
Thank you very much. I guess this is a sneak into the session we'll have later today on the future of values in capitalism, but please, Martin.
Well, thank you for the question. And I spent some years of my life advocating to think about food as a system, and that's exactly what you do. Because if we look at our current food systems, we afford ourselves to inefficiencies which are very difficult to justify. We have about 36% of food waste in rich countries. We get about the same number of post-harvest losses in poor countries, which are massive inefficiencies. In the European Union, we have about 60% of the grain that's being eaten by animals, not by human beings. And that is also an inefficiency. And then we are basically having a blind spot in what our agricultural production does in terms of climate footprint, and the climate footprint of food systems is enormous, and what it does in terms of depletion of water resources and destruction of biodiversity. Daike just made the point about the need to diversify our food system, and that is something I feel is very strongly a pressure point. 60% of our calories today come from 3 crops, from rice, from corn, and from wheat. And that dependency is staggering. We have an industrialized normatized food system where in many places of the world, going back to traditional crops, think millet in Western Africa, think lentils in India, would make not only environmental sense, but also nutritional sense, because millet is more healthy than imported wheat coming from the other side of the globe. Lentils have all the micronutrients that you don't find, and they need less water. So we need to think in a systemic issue, and also be mindful that in agrobusiness, this global food situation is often used as an argument to produce more no matter what. And I think that's not right, because if you think about sub-Saharan Africa, for example, and you just mentioned how small the plots are of smallholder farmers, and yet they are providing 80% of the food Africans actually eat, not export, but eat. So if we look closer into the systemic issue, there is no way around supporting smallholder farmers, focusing on them, which is demanding, because you're dealing with very, very small units, and organizing smallholder farmers, making them, for example, also access the global carbon trading so they get paid for the ecosystem services they provide, could be a possibility to have a more stable, more resilient, more ecosystem friendly, and not least, more just and fair food system.
Maciej, do you want to bounce back on that or not necessary? I can't. I see your hand, but I don't know whether.
Well, I have a lot of echo. I don't know. Suddenly, there's just so much echo. I can barely understand what
our
everybody's
great technicians. So there's
about.
echo
Maybe
in Brussels.
it started when the questions opened to the audience, but I just wanted to ad-lib to what Martin said, and I absolutely agree with him about the diversification of not only biodiversity, diversification of agriculture, but also ensuring that small, big, and medium ones are present in the market. One of the statistics about the census that I mentioned before that also struck my commissioner, myself, is the mixed farms. We used to have a lot of mixed farms in Europe, over 3 million farms. 10 years later, we only have a bit less, 1.8 million ones. What does that mean? That means that livestock, which is obviously the culprit, for example, for emissions, the livestock farms, the mixed lives, well, basically what's happening is becoming more monocropic. So we have monocrops and maybe a big livestock farms separately, but not as a mixed farm. The problem there is that in the mixed environment, we can actually promote circularity. We can promote reducing dependence on fertilizers and things like that because of manure being present in the farm, etc. So there's a circularity that we need. So the point about supporting smallholder is also supporting mixed farms, where actually you're going to get some livestock because we still need animal protein, but it will be supporting the ecosystem circular approach that the small and medium-sized farms promote. And that again is in decline. So there is, we need to ensure also that in the developing world, we don't go the same route that we did in Europe. So that's our global responsibility.
Thank you very much. We have a lady in the back. I apologize, you've had your hand raised for hours, and now
No problem. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jana. I come from Slovenian civil society, Caritas Slovenia. I would like to add what you already said, and from our experience in the field in sub-Saharan Africa. So it's not just enough to support small farmers, especially women, but also to help especially young generation in Africa, which we heard already, half of Africa is young, to get some businesses out of the farms, also farmers. So there's enough food on the world, but there's not enough money to buy it. We implement, for example, now one project supported by Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs in Rwanda, and we are doing all together, helping small farmers to improve their agricultural practices. In the same time, we are giving them chances to start their small business. And after 3 years, we see on the field big change in these poor, vulnerable families. So they can survive their families, they have enough food, their children go to school, they have the means for the health, and so on. And I think that Europe and all the developed world must invest in the environmental friendly industry, in African countries to give to the younger generation more work and also know-how transfer. What we also see through our private sectors, which we are already involving in these ministry projects, they can really transfer a lot of know-how also to start a business and so on. I think this is still a big field what we can do, and of course, even there is a lot of distresses also right now because of the floods in Slovenia, but also elsewhere, also in the developed world. We can't forget on the global south, we need to fulfill our obligation regarding ODA and support these countries much more than ever, because the hunger in Africa is really growing, what we also hear from our local partner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Daika, do you want to bounce back on that, or we'll take a last question? Yeah? Then there's a lady in the front row over there, if someone can.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Audrey Namdiera-Walsh with the Global Diplomacy Lab, and actually he touched upon my question, because I was thinking, as we're talking about food security, we also cannot ignore nutrition security, which is a huge thing, which also has links also to environmental practices. You know, the overfishing that we see. So what we concentrate on in terms of what's on our table does have an impact in terms of our own nutrition, but also the security of, you know, the environment, you know, the sea piracy that we see, but also what actually goes onto our table. So as you said, there were many intersecting things that we talk about, you know, the security, so the war about, you know, who has fishing rights, you know, in certain parts. That is also, you know, something that we look about when we talk about the distribution, but it's also, at the end of the day, what does that have an effect on the supply chain, but also then the type of food that ends up on our plates. So thank you just for considering that as well.
Thank you very much. It was a half question or just a comment? It was more of a comment. Well, thank you very much. Yes, I guess so. We have 1 and 2. So yes, please, and the third one. So we are almost on time, so if you can be as short as you possibly can.
Very short. Hello,
my
name is Vivian Valencia. I'm a professor in Canada. I had a question following up on investment and the private sector. I've seen an increasing interest from impact investment funds in funding regenerative agriculture, biodiversity, food systems. So a lot of interest from wealthy families, etc., investors to support initiatives around the globe who may shift food systems, yet sometimes they don't have the technical expertise or the knowledge. I've been approached twice in the past few months to provide that type of technical expertise, so I've been very surprised with this increasing interest in funding and investing. So I just wanted to know what's your take on it, and how can we bring this sort of like increasing interest from the private sector to invest, and how can we best guide them so that they can put their money to good use and not be misled, or, you know, because they lack that expertise sometimes. So yeah, just your comments on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are the 2 remaining questions related to that or not? Yes, so the gentleman in the middle, and perhaps we can have a joint answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm Edwin Skrt. I'm heading the Directorate for Development Cooperation and Humanitarian Aid at the Slovenian Foreign and European Ministry. So the so-called food crisis is not something particularly new, but after the prices of the food on global markets skyrocketed after the Russian invasion on Ukraine, I have to say that I'm very proud that my government decided to increase the funding for the food crisis sixfold from 2021 to 2022, and I'm particularly proud that we kept the pace also in 2023, and I hope we will continue with this also in the future. And I'm also very happy that we have been strengthening the collaboration with the World Food Program in recent years. So you spoke about the involvement of the private sector, which is also needed to address the food crisis. And we know at the same time that the gap between the needs And the funding capacities is wide, and it's going to be even wider, and we don't have even to pretend that we will be ever able to fill that gap. And even if the development banks will be able to reform and be more involved in helping us to address the crisis, I still think we will need a lot of the involvement of the private sector. But if the private sector wants to be involved, there should be profit. At the same time, there is half of the population that needs assistance in food deliveries. They live in conditions the donor governments don't want to be involved with those governments that are in the areas where these people live. So how to bring the private sector into the countries where there are authoritarian regimes and where there are not even guarantees for the international humanitarian law to be observed.
Thank you very much. And if, in a very short answer, if you can, so that we can address the two questions and then conclude our panel. Daike, or?
Yeah, thank you so much for those questions. Like on your question, I on the other hand get approached a lot by be it UN trust funds and also a lot of implementing bodies searching for money. So I think to interlink those those interested to donate or to invest, which I feel is in the long run the much better version of spending the money, to really invest into a sustainable solution. That is an issue that we need to look into much better. But like as I was referring to this Investing for Peace fund that we are creating now, we are doing this with the UN Capital Development Fund. So do spread the word, but I'm sure that also WFP is very happy to reach out to you and see how to interlink with private business. I think there's a huge scope for work. And what you are saying, I mean you are extremely right in questioning, you know, the particular context where this can happen, where really private sector can get engaged. And yes, they want to make money, but I mean, some are still doing it for altruistic reasons, which is great. But then, of course, a lot of them want to make money. But this is again also behind that scheme that I was describing with the Financing for Peace agenda, exactly to allow them to invest and make money in those areas. Maybe not as much as in other contexts, but if they want to get engaged for a good cause, I think we can offer something. But we need to broaden this and also make them aware that what we want is what we call the peace positive investment. Like you do see a lot of investment in also fragile contexts, but it sometimes does not help sort of to conquer the fragility, but we need to find ways of changing that so that they really contribute to a better, more peaceful, stable environment, which then also helps us in fighting hunger.
Thank you, Daike. I'm told we only have 5 minutes, and that includes the concluding of the panel. So I ask you, sir, to ask a question is in what, 30 seconds? Is that feasible? Yeah. With a question mark at the end, ideally. Thank you very much. And thank you for your patience.
My name is Peo Bosnic. I'm from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and given that Ukraine is known as the breadbasket of the Europe, and given the current invasion of it, is there a potential for the major of food production to be redirected to other rural areas in Europe, such as Bosnia and Herzegovina, Croatia, or Serbia? And can we expect lower food prices in the next couple of years?
You're my champion. 25 seconds with a question mark. Thank you so much. Maciej, there's something on the screen, so Maciej looks beheaded, but I guess he's still Are you still with us? Yeah, you're back. Your head is back on your body. So do you want to answer that question?
Well, whether we can well, again, the echo is a little bit making it a bit more difficult for me to hear everything properly. But if I understood the question, whether we can move the center of production from Ukraine or to others. I mean, look, these are private choices of farmers, and they depend also on the specificities of soils, etc. Ukraine boasts amazing high categories of soil that are unprecedented. It's very difficult to recreate those kind of conditions everywhere in the world. So there's some natural advantages that Ukraine has. I'm not sure what kind of land Bosnia and Herzegovina has, for example, but we do, as EU, pay a lot of attention to soil health, and we didn't talk much about it. We do invest a lot in soil research and increasing organic matter in soil. We have a lot of R&D in soil. We have a soil monitoring law recently passed that requires monitoring the quality of soils. So we do want to, as EU, to increase the efficiency and the health of farming soil everywhere in Europe so that we are more productive. That's, I guess, how I would respond to this question. In terms of prices, I mean, prices are a function of, again, the war has really, brought this out. We had the dam break in Ukraine also put a lot of pressure on prices when it comes to vegetables and fruit, etc. I think FAO is monitoring these, and they think that again, we cannot, barring any geopolitical worsening geopolitical circumstances, and hoping that the Black Sea ports will finally open up, we'll see an improvement in lowering of the prices.
Thank you very much. We only have 3 minutes, and I would like Marina to answer that important question. So I'm still running short of positivity here. The prospect is still very gloomy. So I'd like to ask all our panelists, provided we're back here next year, same room, same panel, almost same topic, what would be a positive development likely to come up? And I'll start with you, Marina.
Thank you. I will be brief. At first, I'd like to comment on the previous question. First, I'm in the work of mediation, and in order to look into investments in some particular countries, you need to look exclusively in one particular country and look into the interest that business can get, and actually show them the positive scenarios. You need to start framing with the win-win. You cannot say we need you without what you get into. So I'm sure that it is possible. There are scenarios that could be looked into. It's just about the political will to start looking into it. And it's about countries that are right now not maybe in the most, let's say it, positive investment. I know that many businesses are also reluctant to invest in Ukraine, particularly of the risks. So it is about showing what will be the benefits and what will be the positive scenarios and what would be the insurances. Getting back to your question, first of all, due to the war, lots of production have moved to other countries. It is already the reality. Due to the constant attacks by Russian Federation on Ukraine, on infrastructure, you've seen the blackouts. Ukraine was exporting just the raw agri products. We know that, like for example, Turkey was doing then the flour, the meal, and was exporting it further. The same was going from the sunflower seeds, sunflower meal, so it does exist. I'm not sure about the potential of Bosnia and Herzegovina due to your soil and climate, and it's totally a different story if to look on a country basis. Being positive at the end.
In 10 seconds.
I hope that next year we will meet and the war on Ukraine will be over and we wouldn't have to discuss how to unblock the ports. But this is my really positive wishful thinking. In case if it's not happening, let's continue, stand united, let's work on diversification, and let's look into how to unblock the ports and how to maintain the food flowing.
Thank you very much, Arina. Daika?
Well, in a way, the same wish here. Next year we meet, the war in Ukraine is over, but also a lot of the conflicts, for instance, on the African continent, are less, contentious and less visible, so we have achieved something there as well. That would lead to less refugees, less IDPs, less people losing their homes, losing their livelihoods, and then also leading to more stability and more food security, less people going hungry. So I think to look at the stabilization of conflicts, the solution of conflicts worldwide would be my positive, maybe wishful, but still thinking.
Thank you. And Martin, Masha, you have 10 seconds each because I'm being threatened by the organizers in the back. You can't see it, but my head is on the line.
Okay, I will be super fast. If you look at the global crisis, 60% of global land degraded, climate crisis, there is 1 billion people in Africa and other places who are the poorest people on this planet, who are young. We need to look differently at them, not as recipients, as aids, but as an army of people who can help us getting out of this quagmire if we manage to support them and see them as stewards of our collective life support system.
So younger generation, thank you so much. And the last word to Brussels, to you, Maciej.
Okay, 10 seconds. One thing that was not mentioned, and I hope it will improve next year, is the multilateral environment, the work at the WTO. We need to ensure that we have a working global, open and fair trading system in food that lowers prices for all. And also, I hope that we're going to see a bit more movement on boosting local production everywhere that food is needed through private and other types of actions and investments. So, and the war, absolutely. We hope it's over by then.
Thank you so much to everyone here. So shall we meet each other next year? Hopefully,
hope to be able to be present physically.
And you're being present with us. Thank you so much, Maciej in Brussels. Thank you to all our panelists. Thank you to the audience. Thank you to the online audience. I think the panel deserves a big hand, and I'll see you around today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Kjero kamero, kam se ti postavim? Kje? Tle? Daj preverga. Pa ti poglej zdaj.
Ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon to all of you. Welcome to rainy but beautiful Bled. We live in a world marked by polycrisis, uncertainty and instability. So the question is, where do we go from here? Welcome to our panel session, The Future Nexus of Globalization. My name is Martina Fochs. I'm a business journalist and expert on China and the Middle East. It's a great pleasure to be here with you for the very first time in Slovenia. We have a lot to pack into the next 60 or 75 minutes or so, so let's get right started. I want to make this a very interactive and dynamic session and give you a lot of opportunities to ask questions as well, so please feel free to start asking questions from now onwards. There is a mic runner in the room, but there are 3 housekeeping rules. First of all, please state your name and organization so we can network afterwards. Number 2, please keep your questions short because we want to be on Swiss time. And number 3 is please tell us who you would like to ask the question to. So with me here to discuss on my left-hand side is Henry Wang. He's the founder and president of the Center for China and Globalisation, CCG, and former counselor of the Chinese State Council from 2015 to 2022. Then to his left, we have Manas Chawla. He's the CEO and founder of London Politica. Welcome, Manas, to you as well. And then we have Hideki Hayashi. He's a project professor at the Faculty of Economics at Keio University of Japan. Welcome to you. And we have Grégoire Rose. He's the head of political dialogue and policy innovation, BMW Foundation, Herbert Quandt of Germany. Welcome to you as well. Great to see you again, Grégoire. Last but definitely not least, straight from India, we have Sunjoy Joshi. He's the chairman of the Observer Research Foundation of India. Very warm welcome to you, gentlemen. So I would like to kick off with an opening question. In 60 short seconds, if I can start with you, Henry, here, which will be the future nexus of globalization? It could be anything. It could be China, it could be India, one of the new BRICS members, it could be space, AI, in your opinion.
Yeah, okay, sorry. So it's great to come to this strategic Bled strategic forum, and it's fascinating for the last 2 days. I really enjoyed. Well, I think the question is really hard to answer, but I think one of the phenomena we do have now is that we've been living in a unipolar world for the last 7 decades, and then as I was in Berlin in May, I mean, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz said the unipolar probably is gone, and we're having a multipolar world. The challenge is now we don't have a structure to support this multipolar world. And I think, also the UN Secretary General Guterres said at the BRICS summit is that if the China, India, and Global South is not reflected in the current global governance system, you're going to have a fragmentation or maybe a more regional globalization grouping is making. So I think the BRICS is one good example of that, because people want to have economic globalization, wants to work together. I think that's probably the theme, is that we need economic globalization going forward.
So Dr. Wang's point is that the BRICS could be the next nexus of globalization. Manas?
Firstly, thank you so much for having me here. At the risk of sounding trite, I think this is the future nexus of globalization. I think there used to be a time a couple of decades ago when most diplomacy and global governance and policymaking happened behind closed doors. It happened exclusively between governments, exclusively a stagecraft carried out between diplomats. But there's a reason that these questions are discussed in much more public fora now, such as the Bled Strategic Forum. And there's a reason that questions of global governance have now replaced questions of international relations. It's very much the intersection of business, academia, civil society, and diplomacy that I think will solve the challenges of the next generation. And I mean, if you really look at the history of globalization as far back as the Silk Road or the market reforms in the 60s and the 90s, it's always been sort of mixture of epistemic communities first that lead the way. So I'm really excited to see what comes out of this conference and many others like this.
Manas thinks it's diplomacy. Hideki?
Okay, thank you very much. And Actually, I'm an economist and the market and the business oriented. So I think the other participants seems to be political scientists. And actually, in this sense, I'm not so pessimistic as the most global players, both countries and the industries, will learn how to avoid the worst situation, so such as the second global financial crisis in 2008. So if they know, if we continue this situation, this will become the worst situation, like a climate change, which we will discuss later. So I think I'm rather optimistic, even if not immediately, but only gradually in the long term. I'm optimistic.
That's good to hear. Grégoire, your opinion?
Well, I'm grateful to my honorable neighbor for the optimism. I don't know whether it's because I just come from a... Thank you, sorry.
Yeah.
Does that work? Yeah, I do that all the time. I don't know whether it's because I just, out of a discussion on food security, which was a bit gloomy in terms of prospect, or because I'm French, as you know, all the French are pessimistic by nature. But I cannot say that the nexus of globalization I see is very exciting. I mean, we've seen three things. The first is obviously a rise of the acceleration of the impact of climate change on the most vulnerable communities, and this is fueling lots of things from bad governance to migration to social unrest. The second is obviously more complex supply chain, and we've been sensing it ever since the global pandemic. And the third is the rise of protectionism. So this makes for a not so tasty cocktail of fragmentation. But looking at the panel, I think there's one thing that will actually be the nexus of globalization is women. I mean, we are a male-only panel, and the truth is that whether we look at climate, whether we look at the role of women in many kind of different regional economies in sub-Saharan Africa and Latin America and Southeast Asia, they will be they are the hope, actually, and I think that's the positive note.
Women are the future. Yeah, we love it. Suntai.
Thanks, Martina. Pleasure being here and being moderated by you. We've heard the views of all my panelists. I agree with them. But I think this should have been the last question rather than the first. Maybe we would have persuaded each other a little bit more. We can get back to it. See, globalization today is a very contested space. We no longer understand what we mean by globalization. And if you start looking at a simple answer to the question, globalization historically has always been led by trade. If globalization today is in tatters, it is because global trade is in tatters. And if by globalization we mean the globalization which was run by the high priest of Davos, then unfortunately that version of globalization does not exist because those priests themselves have been defrocked, they've been tarred and feathered in 2008, and we do not know where we are headed. So there are other versions, there are other stories, other narratives of globalization which are coming out in the world today. We will be discussing in the panel to see where they're headed.
All right, so very open answer from Sunjoy. I would like to ask the audience as well, a little show of hands. So we had different proposals here. We have the BRICS countries, we have diplomacy, we have optimism, and we have women. What do the audience think? Do you agree that the BRICS nations are the future nexus of globalization? Hands up. A few in the room. Diplomacy? Also just like 2, 3, 4. And then optimism. Are we optimistic? Not so much. I feel rather pessimistic. A few optimists here in the room. Women? Hands up. All right. Okay. So we have a strong vote for women. I love it. Let's dive deeper into this topic of geopolitics now, which we came here to discuss as well. I would like to ask Manas, first of all. We have, of course, no end in sight with Ukraine war going on, the biggest geopolitical shift since World War II. How will the world order change from here?
It's a great question. I think one of the biggest problems of the way we sort of sometimes approach these questions is we look at it through a very historical lens. And so we apply the frameworks that used to work a few decades ago and we assume they'll work now. You know, the worst example I've seen so far is the US-China Cold War. It's fundamentally not a Cold War. The two economies are far too interlinked for us to be able to call it that. And so I think as we look towards sort of post-Ukraine world order, we really need to focus not on the sort of what we call sort of big power competition, and possibly not either on sort of middle power competition, but rather what I like to call geopolitical swing states. Because the sort of fundamental transition we've seen is this sort of, detachment of the different axes of foreign policy. Before, there used to be some unity between your economics, your politics, your cultural, your soft power. Now you can effectively be a country that is a lot more pragmatist. You can have China as your largest trading partner. You can have the United States as your largest military partner, build your political relationships with Europe, and get by with doing all of that. And so in the future, we're going to see countries like Saudi Arabia, like the United Arab Emirates, like Turkey, Brazil, and India, effectively becoming the key intersections where the multipolar world order is decided.
We'll get back to this alliances and blocks structure and the BRICS as well here with China and India on the panel. Hideki, I would like to ask also for your business perspective as an economist. From your point of view, how do you think that we will, change this world order, and how can maybe, economies and business also help to improve the situation?
Okay, so I just said I'm an economist, and so I just would like to say how we can coordinate, so how we can find the coordinate points, and rather than the, we can build alliance blocks. That means yes or no. And in this sense, from the economic point of view, that Europe proposed the de-risking instead of the decoupling. And so one claims that's a ambiguous one, but I think I can say it's flexible. So it's up to the global players can respond, and we can find the appropriate risk range, and on the corporate level, how we, it is quite natural that they will coordinate the global value chains based on such a risk assessment. So in this sense, we can find every time the solution.
Yes.
That's why I said
the future of the world still depends a lot on the positioning of China and the US, though, but we have seen with the BRICS summit in South Africa last week, the Global South is rising and getting a bigger and bigger voice as well. Sunjoy, how do you think will countries like India contribute to a new world order, and what kind of role would you like to see that India plays in the future?
You'd asked about the war in Ukraine, and the question is related, what you're asking me. See, something fundamentally shifts post-COVID in the 2 years, 2020 to 2022, and the war in Ukraine. In between, there is one date, 15th August 2021, the US withdrawal from Afghanistan. Yeah. Now, there's a chain of events which has taken place here. And this chain of events basically has caused a growing divide. You see, the good thing about globalization was that globalization got the North and the South together on the same page. They were speaking the same language on most issues. There was an alignment on trade, there was an alignment on free markets. And gradually there was a coalition of the world. We lifted 150 million people out of poverty, even more in that period of time. So there was a movement forward. Suddenly things start going back. There's an iron curtain which gets drawn across Europe, moved 30 years back. There's a bamboo curtain now across which trade still happens between the US and China. You can't get out of it. And then there is this, I don't know, mud-reinforced straw curtain between the North and the South, which has suddenly resurrected itself. There are reasons for this. There are reasons for that divide coming up. So you asked me about the role of India. India actually no longer is, if you look in economic terms, really the global South. India has moved ahead of that. But India becomes that critical link, and the good thing is it is not in the Security Council, it is not a permanent member. The global South is alarmed by two things, what are happening in Ukraine. As far as the global South sees it, the war in Ukraine, there's not one war, there are 3 wars taking place there. The first war is the war of aggression, the violation of the UN Charter, which Russia did, which everyone in the South opposes. They do not agree with it, just as they have not agreed with every violation of the Human Charter in the past. They've stayed back, they've stayed against. But there's a second war taking place. The second war is about the security architecture of Europe. The question is, should that war be fought with Ukrainian lives? There's a third war taking place. The third war is about the future of the global international order. The South is alarmed. The South is alarmed that neither side should actually decide the outcome, neither winner. There should not be a winner in this war, because if there's a winner, and that winner decides the architecture of the global order, we are in deep shit. So this is the South's problem, and that is why, if you see the divide happening between North and the South, those are the reasons. So yes, India tries to play a bridge. India hopes it can be a bridge. I do not know if it will work, how far it will work, because this is a complicated space, it's a complex space.
Absolutely, and it's getting more and more complicated, yes. I feel as well. Henry, you were a very keen observer of the BRICS summit taking place as well, with the expansion of the bloc and including Saudi Arabia now, and Ethiopia and Iran and so on. Do you think that this is the end of Western dominance, de-dollarization and everything? What is your future outlook?
Well, I certainly, I do not think this is the end of the first generation of global governance, which is led by U.S. and Western countries for many years. I do think that is add-on. It's an improvement, because the first generation of global governance since Bretton Woods system, I mean, World Bank, WTO, IMF, all those things are great, but that has driven the world for the last 70-some years, without breaking the Third World War. But now we're having the danger of that system is not really fully functional. We have Russian war in Ukraine. We have a pandemic war. Also lost 20 million people. And then we have the second Cold War is almost happening now between China and the U.S. So I think we probably need some adjustment now to really how to push the globalization forward. I think our panel's idea was great. Now we need. Add on to the economic globalization, because I think that exactly China is doing. For example, China has economic globalization. China set up AIIB, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, and of course, China has launched the Belt and Road Initiative. China has joined the RCEP, the largest free trade agreement in the world. China is applying to join CPTPP, which is another more advanced global governance system. And of course, China is wants to join DEPA, and China has actually set up a series of regional economic dialogue. For example, China-Africa Summit, China-Latin America Summit, China, the Arab Summit, and recently China-Central Asia Summit. It's all pushing for economic globalization, including Shanghai Cooperation. So I think that kind of approach, we should really come back to how we can really save the globalizations that we have, China, US, EU, three largest economies should work on the economic globalization, and let's safeguard multilateral system like WTO, WHO, and all that. So my idea is that let's all work together with the common threats, rather than we're having all those regional security alliance beefed up. Like of course NATO expanded. We've seen AUKUS, we've seen Quad, we've seen Dave campaign of China, Korea, Japan, the US, all beefed up now. Yeah. So I think it's great that we should push for the market reform, market globalization, and economic globalization, where China is, now all those BRICS countries wants China to get to this biggest market potentially. That's why I think it was very attractive to them.
Finding common ground is key. For that, we need more communication and dialogue as well. Grégoire, you advise a lot of policymakers and governments and businesses as well on, how to improve their business models and so on with the BMW Foundation. On the economic outlook for the world, it looks quite bleak. The IMF, in its latest World Economic Outlook, projected that last year the global economy grew by 3.5% this year, and next year only 3%. So it does look quite gloomy. What is your advice for policymakers? How can they get their act right?
That's the 1 billion question.
I hope they listen to you.
Yeah, well, where's the bank? No, that's a great question. I guess that I started the discussion by stressing the risk of fragmentation. Yeah. We are there in a way. We are seeing lots of different elections here in Europe, many important elections in the region later this year, next year, not to mention the US next year. And obviously the idea that interdependence is bad has hurt national sovereignty, has led many people to be left behind. is very popular. And so the idea that not interdependence but independence can make countries and communities more resilient is a new mantra. Actually, one has to try to understand why this is a mantra and adopt a non-judgmental. And I think when it comes to policy making, you can't just rule out and say, no, this is bad. No, you need to understand why this is becoming popular and this is becoming a political toy. But when you look at the world as it is, and we had again a session on food security before, and it's clear now that what happens in a country like Pakistan, a third of the country is underwater, 33 million lives and livelihood are put at risk, which is actually has been fueling migration routes and so on and so forth. It has a direct impact on European lives. So whether one likes it or not, what happens very far away from here has an impact on my life as a private citizen and as a business leader as well. So I guess, going back to your question on businesses, I think what we have been seeing over the years is a bit, again, I'm sorry to be, again, not very depressing, but not very optimistic in what I see, trying to be realistic. You go to a COP conference, you go to even that kind of forum, I still see a gap between the perception of the world as it is of policymakers on the one hand and business leaders on the other. And sometimes you say, okay, we talk about climate change, and you listen to the political perspective and the business perspective, and it's two different worlds.
Yeah.
And I'm not here the advocate of any kind of business, not at all, but the reality is that the pressure that is being put on businesses, and not just the big multinational, but also the SMEs, is much too high and non-sustainable. So there's a need to, because we also need the private sector in peace building, fundamental. Now, things are changing. We understand that in post-conflict reconstruction, we need businesses, but we also need to understand what kind of fresh air they need. And that's important to recalibrate that kind of relationship.
Hideki, do you share this frustration? And also the question maybe coming from Japan, you have been looking at EU-Japan relations for like 20 years already. Do you think that Europe in specific is in decline?
Actually, no.
You are really an optimist.
His tie says it all.
Yes, this is, yes.
For those who can't see, he has a euro currency symbol on his tie, so he definitely defends the European Union.
I say no because it's rather than the decline, but the solid was stable. Because the idea, for example, in Japan, that the only estimating the economy as the growth rate is not so interesting anymore. And so how shall we improve the standards of the lives? So this is one good reason. And in this sense, Europe can read the various new measures, including the maybe climate change or any kinds of the, which we will discuss now.
Yes,
okay.
Absolutely. You mentioned the word climate change and also Sunjoy before in his opening statement. Do you think, Sunjoy, that climate change and the united, hopefully, fight against it could also be a future nexus of globalization, really uniting the world behind it? Or do you think we have already missed this window of opportunity?
Climate action is part and parcel, basically, of global economics and global politics. Let's be very clear about it. So if there are divisions in the world today, if there is a division between North and the South, and you've seen this play out in successive COPs post-COVID, whether you look at the Sharm el-Sheikh COP or whichever COPs have succeeded, the fissures are growing on climate action. And the fissures are deepening. There is resentment also that in this whole business of closing borders, trade borders, and introducing things like the Inflation Reduction Act, the kind of closed action, CBAM by the EU, cross-border adjustment mechanisms. These are all in the name of resilience, actually actions on trade. And these are going to be affecting trade. So there is going to be greater belligerence on the part of the South, and we're seeing that when it comes to the energy transition. And the energy transition, yes, is a long process. It is a complicated process. So how that energy transition takes place in different countries, because the same size does not fit all, the same energy mix does not fit everybody. There are going to be different choices taken by different people depending on the resources they have available. And energy today has become a weapon of war. The global financial system today has become a weapon of war. They're all threats to security. So when it gets clubbed into this picture between a security nexus, a business nexus, a finance nexus, these are the forces which are actually pulling the world apart. And you asked that question about de-dollarization. See, de-dollarization, no one wished de-dollarization. The world was one big happy place where everyone traded in the dollar. China was very happy trading in the dollar. The largest number of treasury bonds it holds is in the US currency. But something happened post-February 22. You hit the financial system with a battering ram. In came the sanctions. More than the sanctions, you suddenly crack down on SWIFT. So that implodes the whole system. So if there is a doubt in everyone's minds, do we need to securitize ourselves financially? Do we need to securitize our trade? We must find alternatives. Where they succeed, where they do not succeed, how long they take to succeed, nobody knows. But gradually, the momentum is building. So you ask the question, how do we get back? What is Nexus? Ultimately, the Nexus has to be the global economic system, the global political system has to coalesce, it has to come together. Now, after February 22, it is going to take a long process to bring it back because there's a huge trust deficit today.
And the clock is ticking, we can't waste any time. I want to check in with the audience now if there are any questions at this point. Thought-provoking, so we need to digest your ideas a little bit. Henry, of course, China has been trying to launch new initiatives on the fight against climate change. It was also a leading force in the Kunming Montreal biodiversity framework, and Xi Jinping announced new measures to tackle air pollution. I lived there from 2012 and to 2017, as you remember, moving from smog to more and more bluer skies. Do you think that China can really lead as an example also in the run-up to COP28 happening in Dubai later this year?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that China needs to be encouraged, actually. I mean, we see European leaders come, like Olaf Scholz come, President Xi said that no nuclear war should be fought in Ukraine, and then President Macron come and said that no bombing of the children. So I think that this kind of engagement is great. I mean, we also see recently that just right now, the U.S. Secretary of Commerce is in Beijing, and then they said they're going to establish to vice minister level regular system twice a year from now on. So I think we need to engage rather than decouple, de-risk. I mean, it's a good example. If you're trying to de-risk, BRICS can be de-risk from the dollar, which I mean, the old world we used to live is fine, but people starting to really all the silos together. I mean, everybody reinvent the wheel, and it's a huge waste to the human resources and financial capital. So what I think actually for this globalization nexus, we need to find some common ground to work on. And climate change absolutely is a big target we should all aim at. I mean, we see it happening everywhere. Beijing has the biggest flood in decades. There's 50 people dying in Beijing, capital of China. I mean, look at here too. I mean, so I think that certainly is number one issue. So I think probably we should have a G3 system mechanism, like US, EU, China, plus Global South. Talk about this global climate. I'm going to host an ambassador from EU and US and Chinese to talk about this climate change on September 21st, annual forum. But what I think there's more than that. We should have the globalization nexus is a connectivity. Yeah. We have U.S. proposed, I mean, they all follow China now, propose a huge, gigantic infrastructure plan. Like China has a Belt and Road Initiative, U.S. have a Build Back Better World, B3W, and EU have a EU Global Gateway. So that's great. Everybody realizes infrastructure is so important now. And I'm glad that Josep Borrell, the High Representative of European Union, said to Foreign Minister Wang Yi, that EU Global Gateway is not in contradictory with BRI, so maybe should work together. So we need to find the common things to work together, rather than we are sanctioning each other, decoupling and de-risk, which is lead to a very dangerous position.
Grégoire, you were just moderating a panel on food security before, so food security could also bring the world together, just like the fight against the climate change, but of course with limited resources and natural disasters and so on, that fight becomes quite bloody or pessimistic as well. You have worked a long time in Africa as well with United Nations. So how can we ensure more food security, energy security in the less and least developed countries of the world?
I only have the 1 billion question. That's a great question. I mean, the main conclusion of the panel we had before this one, actually, interestingly enough, we had exactly the same discussion with some of the same panelists in that same room a year ago, and we come up with the same problems and not solutions.
From here.
No, the reality is that I think two things, many very important things were mentioned by Sunjoy, by Henry. Three things. First of all, heightened fragmentation in energy and food, that goes without saying. And let's remind everyone that food security is a human right, a global public good, and that there was a resolution of the UN Security Council in 2018 stressing that any kind of use of weaponization of food security is a breach of international humanitarian law. Well, for some countries, it doesn't matter, apparently. So I think that this is just the first step. The second is how we make sure, and that's why de-risking is not necessarily, it's all a question of definition. Decoupling is a bit sensitive. De-risking means that, you know, everyone tries to lower down the risk as much as possible. I don't think it's a problem as long as we keep engaging, which is very important. So many countries, including China, actually. I mean, I live in Germany, and we see that the German industrial powerhouse of Europe, is having kind of identity crisis, because not only do they need to produce at a much higher energy cost, but their products are not as popular as they used to be in China, because the Chinese are actually manufacturing excellent quality product that not only do they sell in their home market, but in Europe now. So I think that de-risking as such is not the problem. The issue is how do we engage? How do we make sure that we enfranchise as many economic actors as possible and not just some dots on the map? Because I think that there will be no progress and prosperity without economic integration of the most vulnerable population. And going back to your question on food security, we need to have, obviously, the international, and that's another point that Henry stressed, we don't have the structures. I think we actually have them, but we are not willing to reform them, which is perhaps more serious than not having the structures. But we actually need to foster community-based solutions and start, you know, stop crafting solutions from Berlin, Paris, London, or Washington. This age is over.
Bottom-up inclusion. We have a first question from the room. Please state your name, one question, and who you would like to ask the question to.
Not two. No, okay.
One afterwards.
Okay, I will go to second. Okay. At least, okay, Tomi Huhtanen. I'm Executive Director of Martin Center, which is the think tank of the European People's Party. I'm from Brussels. At least in Europe, often we speak about globalization, we refer to trade. And so it was, you know, it was referred in a previous comment already. So what we are seeing is the new rise of the protectionism. So how do you see the role of the trade? We have, for example, case of India, we have the EU-India trade negotiations going on. In Europe, we are maybe a little bit more enthusiastic than in India. You know, when I was in Raisinat, there was not so much talk about it. On the European side, we feel that in Commission's agenda, trade is not anymore so much there. So how do you see the role of the trade and all, you know, the WTO and all that?
The question is for Grégoire, right?
Well, okay.
Who would like to take it? There is enough food for all.
No, excellent question, and I will be very, very short. Trade is fundamental. I mean, President Lula traveled to Johannesburg last week to attend the BRICS summit, and he engaged with many Angolan business representatives saying, I want our Brazilian agribusiness industry to do more, to engage more in Angola, focusing on sustainability, land restoration. So trade is absolutely fundamental. Once one has said that, one has to point out at the fact that we need to reform organizations. You have such a thing as digital trade. We currently don't have that much an updated set of rules. So the World Trade Organization is currently working on it. It is not that simple. I can turn to Arantxa González, who was actually the chief of staff of the head of the WTO for a decade, and I think she would speak about that much sharper than I would, much more sharply than I would. But that's actually important. And last point, yes, I think in Europe, trade has become, for some reasons, less popular than it used to be. But when we talk about the Green Deal, when we talk about agriculture, when we talk about the climate, we need to talk about trade, because it's also the way of making sure that you enfranchise all the communities in the discussion and they feel that they participate and they don't feel excluded. And you know, they have the feeling that whether you're in Europe or in the so-called global south, you are being left behind, and that the change in the discussion is driven by the few at the expense of the many. I think this has to change. But yes, trade is absolutely fundamental.
Yeah. Would anyone else like to take this opportunity? Hideki and
concerning trade prediction, as I was going to mention about the BRICS, that in my mind, in the economic sense, that they are keen to maintain, because they are still developing, even the economic size is already big, and so I think their priorities are high economic growth. So I think in this sense, they do not want to become the enemy of any major countries. So we should understand such a diversity of the different economic stage of the development. And so we should understand the such diversities, and based on that, globalization process will going on. Just short comments.
Thank you. Sunjay.
See, unfortunately, trade barriers are coming back. And trade barriers are coming back across nations. They're coming back across groups of nations. So we moved a long way from where we were. The whole question today, I think what we're discussing today is how do we get back to a world, is it possible to get back to a world where we somehow talk the same kind of language in trade. We understand, okay, what can be done, what cannot be done. We agree on what there's always existed some kind of protection. There's always existed some kind of barriers to trade between countries. I mean, Europe always protected its farmers. India protected certain sectors of its own economy. Others did that. There was a general agreement on what was allowable, which was not allowable. Now that seems to be breaking down. And that is happening not just across the divide which you're talking about, that is also happening between allies. I don't think East Japan is very happy with what happened with the IRA. Yeah. There are problems with Japan has with the IRA. There are similarly problems with countries in the EU have with actions which the US has taken or the other way around.
It's true the world is facing a huge trust issue,
there's a huge trust deficit. So earlier when there was a crisis like this, for example, even I go back to 2008, the economic crisis, the world sat together and the G7 was expanded to the G20, it got elevated at that point from ministers, finance ministers gathering to a heads of state gathering to deal with the economic crisis. And they did take, for good or for bad, it succeeded some of the times, it did not succeed. But there was, for the first time, coordinated action to get over the effects of the economic crisis. It worked for 4 or 5 years. Then things started falling apart when time came for the plowback, for saying, okay, now you need to do quantitative easing, get back. That is where the differences started arising. And precisely at that point of time, when the differences got so straight, you had the BRI come in. The Belt and Road Initiative to sometime 2013, 2014. So if you start looking at the history of these movements, or what happened at what point of time, there are reasons why we have got fragmented, why the BRI today is seen as a challenger to the Indo-Pacific. And these are not just questions of economics. These are questions ultimately happen to you of geostrategy, of larger geoeconomics and geopolitics. So that is where the contests are arising. So when I started saying that there are different versions of globalization existing, and they're jostling for space with each other, these are the different versions, and there is a contest between them. Let us be very clear about it.
Henry, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, no, I think that's really unfortunate. We see the free market system is drawing back now, withdraw actually. I mean, the free trade spirit has been practiced for so long in the world, which I think the US and the Western champion for that. It's unfortunately we see that has been really rolling back. And so I think it's really the key now. We like David Ricardo's competitive advantage, it's already out of window, and there's no more practice of that. So I think the world has to really collaborate, and whoever does the best should continue to do, and we should have a collaborative trust, like we emphasized at this conference, is so important. But I think something we could work together, like World Bank, like AIB, like ADB, FDB, European banks. They're all built on similar charters. Why can't they work together? Have a consortia and take a chunk of a BI, B3W, EU, Global Gateway, and help in the Global South. So we need to find something common objective, really to work together, rather than we are fragmented and decoupled from each other.
Are we making one step forward, two steps back, Manas? And can multilateral institutions and development banks maybe jump in and help?
That works. I agree with most of the people on stage. I just, I think we can't really talk about trade in the sort of extremely, the extreme geopolitical volatility we see today. We can't talk about trade without talking about supply chains. And, when I speak to sort of business leaders, especially, since after February 2022, everyone's minds go straight to Taiwan. We're thinking about if sort of military conflict erupted over Taiwan between the US and China, what would we do? It's become a huge, point of thought leadership. It's addressed at most of the conferences I go to. Yet, if you actually look at the sort of microeconomics of it, very few businesses have a genuinely tangible business plan to mitigate what would happen if that. I mean, you look at Taiwan, 90% of the world's most advanced semiconductors are produced exclusively by TSMC. Very few people have a plan of how to adapt to that if there was sort of military conflict over that. So I think we need to sort of refocus conversations about trade really tangibly into what the sort of actors and agents involved and how they look at the geopolitical world emerging and address sort of the concrete issues there.
Hideki.
Okay. I just would like to add that the fragmentation is globalization. That means that even before the fragmentation this time started, in Asia, for example, in the 1990s, Southeast Asia countries are afraid that China would take over their work. But actually, this was not the case. The complementary relationship emerged. And in the sense that on the other hand, for example, 2011, when the great earthquake caused the lack of some assemblies in this area, and so they caused the very serious effects. So the fragmentation process was going on, especially for the manufacturing industry. And I think Europe also will suffer. Slovenia has the good at the manufacturing. That's why I come here today. And so I think the globalization and the fragmentation, but the other reverse direction can be possible, that we global companies also request the globalization.
Henry, you were a former counselor to the State Council of China, so you do have some insider knowledge and you know how the Chinese government ticks. How worried do you think should we be here in the West, but also across the world, about the future role of China, especially when it comes to Taiwan, microchips and the supply chains?
Yeah, no, I think that I understand. There's a lot of concern overseas, and there's a trust issue, there's a communication issue, and there's a dialogue issue. But I think the COVID, 3 years of lockdown and no exchanges doesn't help at all. And we start to see things starting to change and getting better now, with more and more foreign leaders come to China and Chinese visit overseas. But I think one of the things probably we should notice is if you look at I think there's two fundamental things we need to address. First is this autocracy versus the democracy issue, because they say, Taiwan is a democracy, China is autocracy, then we have to defend Taiwan. But it's not that simple. China is actually, I would say, have a different format of a democracy. It has a consultative democracy, whole people's democracy, and one of the 1,000 years China practice is meritocracy. For example, every year 12 million college students getting into the university by examination voting. They have to do an exam, 12 years. And there's 2 million examination voting for public servant to get into the public service. So that has been done year by year, and China has done that for 1,000 years already. So all the official has to come from grassroots to village to the top. So you can see that system have a different democratic element there. It probably works for China. You have a long-term view, 5,000 years in uninterrupted civilization there. The second thing I would think is, of course, regarding Taiwan. I think Taiwan, like we could probably unite it like Germany and even European Union. I mean, all the economic integration is vital. There is about 2 million Taiwanese working in China mainland. There's about another 500,000 marriages in Taiwan across the street. And eventually, Taiwan and mainland will be united. I mean, I have no question because they have the same culture, same language, same history, and same tradition. So there's no question about that. But I think if you see, if the principle of no official ties is the principle that establishes diplomatic relations with 182 countries China has. But if you keep sending sending officials, congressmen, like the U.S. last year, 40 congressmen, senators visited Taiwan, and China had to protest, has to do some military exercises and things like that. So that people think, oh, China is going to invade Taiwan or whatever. But that's not true. China is always responding, react. If you have the U.S. Civilians plan 60 kilometers to the China coast, and China has to do something. So I think we have to calm down, have to talk, and like the visit is good, and we have the better. And I'm glad to see now that the flights are resumed, trade has resumed between Taiwan and mainland, and hopefully the economic integration will prevail, and then people will have less, worry about this tension that in Taiwan.
We've talked about a lot of issues, but not yet AI. And of course, AI, generative AI, ChatGPT could become a next big actor in the globalization as well. Who here in the room uses ChatGPT, for example? All right. Oh, that's, almost half of the room. Manas, I know you're very much involved with these questions as well of generative AI, ChatGPT, and so on. I think you have something to tell us.
A few things. Sorry, there we go. A few things. I mean, I'm going to make sort of three quick points, which is, number one, I don't think we often really comprehend the scale of transformative change that AI has brought, right? I'll give you three quick numbers to help you understand that. In 2018, when the first iteration of GPT came out, it had 1.7 million parameters. The current iteration of GPT has 1 trillion parameters. And all the experts I've spoken to say that in 5 years' time, it'll have 100 trillion parameters. That's exactly, or what we estimate to be, the amount of synapses in the human brain. So effectively, in 5 years' time, we're looking at a world where we have an entirely artificialized computing power of a human brain. The second thing I think we really try to do is we try to split up the uses of ChatGPT and more generally generative AI and just AI into good use or bad use. But what we really need to realize is that effectively it's a tool that can be used in two different ways. There's military and civilian applications of both, right? The same sort of tool that you can use to create content for Instagram, you can use to create propaganda for the war in Russia, and for the war in Ukraine by Russia. The same AI you can use to drive cars, you can use to drive tanks on battlefields. And so that's something we don't need to forget about. But I thought Martina posed this question to me a few minutes before the panel. I thought it might be interesting simply to ask ChatGPT what it thought about ChatGPT. And I wanted to sort of read you out what it came up with. It was a little bit scary. ChatGPT said, "Here I am, a product of technology, embodying the very changes I describe. Generative AI, like myself, GPT, stands at the center of reshaping the global workforce. While I aid in tasks, I also exemplify the concerns. Businesses will prioritize cost-effective AI over human employees, amplifying income inequality. Jobs might become obsolete. The paradox lies in my own role, a tool for both disruption and adaptation. Yet just as I suggest adaptation, I too face the inevitability of change. It's a reminder that the future I outline is as much a reflection of my own evolution as it is a prediction of the broader technological impact." The fact that it could come up with a response much more coherent than the one I initially presented should scare everyone in the room. So I'll leave it at that.
It's quite philosophical, and also that it says the paradox lies in its own role, so basically also questioning its responsibility quite a lot. Any remarks, any comments to that? Yes, please.
Hello, yes, thank you. My name is Marco Limbeck. I think generally about ChatGPT and AI basically is just a tool for us to help us develop ourselves. So maybe it's possible of many things, but it's a tool that will help us. But I wanted to talk about the globalization in general. I think it's going to continue for sure. It's just going left and right, up and down, and it goes in cycles, in waves. So for sure there's going to be another wave of us getting together, because I think that we as people have a tendency to come together, to merge, to group. And sometimes somebody wants to get isolated, but in general we tend to come together. So for sure we will. no matter different policies and political interests and so on, who is up and down. And there may be different drivers, different countries, there's always somebody who's driving something, you know, and somebody who's opposing it. So for sure, maybe drivers will change. Maybe there will be new countries, maybe cities will drive the change opposed to the countryside. And maybe another nexus that we could mention is the climate change that can bring us together, because, you know, disasters always bring people together. It's us and the nature. So generally, we care more and more about global change. Of course, there are people who deny it. Usually, they are the same who promote protectionist practices. But I think sooner or later, we will come together, and the next step will happen. And I'm sure that the good forces will prevail 100%.
Thank you so much for your comments. Do you have a question as well? Just
Do you agree
quick
with that?
note of optimism. Very good. Who here in the room believes that globalization will continue? Oh, we have a lot of pessimists. Okay. Oh, as well. All right, very good. Okay. I wanted to also ask about the threat and risks of cyber war. Right, that could also be a nexus of, not globalization, but deglobalization. How worried is the panel about a third world war that could be a cyber war? Grégoire, come on. Yeah, Banas first.
I think there's a global cyber war going on right now,
Already?
and it has been going on for a decade.
Yeah.
I think, cyber war is not something that will take place in the form of a grand unified conflict between two different civilizations that lasts a certain amount of days and kills a certain amount of people. If you look at the actors, the agents, and the interests involved, you speak to UK businesses, 30% of British businesses are hit by a cyber attack every week.
Yeah.
You can look at developing countries. In Turkey and Colombia, 90% of businesses, and these are very small businesses, by the way, that aren't even that digitized, are hit by a cyber attack every year. You look at some of the scale of these actions. If any of you have had the privilege to travel to Estonia, you'll know that almost everything in Estonia is digitized, apart from, I think, having to carry out a divorce. In Estonia in 2007, because of a cyber attack, for 3 days, the entire country went offline. And so I think we need to reframe these questions to really think about what's going on right now and pick apart what we mean by war and what we mean by conflict. There's a brilliant colleague of mine at Oxford called Lucas Kello, and he came up with this wonderful book where he outlined the concept of unpeace. He says, the modern world, the sort of dichotomy between peace and war is very fragile. We fundamentally live in an era of insecurity and unpeace where we see thousands of acts of aggression every day. Whether or not you classify that war is largely a semantic issue.
Sunjoy, or Hideki first.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that the problem of this issue is there's no regulation for such hybrid wars, because essentially no one admits that they are proceeding such a new way of wars, and they have the incentives that if the countermeasures are found, they will willingly invent the new way. And so it's a very difficult task. And I noticed that the EU and NATO are recently closely working together, but it can be it cannot be efficient, speedy process. And it is related to, can I say that relating to the previous comments of the ChatGPT, that I think these kinds of the continuous competition between the regulators and the innovators or inventors. So this is a fundamentally difficult question, and it depends on the EU and even the UK and the US. How to balance these, invention and the regulation, proper regulation will be different, and the EU has started to implement. And anyway, it is related to the, based on the basic understanding of the difference of the data. So data can be used for everyone. It's a US way. It's a social common goods, and the data should be protected, especially the personal data should be protected in the EU. So.
And worldwide as well, right? Sunjoy, what is your take from India?
See, cyber war and cybercrime, two aspects, two sides of the same coin. issue with both of these always has been, how does it add to the cost of governance and securitization, both for corporates, both for governments? And a big question that keeps on arising time after time for businesses and today even for governments, because there is a problem when your capacity is challenged. The capacity to function starts getting challenged by acts of aggression of this nature. And most governments today are grappling with this problem of how to build that capacity, to be able to confront attacks which come from outside the borders. And most states have that problem. Yeah. The richer states maybe, yes, can handle it better. Poorer states find it more difficult to handle these acts of cybercrime. Mm-hmm. So it is, yes, it is a security threat. It is a security threat which can basically destabilize many countries.
It's still in our own hands and not in the hands of robots or machines, hopefully. Henry?
Yeah, no, I think that is exactly the challenge we're facing right now, the lack of a global governance and global coordination system for those newly arriving AI, digital, cybersecurity, all those issues. That's exactly global leadership is needed. And then the US, China, EU should work together. I mean, unfortunately, that was not. I actually have a proposal. For example, we have a G20 going to be India. Yeah. But why can't I have a D20? Let's have a digital 20. The 20 largest digital countries should get together. All 20 largest digital companies, we should talk about those issues and then have proposals from industry, from policymakers, and then we can maybe try to have something going on, because otherwise this area is so threatening, and we haven't got a global system to protect us, and that is very dangerous.
Yeah. D20, D-BRICS, and so on, that's a great idea. Manas?
I really agree with that point. I think when you look at who will answer the questions of cyber in the future, it's not going to be the countries, it's going to be the companies. And I'm increasingly confident about that. Microsoft is a sponsor for this conference. There's a time when the US State Department was trying to create a digital Geneva Convention, and they couldn't get many states to agree. Microsoft came in a year later, I think it was in 2017, created the Digital Geneva Convention itself, got a few hundred companies to agree to it, but then also got the majority of states in the world to sign that document. Right? You look at the sort of exceeding power of these companies, much of their sort of market cap is larger than the GDP of many European nations. And increasingly, countries recognize this as well. They don't talk about it, but they know it. There's 26 countries in the world right now, and possibly more, this number is 6 months old, that all have a tech embassy in Silicon Valley. So this is not a consulate in San Francisco. This is an official embassy and a tech ambassador appointed to represent these countries' national security interests directly to these companies and in their headquarters there. And I mean, the first one were the Danes, and then they, I think, only came about in 2017-18. A gentleman called Kasper Klinge. What did he do after he led up the embassy there? He joined Microsoft's European public policy team and then sort of went on the other side. So I think really trying to address these questions of cyber war and digitization and AI, we need to make sure we're not thinking about it in a sort of narrow status lens where we still think the G20 or the UN might intervene and do something about it. Fundamentally, the axes of power have changed, and these questions will be decided by the private companies. It's just a matter of who, what, when, where, and why.
And we have to monitor and control them as well, business ethics, values, and so on. Grégoire?
I think two very important things have been stressed. The first is what Manas said, and I don't think whether it's very optimistic or necessarily positive that all that power lies in the hand of non-state actors. So of course that's a fact. They're much more reactive. They're much more agile. They're far more ambitious. Earlier I referred to the kind of gap between the perception of the world between political leaders and business leaders, but that is a real issue, and that is currently, if you look at how the EU is regulating all those big tech giants, a real democratic concern, I should think. So, and the second part is you've mentioned AI, cyber. It's, to be honest, a question of narrative. All the problems that we've been addressing in this discussion and since the conference started, food insecurity, we talked about tax policy, health issues, migration. Artificial intelligence could be an extraordinary tool to address all those problems. So I'm not saying that it's only bright and it's tomorrow will be fantastic and there will be peace in the world. Ultimately, I guess there will. We might not be there to see it. But when it comes to policy solutions, I guess the narrative matters because those technological developments are providing, you mentioned Estonia, small country that is, as far as digitization is concerned, as mighty as a much bigger country. And the last thing is, I guess, a mindset matters. And I very much like what I heard from Henry when he said, you know, we should come up with a D20. I mean, this is exactly the sort of mindset that we need. Creativity, being bold and saying, hey, you don't align on many things. Let's bring you together around a table to talk about something that is not necessarily too politically sensitive, but will do business together.
Just do it, absolutely. So maybe focusing more on business and not so much geopolitics. Our topic of the panel is the future nexus of globalization. So we can't leave this room without talking about the next generation. Manas, you founded London Politica a few years ago. You have young people in your network, in your company from 34 countries speaking 46 languages. What are some of the top concerns for the next generation?
I think at sort of London Politica, we really try to look at overlooked geopolitical risks. One thing I think the youth is increasingly clear about is they don't want change on the margins, they want systemic change. They're also increasingly clear that the challenges of tomorrow are not the challenges of yesterday. And so when I see everyone, I mean, let me try to give you a concrete example. When I see everyone talking about the risk of World War III and the sort of nuclear exchange between the US and Russia, you know, reasonably all good things to worry about. How many people really talk about the threat of chemical weapons and biological weapons, right? We could do a poll in the room. Take biological weapons, the multilateral framework to mitigate the consequence of biological weapons. I'll give you 3 numbers, raise your hand, right? How many of you think we spend more than $1 billion a year on that? How many of you think we spend more than $100 million on that? How many of you think we spend more than $20 million on that? I think collectively, at least we got half of the room. I feel like some people are still a little bit shy. It was a bit of a trick question. We spend $1.1 million every year on the International Biological Weapons Convention, right? We collectively probably spend more on drinks last night. So I think it's really worth being aware about if we're talking about multilateral solutions and we're talking about what are the problems of the future, to really condense them into the numbers, right? Money moves the world, to condense them into what are we actually doing to build the international architecture to solve these problems.
We have about 5 minutes left. Is there any burning question in the room before you go for lunch? Yes, please. One short question there and then the lady in the middle.
Mirjana Perko from Slovenia. How much money do you think is spent on preventing cybercrime?
I don't know.
You must have the answer.
You must, yeah.
Anyone in the room has the answer?
I don't have the answer, but I know that it's not coming from nowhere. So there are areas in the world that exist, and I'm sure that many politicians or many world leaders know about them, like the whole area in Johannesburg is where they're doing cybercrime, and nobody acts on that.
Well, I can, there is one estimate which came out some years ago, and I can give you the source. $3 trillion is the cost of cybercrime. It's a huge cost. No, this is the cost to the economies. It's a ransomware and all that which goes around the world. Credit card theft and everything else. How much is spent on countering it? We don't have figures.
It's just estimates, right? We don't really have transparent data for that as well. We have a question here, one last from the lady.
Hey, it's Anya. I come from the European Crypto Initiative. My question would be, who would be the global lawmakers if you could name a few? We heard for Food Association, perhaps one of them. We heard that there's going to be companies, so happy to hear that that's going to be the answer as well. But if you could name a few stakeholders that you could perceive to be the next global lawmakers, that would be amazing.
Maybe quickly, all of you?
Actually, that's a very, very interesting question, which is, the whole, when we start talking about the future of multilateralism, how to get multiple stakeholders involved in a world which, as Manas pointed out today, is far more complex, far more complicated, and beyond the capacity of certain, just nation states to address them. Now, that is a dilemma which we have not even started addressing. We did it in the cyber world. You had the INR transition, lots of things happened. We had a multi-stakeholder approach, and the world at that moment came together and signed on. Today, we are not really discussing of those terms. Today, we are far more fragmented. But yes, to move forward into a truly multilateral system, the way where we are, the sizes of the stakeholders who have got involved, whether it is, fighting pandemics, far more work is done fighting pandemics today or fighting diseases across the world by non-governmental agencies, organizations, than is actually spent by the government. So NGOs also have become very big in this matter. So these are important stakeholders which eventually do have a say and should logically, on a platform, have a say when the future of this next globalization is going to be decided.
Any final comment from the panel before we wrap it up? Yes?
Yeah, I think this is a great question, and I don't want to escape it, but we actually have one global lawmaker. It's the European Union. And this is a fact, on many things from hate speech online to product standards to health policy. The only issue, and that's the next panel actually, is that they mostly lead in trend setting, not so much in innovation. And the second foot is innovation. I mean, you can't be a lawmaker, as you put it, or trendsetter on the long run if you don't couple it with innovation.
Hideki?
Thank you. So actually, I enjoyed yesterday's last session moderated by the Sanjay. And I was thinking at the time on the multilateralization. I think keyword should be the effective multilateralization. There was multilateralization. So that I think it might be the answer to your question that just like the common law, or based on the accumulation of the various activities, such laws are formed. And finally, it is related to my previous comment that the solidarity, which is the main theme of this year's forum, is based on the diversity. Acknowledging the diversity of the various big, small, and various countries, and so based on that, so from the bottom-up process.
Bottom-up, Manas?
I mean, I think the boring answer is to be a mixture of business. Sorry. The boring answer is going to be a mixture of businesses, academia, civil society, etc. I think one group of actors I want to use this question to really sound alarm about is the rise of effectively, high net worth individuals as the shapers and breakers of modern society, right? I think, to sort of speak to Gregoire's point, I think it's actually quite hard to differentiate between laws and norms. Effectively, norms become laws and laws become norms. But sometimes, if you look at what happened in Ukraine in sort of early stages of the war, one of the first movers was Elon Musk, when the Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine said, Mr. Musk, we don't have access to Wi-Fi. On a tweet, he said this, could you please give us access to Starlink? In 7 hours, he replied right away. In 24 hours, the first Starlink terminals were shipped into the country. And that put Ukraine, some of the experts have said, connected to the grid and connected to the network for 3 weeks more than they would have been otherwise. That could have been a total game changer to the war. No one talks about it. It was all the mercy of one private billionaire who had access to this technology, which frankly the Pentagon and the United States did not. So it's really about, I feel often we don't question the role of some of these people. They become media hype through Twitter or X or whatever it's called now. But they play a very vital role in geopolitics, and we need to start addressing that.
Absolutely. Final word from Henry.
Yeah, no, I think this is an excellent question. Who is the lawmaker? But I think that's the UN. That's the UN family, all the international organizations, WTO, of course. We need to strengthen that. We are weakening that now. That's really exactly, I think the objective is to strengthen the international system and multilateral system and UN-led system. That's really the key to the question. Of course, EU as well. And of course, many other countries, civil society, think tanks can also contribute to that.
And with those words, we came full circle because we need to finish this panel on time. Some people need to catch a plane. So safe travels from here. We talked about a lot of issues, the rise of the global south, inclusion of communities, bottom up, a new D20 to deal with AI and challenges like ChatGPT, which itself says that it's a paradox lying in its own role. But we do have some optimistic voices here that globalization will continue, but we need more dialogue. Thank you to our amazing panel and to you, the audience, for a great session. Thank you.
so rekli, slovenska spizja, veča. A? Ja? Žnikač. Za publiko imaš enko tam zunanja. Ta pa moderator. Ta moderator, ja. Še boljše. Še boljše. Za moderatorja. Moderator je
Yes. Thank you very much. So who was here for the last panel? Raise your hand. Okay, who was here for the last panel and the one before? Goodness me, so you will have to bear with me for another 75 minutes. I'm very sorry for that. Thank you very much for being here. This is obviously a very important discussion, and we're very privileged to be joined by our hostess, the Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Slovenia, Tanja Fajon. So great many thanks to you, to your outstanding team, amid very challenging circumstances, to have, again, brought this up together. This is such a wonderful and stimulating place to meet up with new people and be challenged. And it's not that common, actually, to be challenged. Most of the time we're trapped into bubbles. So there have been many topics, but of course Europe has been on the top of the list, and we've been hearing a lot about Europe, enlargement, leadership. So we'll try to have to drive that conversation in such a way that we don't repeat ourselves, and have a discussion that is as interactive as possible. So we have many panelists, and if I were to go through their CV, I think we would still be there next year for the next forum. So I will just very briefly introduce them, although they need no introduction. I'll start with you, Madam Deputy Prime Minister, Tanja Fajon, who has been driving so much since you arrived last year, and I must say that in spite of the sad circumstances in which this forum is taking place, there has been an outstanding news. It's that Slovenia, as all of you know by now, has been elected for a 2-year term in the UN Security Council, and I think this is outstanding news for Slovenia, but also for Europe. So we look forward to working with you for the next 2 years, and I guess that there will be a lot on the horizon for you. With us today as well, Arantxa González, who is currently the Dean of the Paris School of International Affairs, one of the best ranked school in international and foreign policy. Before that, she served as Foreign and Europe Minister of the Kingdom of Spain, and served before that many other responsibilities, but Chief of Staff to the head of the World Trade Organization at a very challenging time. So thank you very much to be with us. We're also very happy to be joined by a kind of other dean. So I wanted to be a bit provocative and ask who was at the helm of the best school, but I will not dare ask the question. We'll wait until the end of the panel. So Federica Mogherini, who is the rector of the College of Europe, president both Belgium and Poland, and before that she was obviously Executive Vice President of the European Commission, High Representative for Foreign Security Policy, and before that Foreign Minister of the Italian Republic. Thank you very much for being with us. And we also have two senior representatives of the region. To my right, Foreign Minister from, I don't know what that means. I guess it's about Europe, Vassal, a leader. I don't know what that means. But we have Foreign Minister Vlašovský from the Republic of Slovakia. As you know, Slovakia will go to vote next year, so it's an important time for the country. And last but not least, Mr. Maričić, who is the Deputy Prime Minister for European Affairs of North Macedonia. Thank you very much for being with us today. So as you can see, we have a very diverse kind of sociology on the panel, and I hope we can leverage that as much as we can. I will not dive into the background. We all know it. We've now been 18 months into the war in Ukraine, and we also have sensed the tremendous acceleration of the impact of climate change, starting with here, for instance, across Europe, across the so-called global south. No one is being spared, and we see that kind of snowball effect where you have these interconnected crises playing in one another and multiplying the effect on mostly the most vulnerable communities in both Europe, across OECD economies, and the global south. I guess I can say that before the COVID pandemic, and naturally before the war in Ukraine, no one, first of all the EU itself, would have imagined that the EU would have demonstrated such leadership and such capacity to, get together and be as daring as going towards a mutual debt, for instance, and now there are even talks about mutual security procurement. So I guess one of the main lessons, and I look at the title Global Leader, Vassal, obviously it's a very provocative title, but is that the means are there. The psychological capability of Europe is there. They are the means to be a leader. But of course there are some things in the horizon that still make us think, believe, or fear that we might still be lagging behind, or to quote the French president, that we are still very much aligned with the United States, and that we should be able to afford the luxury to, I quote him, pick up our crises. Well, I don't know whether we have that luxury. We are now, of course, still committed to the transatlantic community, and I know it's a very important topic to the Western Balkans, but we also have strategic interests, especially in Southeast Asia and China, without the leadership of which such an important topic as climate change cannot be properly addressed. So I'd like to start with you, Madam Deputy Prime Minister, and the first question. It has been an intense year for you, obviously, and I stress the wonderful news of having Slovenia in the United Nations Security Council. How to keep a balance in this very unstable and uncertain world of strategic alliances and interest at a time of heightened geopolitical tensions. There's even a term that was coined by an American political scientist. We live in an era of geopolitical recession.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would just like to say that you know, hosting such an event, 2 days of very intensive contacts and meetings, when I came to the room and I looked to the title, because they were just putting me from one event to another, I said, oh, goodbye Europe, that's a good panel they put me in, so maybe hope not with a purpose, but I think it's a very important discussion. I had an amazing experience in the last year when I was doing a campaign for the UN Security Council. Actually, it was a big privilege, but it was also a big learning lesson, because I had a chance to travel all around the globe and speak with partners I've never spoken before, or even Slovenia didn't have traditional contacts. So what I realized in many parts, where I was in India or in Africa or Latin America or Caribbean even, that in fact, it's so important that we hear each other, that we listen to each other. We realize we have so many same challenges around the globe that we have to address them together, and at the same time, we have never been so deeply polarized and divided as we are today. If you look, for example, the institutions or the Security Council, or also Europe after the Europe is united, but we still, you know, have our own challenges inside the institutions. But what is important for Europe, I think, first, that we are strong inside, and this is now what we are, in a way, reflecting with the war in Ukraine. There is an amazing unity. There is also an amazing solidarity. If I look just an experience from Slovenia in the last few weeks, I can tell you from the first day we felt we are not alone. And this was this European and international solidarity that was with us. And it's important we embrace it and we really try to push it. Why I'm saying as it's solidarity is so important, and solidarity is also multilateralism, that we work together on the global level, it's extremely important. And for Europe to be a credible partner, it's important that we are capable of respecting principles of international law, of the rule of law, of the solidarity, of the mechanisms that are in place. That means also how are we reflecting to crisis all around the world, that we are honest, that we reflect in the same way to the crisis around. Most often I heard a big criticism that we are not honest, that we are not embracing or being humble, that we are more ignorant to the other parts of the world. And that is what we have to bear in mind. And I would say for Europeans that too often I heard like the criticism West against the rest, or with this deeply polarized world, how to be consistent, consistency. Many partners around the globe was telling me, you have to be consistent with your approach. And this is true. We need each other today, I believe, stronger than ever. And also European Union, I was elaborating on the formula, how to address today's topic, like on one hand, how to make a successful and competitive European Union. We could address 3E, for example, engagement, enlargement, evolution, and everything I could elaborate. Engagement means that we embrace all parts of the globe. Enlargement, that we enlarge, we discuss about the Western Balkans for 20 years, Eastern neighborhood, and evolution, that means that we are also adapting our mechanisms to discuss, because some are maybe old-fashioned, like discussion today that is opening on qualified majority vote, but this is what comes still. And on the other hand, how the EU can be acting, another 3E I will put forward, it's eagerness, expedience, experience. And all this I could develop so on both hands. And we could have a nice formula, you know, to be a competitive, successful Europe for the future. Just a little bit to you know, play with the words and what we can do better for our Europe in the future.
Thank you very much. I guess that one of the main thing that you've highlighted is our perception. I think power and perception matters for power projection. There's something we've been touching, covering a lot in previous discussions, is the cost of fragmentation and what it means for a geopolitical power like Europe. And I'd like to turn to you, Foreign Minister Vlachowski. Slovakia has had the most consistent economic growth in the whole Eurozone, actually outperforming Ireland. And you actually are an export-driven country. And I would imagine that the kind of discussion about decoupling, to some extent de-risking, and seeing China deciding to, you know, mostly rely on its own domestic output and production, might be an issue for you.
Thank you. Does it work? Yeah. Thank you. And first of all, I'm really glad to be here in Bled. It's my first time in a forum, and so far it's perfect. The debates, the meeting with partners, and I want to congratulate Tanya on this. And to come back to your question, and also to touch upon the thought-provoking title of this panel, I think it's the leader versus Vassal. It's not entirely correct. I think leadership is not only about hegemony, but also about the partnership. And I used to work as a director of strategic communication, and I would like to continue what Tanya said, that the words are important. And actually this dichotomy, this concept, the EU as a vassal of the United States, is a concept which is pushed by Russia on us. That's the way how they want to present the European Union. And the problem with Russia's approach to the European Union is that they neither like it nor understand the concept of the European Union, and as such they want to diminish the impact of the European Union. And I think they were very much surprised by the reaction of the European Union on the Russian aggression towards Ukraine, and on the fact that we were able to be united. And coming to your question about competitiveness and about the industry, and I think one of the challenges we are facing is here in Slovakia is that we are a country which in recent years strongly developed the automotive industry, but the way we have structured our economy is vulnerable to robotics, and we can slowly but surely lose a lot of jobs due to that. So we have to think about it, how to adjust to knowledge-based economy. That's one of the challenges we facing, and we as a Europe, we are facing the challenge that we very often just focus on ourselves and do not see the bigger picture and how we have to maintain competitiveness vis-a-vis other global actors like US, like China, and in a world of politics, but also in a world of economy.
So it's the question of self-perception as well. I'd like to go back on really that very important topic of perception, and I think that matters whether we talk about vassal or leader. And I'd like to turn to you, Madam Gonzalez. The EU has actually, when we look at the figures, committed more to Ukraine in military, financial, and humanitarian aid than the United States, in spite of what many might feel or think or read, or what some observers say. And the fact that I say in spite of means that it seems that the EU, but perhaps it's a collective issue, everyone here is responsible, is not able to defend its greatest achievements. And it seems to be a kind of chronic complex, is it not?
So thank you, Tanya, first for hosting us in what is effectively a difficult situation in this country. We appreciate it doubly. I think it's become commonplace to belittle Europe, to fear China, and to elevate the US. So you're going to allow me to row against the current for a moment. Let's look at China. For 10 years, we have been underestimating China's desire to be the world #1. And I feel that for the last 10 months, we are overestimating the ability of China to deal with the internal challenges that it has, and in particular, a very important one on the economy, which is that you cannot have a very well-functioning economy that is driven by a political party. Let me look at the US. We obviously admire the incredible innovative capacity of the American economy, the competitiveness, the creativity, the innovation. But this country is facing the prospect that a candidate to president of the country is a person, is facing that prospect. Not saying that this will be, but this is a person that is prosecuted, if not sentenced, under criminal law, under a legislation concerning mafia. So, again, this is not to diminish the incredible capacity of this country. This is to point also at the weaknesses that we see in the US, who is not just our partner, it's our ally. It's the country with whom we share the most intimate relationship, which is defense and security. So we have reasons to be slightly concerned. Now let's look at the European Union. I think the biggest problem we have is a lack of confidence in ourselves and an abusive tendency to look at what's not working without looking at what is working. So, of course, just like you, Tanya, for the end part of the conversation, I look at what's not working. I have a list that I've prepared, but I like to look at what's working. I think it's been phenomenal that we've been able to hold together in the middle of a war that is, by nature, given the tough measures we've taken, divisive. I want to acknowledge that we are in the midst of an incredibly complicated, difficult path, energy transition, but we are making it. I want to put into sharper focus the incredible effort at solidarity that the European Union is having. And this solidarity is not just vis-à-vis Ukraine, it's also with the rest of the world, leading internationally on themes that the EU believes are important for itself, but for the world, on climate change, on financial stability. So, Grégoire, allow me to be a little bit more optimistic, plead for a little bit more of bolder attitude vis-à-vis Europe, because the tasks we have ahead will necessitate a much bolder Europe.
I must apologize for my chronic depressive look at the current state of Europe. But thank you very much for pushing us to, and that's what matters, I think, in terms of mindset, going against the current and looking where our strengths lie and where our partners, allies, weaknesses lie as well. I'd like to turn to you, Deputy Prime Minister Maricic. We have seen heard two initiatives focusing on enlargement recently, namely the Austrian Foreign Minister Schallenberger, who launched the Friends of the Western Balkans, a set of 7 EU countries committed to speeding up the process of EU accession to Western Balkan states. And yesterday, little breaking news, there was the conference of the ambassadors in Paris, and President Macron came up with a new idea that is called, I quote, a multi-speed Europe, whatever that means, he didn't define it, to cope with enlargement. And he stressed that this comes on top of his plan for the European political community. So there seems to be a lot of initiatives devoted to the Balkans, but that does not mean that you will be granted EU membership for the near future. So the question is, do you take this as a kind of incentive to be patient, or as a kind of feature of frustration? Is that
all these easy questions? Thank you so much. I just want to thank you for the opportunity. We are experienced candidate country. Already from 2005 we have got the candidate status, so we have patience, and none of these initiatives is new actually. We have heard them many times. I always joke with my Montenegrin friends when they say we are celebrating the first 10 years of negotiations with the EU, which means there will be the second 10 years and then who knows how many decades. I want first of all to express our deepest condolences, solidarity, and loyalty and partnership with Slovenia and Slovenian people. And I think that whatever happens here, we feel it as also our happiness or our bad luck. So we are here to help always when Slovenia needs it. And I'm mentioning this deliberately because I think that the European Union has demonstrated strength in this situation. And I think the only answer to this topic, global vassal or global leader, is how much the European Union can demonstrate strength in times of crisis. This was key for the Western Balkans. Let me give you a few examples and answer to your important questions. When the COVID crisis started, we were desperately asking for vaccines around the world. The aid from European Union that arrived was substantial and helped us a lot, but it arrived a bit later. The first to help was one neighboring country with Chinese and with Russian vaccines. When the war in Ukraine started, and when North Macedonia was one of the first countries to embrace the sanctions against Russia, and we dismissed 11 Russian diplomats from the embassy in Skopje, which for the size of our country is a lot. Then, when that happened, we were knocking on the doors in Prague, because it was the Czech presidency, at those times when the crisis occurred at a very high time, and in Brussels, to ask that this time, when we have harsh energy crisis on the door and harsh food crisis on the door, that EU is the first to help, that this is the most important thing. Not the size of the help, not what you do, but to be the first, because we cannot feel alone when we fight for values, for European values in Ukraine. And it came. It came in form of 80 million euro assistance for energy and a lot more channels for assistance, which was crucial for the people of North Macedonia to understand that EU cares for us as their partners and future members. I think that this is the Ukrainian crisis, the war in Ukraine, the Russian aggression was the turning point. This is the sobering moment for the European Union. This is why it's so important. So it's in my opinion, it's not a theoretic question. It's always a concrete question whether EU will be a global leader or global vassal. It will be a leader as long as it demonstrates strength in times of crisis for their own partners that defend the European values across the continent and across the globe. How can that be translated in the enlargement policy and in what used to be the Eastern Partnership? Now it's not Eastern Partnership anymore because Ukraine and Moldova are considered to be candidates. They are candidates and they have European perspective. The European enlargement policy is the strongest policy of European Union on the European continent for the European countries that are not already in the EU. The more people of our countries believe that it's tangible and it is actually going to happen, the stronger will be the voice of the European Union. Because all the security crises in the Western Balkans were resolved through the transatlantic partnership between the US and the European Union, diplomacy or military action. For North Macedonia, that diplomacy of High Rep Solana at that time and George Robertson as Secretary General of NATO was crucial to save our country for a Bosnia-like war. It was crucial to stop the conflict in the initial stage and pacify the country and create a successful model of managing cultural differences. But the glue, the societal glue, was the European integration, the future membership of the European Union. This is what drives the country forward. You know, back in 2005, 6, 7, 8, when a European ambassador would call for a press conference, you would see hundreds of cameras and very high interest. Whatever the ambassador would say, or a country report would come out, it would be a topic for 3 weeks in the country, or a month, conferences, TV shows, etc. Today, when we have the country report, it's in the news for 1 minute. Nobody cares. Not a lot. Maybe few civil society organizations will make statements. Nobody cares. This is my fear. This is what I was explaining to the representatives of France and European Union last year when they were tabling the French proposal, that we are afraid that without a tangible accession plan and date, nobody will care what the European Union says, because the Russian strategy in the Western Balkans is extremely simple. They say EU doesn't work for you. It works for rich Western countries, but not for you. They don't want you there. This is why I think that this partnership is extremely important. This is why I value very high the speech of President Michel yesterday, because for the first time, after Croatia has acceded to the EU, some EU official is making a time reference for the future enlargement. This is very important, and we should build up on this. I have followed the President Macron's statement, and we expect that. It's nothing new. As I said, we are experienced candidate. We have heard everything. But that means that the reforms in the EU and the reforms in the Western Balkans need to happen at the same time and come together in 2030. I will finish with one sentence on China. I think that transatlantic partnership is irreplaceable for the strength of the European Union, because it is based and should be based on values. We remember how tragically finished the flirting with Gaddafi. We remember how tragically finished the flirting with Putin, and don't think that it will be any different if we go on flirting with China. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And you're referring to reform, and I'd like to turn to you, Rector Mogherini, regarding reform. It's been a year since the speech of Chancellor Scholz in Prague, during which he addressed the issue of the enlargement, but he stressed that enlargement was necessary, enlargement would happen, but would call for deeper integration, such as qualified voting. I don't know whether that applies to qualified voting, but apparently it's, well, absolutely. So the question to you, given perhaps the kind of freedom you have now that you might not have enjoyed when in your previous responsibility, is what is the, how shall I talk, whether it's likelihood or rather relevance of relinquishing unanimity in foreign policy? Is this something that, let's put it that way, had it been in force under your tenure as High Representative, would that have changed things tremendously?
No.
Then I'll elaborate on that. But first, let me thank Tanya and all friends that have been behind this wonderful gathering. I was here at the Bled Strategic Forum in 2017. Actually, it's great to be back and have the time to enjoy the panels, listen to the panels, and meet people. And it's great. You've done a great job, especially considering what Slovenia has gone through recently. And let me also join colleagues and friends in expressing solidarity and all support to the Slovenian people that, as an Italian, I feel more than neighbors, like brothers and sisters. So thank you for hosting us in this endeavor. And thank you also for the topic, because yes, it's challenging, stimulating, but I would like to follow up on Arantxa's optimism, and it has to do with unanimity too. Now I have the luxury of zooming out a bit, so if you allow me, can I bring you back to 2016, June 2016, referendum in the UK, decision to leave. And in the European Council that happened in the end of June 2016, only a few days after the UK referendum, the big fear was that that was the beginning of the end. And you might remember that. Everybody was thinking of that. Everybody was writing or talking about that. And everybody was assuming that the UK would have been only the first one of a long series of member states that would have left. And look at us now. So I'm even more provocatively optimistic than you are, Arantxa, if you allow me. I think that what happened with the reaction to the pandemic of the European Union has been historical. I would have never dreamt of something like that. The financial mechanism that was put in place, even a couple of weeks before, anyone in Brussels would have told you, and in capitals even more so, would have told you that this would have been possible at all. And Juncker tried so much. No way. And it happened. If you think of the extension of the competencies, I mean, the Commission did things that were not in the treaties. And it happened. And they did it because actually the European Union is ready and is capable of doing extraordinary things fast, united, and relevant, which are the three things that normally you don't associate to the European Union, when there is the political feeling of pressure and urgency. It doesn't happen when the member states don't have the same feeling of urgency and priority. But once we're all on the same page of, okay, this is important, we need to deliver, we need to react, then it happens. And it's fast, united, and relevant. So much that actually, I believe that without the European Union, we would have not literally survived the COVID time across Europe. And maybe I say this because my country was hit first and hardest, but I think we can say this for all countries in the European continent, not only in the European Union. Without the European Union, we wouldn't have overcome the COVID crisis as we have done. Still with too many losses. Time was not as fast as it could have been, but finally, both from the sanitary measures, the vaccines and everything else, maybe only Belgium would have managed, but so first. And then the war in Ukraine, the reaction to the war in Ukraine was impressively unanimous, sure, with discussions. But you have discussions also in national governments. I mean, you have a coalition government in any given country, you have discussions before Council of Ministers, right? And you have discussions among the 27, at my times 28. But I always was saying, don't look at the doorsteps of the ministers when they enter the Council. Obviously, that is the moment when they have to mark the national positions. They have to go back home and then say, I raised my point. Look at the press conference at the end of the Council. We have decided together to do this, and that is relevant. It's okay to have different voices. The important thing is that these different voices come to a common decision and a common course of action. So, to tell you the truth, at my times, then I know times have changed, so it might not be the same now, but out of my own experience, 2014, 2019, I never experienced ever a problem of unanimity vote in decision-making in the Foreign Affairs Council. And as you know, the Foreign Affairs Council meets at least once a month. And I would add to that, as the High Representative also sits at the European Council, I also never experienced a unanimity issue at the European Council level. Again, it might be different today. What I experienced was the consistency element. You decide something. I think journalists call it in Brussels, or at least used to call it in Brussels, the syndrome of ground zero, because you move from ground 50 at the time in the previous council meeting, then you go down to ground zero where you have the press room, and what was decided on the 50th floor together was referred on the zero, on the press room, as the European Union has decided, or Brussels has decided. The Belgians are the only ones that cannot do that, but otherwise, ministers sometimes tend to forget that it's not the European Union that decides, but it's themselves deciding something together. So my problem, at least the problem I experienced during my 5 years in office, was the distance between a decision that was taken unanimously altogether, without too much of an issue, well, a lot of work, because that requires a lot of work to prepare decisions, and then the implementation of the decision. Because foreign policy is not a legislative act. It's a matter of belief. It's the symbolism, it's the contacts, it's the visits, it's the démarche, it's all the work that you do behind the decision that you take. But for me, it's a matter of ownership, and it's a matter of having all member states feeling that the EU foreign policy is their own foreign policy, and that the EU decisions empower the national decisions to grow. Because as great as we are, we're definitely a global leader. On this, I fully align with what Arantxa said. We have a self-perception problem. We feel we are not adequate to our own standards and bars that are very, very high, but look from the outside. I mean, I was High Representative in the time of the Trump administration, so I can tell you, the rest of the world was looking to us for leadership and for shelter, if I may. They were looking at us on trade, on human rights, on multilateralism, on the UN system, on anything, and saying, can we work with you? Because we had the critical mass under which some other partners, even big ones, had to somehow find their place. They needed an umbrella. So maybe this is not coming back. Hopefully this is not coming back next year. But sometimes we underestimate our strengths. And by doing so, we risk not to use our strengths, because if you're not aware of your strengths, then you're not exercising it enough. So I'm pretty optimistic about the future in terms of the European Union, because what we've done in this last 2-3 years is something completely unexpected in positive terms. And yes, you might change and reform rules, decision-making procedures, but when there is the political will, we find a way. In this, the European Union is very Balkan. If you want to do it, you find a way to do it. But you need this sense of political priority. Normally, in my experience, if the debate goes too much on we need to reform the decision-making, the institutions, the treaties, don't mention it even, in order to, I might be wrong, but this normally for me hides a lack of political will. In Italian we have a say that is almost not translatable in English, that is, if you think something bad, you're making a sin, but you're probably right. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But only one thing I want to add, and of which I'm not too proud. I'm very proud of the European Union in many different things, as I mentioned, basically everything we've done, including the work on defense that has grown a lot in this last couple of years. On the Balkans. I've said it also when I was in office. I mean, there's not much difference between what I was saying when I was in office and now. I was free before and I was convinced of what I was doing already then. We did one mistake. The Council did one mistake in not opening negotiation accession talks with Albania and North Macedonia before the end of the term in 2019. Luckily, that was solved afterwards. It's a bit sad for me to see that the renewed emphasis on enlargement needed a war But at least I hope we'll now get serious on that. It can be done, I think, quickly, and it must be done quickly. We always take, from the European Union perspective, the argument of what of a benefit would be for the region or for the candidate countries. My point is that this is something the European Union needs for security, for the sociology of the European Union. We need younger countries enthusiastic about the European perspective to join, because this is something we're lacking in our own member states, especially the old ones, but also the most recent ones. We need this new energy, and we need it from security to anything else. We need to fill in the gap of this hole that we have at the center of the map.
Thank you very much for that very insightful testimony. When we look at the structure of the geopolitical chessboard, if I might use that word, we see a clear resurgence of empires of very different natures. And Europe is obviously a post-imperialistic space. But in a very insightful piece in Foreign Affairs, renowned British historian Timothy Garton Ash developed the argument according to which Europe, paradoxically enough, needed to think like an empire. And there is a very interesting confession he makes. He met earlier this year in February with the foreign minister of Ukraine, Dmytro Koluba. And the foreign minister told him, we want to join Europe but Europe needs to be a liberal empire, because it is the only way to defeat resurging traditional military-driven empires. And Timothy Garton Ash goes on pinning down 3 key aspects that Europe would need to be that kind of liberal empire. And listening to what we've heard, seems we have most of it. The first is sufficient degree of unity. And one would guess that after COVID and the sanctions and the war, 18 months after it started, we more or less have it. Will it last? Well, that's a question to political leaders in the room and to citizens as well. The second is central authority. Well, that is perhaps a bit more politically sensitive. And the third is effective decision-making. So when's the question on whether we need to reform a few mechanisms, especially if we want to grow, and we actually need to grow. So, and he goes on saying that it's a different kind of empire because it's based on, I quote, a voluntary membership and democratic consent. So my question, and you are current or former members of governments, can this argument take root? I'm sure the French would love it. I think they're very sad that it doesn't come from them, but from the Ukrainians. But the question is, can this take root? And we have elections in important countries in Europe, and the pro-European movement are not necessarily a topic in the polls.
When I was listening now, especially Arantxa and Federica, because I find a lot of inspiration in the work of the 2 ladies in academia now, I was thinking that you can always have, you know, the imagination of 2 sides of the coins on the same topic. So I like the approach of optimism. Once you find yourself, like myself, being 20 years in a way related to the institutions, I'm often too self-critical and not too self-confident. And this is right. We maybe have to be more self-confident. I very much agree with you with the results we have achieved, and also with how the rest of the world can look upon our values and this values-based approach that we have, based on solidarity, democracy, the rule of law, human rights. And when I come to the national debate, quite often, I can say on the experience of Slovenia, the European topics or affairs, we are not really discussing them, even if we are trying to. But we are discussing them mostly when it goes wrong. Because when it goes wrong, it's the easiest to blame Brussels. When it goes good, it's the easiest to praise yourself. And this is quite often the narrative. I mean, when we were before the enlargement in 2004 and afterwards, we had a great enthusiasm. And still in Slovenia, there is a quite strong support. Even today, I would say, and you had a good point, after Brexit, there was really not a single country that wanted to exit the EU. The opposite, and even the reflection of Trump and what was happening in the US had a consequence. The Union was pretty strong with the members together. The same with COVID. Of course, it always, first crisis reflects in a way of selfishness or egoism, and that was the case after COVID. But very immediately, we somehow reset the mechanism and we work together. The same now with the war in Ukraine, because we are defending our values. So I think if we really come back to the values, why the Union was established in the first place was exactly, you know, to bring nations together on the basis of poverty, wars, instability, and so on. And maybe sometimes we have to come back to the roots, why we created European Union, and what is important. And today's young generation, and again, I come to Slovenia, they don't have this historic memory. For them, the EU is self-given. It's what we live without borders, we live with a common currency, we have possibility of education, and so on and so forth. So we have maybe to change also the narrative, how we communicate European values and European institutions and what we are really trying to achieve together to the young generation. And this is education, so I add another E to my first theory. But it's very important. And it's important that we are in a self-confident way present what we are doing good, but also to reflect and be self-critical for the things where we are not consistent and what we are not doing good. And here we have quite some weaknesses. And maybe, I mean, we have all a lot of experiences I see with the faces on the EU institutions. We are at certain crossroads, how this European Union with the enlargement, with the global challenges, with a divided world, with positioning to Indo-Pacific, to other parts of the world, how we are going ahead. And I'm strongly, as I'm a strong European, committed that we need each other, maybe even more than ever before, including with the Western Balkan, including with the Eastern neighborhood, all that we are based on the same values and search new partners. And this is what was also my lesson in the last year, that the world in many parts that was maybe connected more to Russia or to China is also searching new partners. Like we had a very good meeting with Latin America recently in Brussels. And it's an amazing pool and opportunity that was lost for several years. And these alliances, or Central Asia, or name it, or Africa, it's extremely important that we work together and search these like-minded and value-based countries to work together. So I'm also want to be optimistic, and just to make a final remark, because I think optimism is extremely important. In political life, we very quickly fall into pessimism, and then we don't give any hope and any good ideas and solutions to the people. So it's good to have also optimism-based approach.
Thank you very much. Does someone want to react on the liberal empire, perhaps? Or?
Yeah. If I may, every foreign policy starts at home. And the problem of liberal empire lies exactly there, that we are more popular outside than inside. At least I have this impression that if you look where do you see the flags of European Union waving, well, you will have to go to Ukraine. That's where they are waving. That's where the optimism is there. That where there is a will to join. And we have a problem back home to sell to our own constituencies why this project is that good that some others want to join us, but we are failing in convincing ourselves that it's worth it. And we have a big job there. So that's about the liberal empire that, in my view, it wasn't an accident that it was said by Dmytro Kuleba and no one from within. That's one thing. The other thing is that we should be very frank in our analysis also. We mentioned COVID several times. And yes, the reaction of the European Union was strong, the solidarity was strong, but we also realized how much we are dependent on third countries. The initial moment was a shock, was a moment of dependency, and everyone was sending planes to China. We have to change this. We have to work on it, that we will have our own supply chains, which will be not that much dependent in critical goods on other countries. It's our job to do it.
I don't feel comfortable neither with the word empire nor with the word liberal. Why so? First of all, I think words are important, and as a Roman, I can say that empire doesn't go down well in all parts of the world. For sure, in Rome it could be okay, but it's the concept. An empire is something that starts in a center and has a center of power, and that expands to the provinces. In any empire, you have the capital, you have the hill, the capital proper, and then you have the provinces. There are places that are far away from the center of power and that are controlled and governed from the center. And this is not, I believe, the model of governance that works, and I think it's not the European way of conceiving governance. So I would rather... But I think that Europe and the European Union can be definitely one of the powers, one of the leaders, one of the centers of powers of the world. For sure, we are a normative center of power, probably most powerful than anybody else in the world, but also in other fields. Definitely, we are leading. In other fields, we're definitely behind. Look at technology, and I mean, we're definitely. But you cannot be a leader in all fields. We need also to choose not our battles, but our fields of excellence somehow. So I think that we can definitely, in a multipolar world that we're definitely living, I hope that we can be the multilateral leader, because we're living at a time of multipolarism without multilateralism. And I think that I would like to see the European Union as the constructor of a new multilateral order, recognizing the multipolarity of centers of powers. So that goes against the concept of empire. And on liberal values are great, but I have the impression that in some parts of the world, including in some parts of Europe, if you take the economic angle of liberalism, this might be interpreted in different ways in different sectors of society. In some countries, including in some European countries, the liberalization of the economy has gone so far that is backfiring or has backfired. And some new forms of more moderate approaches to economic reforms is raising, or at least asked for. So I would play carefully with words. And also, we have to come to terms, and we have to digest and handle somehow build a narrative and probably also do a little bit of psychological work on ourselves, on our colonial past. Because this is the way in which Europe is perceived in some parts of the world. But here we come to a contradiction that actually, if you look at member states, if I'm not wrong, 7 or 8 member states out of 27 have a colonial past right? And even not all of these 7 or 8 had real, I mean, I can speak from experience, real colonial experiences. I mean, big. So I think that here we really have to break a narrative. And what we've seen in the Sahel recently, in Niger recently during the summer, is very telling, I think. And we cannot just close our eyes to that. Because in some places in the world, the European Union is associated to some member states only. And we have to break this. I can tell you also, again, by experience, in some places in the world, I realized that my nationality was an asset because I was not from a country that had a colonial past in that area.
We won't ask a name, no.
No, definitely not. In several places.
I think what you've stressed is extremely important because it shows us that it's a journey and it takes time. Psychology matters, working on oneself matters, and working on one's perception matters. But I'd like to turn to you, Deputy Prime Minister Maricic.
Thank you. First of all, I forgot Actually, I didn't forget, I didn't have time, but I would like to especially commend Federica for all her work and efforts in the Western Balkans, because we have had so much help and support from her and from Commissioner Hahn at that time, because he was in the enlargement portfolio, that we really felt that we have European Union and Brussels institutions on our side. And all the efforts over the Prespa agreement are very valuable, but we also share the pain from the lack of decision at the end of 2019, which was a blow in the face of all the pro-European people in the Western Balkans and across the continent. On the empire, on the liberal empire, you know, there are two jokes in our region. First, at least two. I have time only for two. One is that we have bad luck that we are surrounded by the member states of European Union, because otherwise, if we would be on the Black Sea or bordering Russia, we would be in the European Union already. And the second joke about North Macedonia is that we are lucky that we have only 2 member states of the EU as neighbors, because Serbia has 4, so they will need to change the constitution 4 times. We need to change it only twice. So it is a joke, but it's not. The thing is that this is why I was speaking about the value-based union, and union sounds much better than empire, because union is the core of the European Union. And this is why we were insisting, when the member states were approaching to us with requests to, I don't know, change the name of our country, or to reinterpret the history in the way that, and particularly the later, the first one was more complex and under the UN auspices and related to our independence. But the second one, now we said, okay, the EU has to make a list of values that it insists on, and the list of things that they can ask from a candidate countries, because tomorrow a member state might ask from a candidate country for half of a territory to become a member, and I can easily imagine, for some examples, to become members of the European Union. I mean, we are not joining the Soviet Union, we are joining the European Union. It needs to be based on some values. So this is why, I think the values are very important, and this is why the European Union has to stay European Union, not a liberal empire, because it's a peace project. Peace project cannot be an empire, and I think that this is the spirit we need to nurture, because this is how it will work in the Western Balkans. You know, the generation of my parents was had much better young age youth than we did, because they were traveling visa-free with the Yugoslav passport. They could work in Slovenia, Croatia, and whatever they wanted without any permits, and they had higher living standard. When I was a university student, I was supposed to wait in a queue for a German visa, even for some time for Slovenian visa, Bulgarian visa, etc., which was very frustrating. And we can still not work in some of the areas of the EU freely. So these benefits of the European Union are probably underestimated by the young people and by the many citizens of the European Union. And this is the task of the politicians, to insist on the values and benefits of the European Union, because they are large. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I turn to you, Arantxa.
Yeah, I mean, the European Union is a different animal in the zoo. And it renders itself very with a lot of difficulty to all categories. It's a new category, and it's a new category for a good reason. Now, this category was founded under specific conditions. And I think it's fair to say that these conditions today have changed. So, in my view, the EU needs some sort of new foundational moment. And in this foundational moment, in my view, there are 3 ingredients that we are missing, that we need to really get right in order to remain this specific creature in the history that we are. The first one has to do with our competitiveness. I don't know of any union or any empire or any solid international actor that is not seated on a very solid economy. We need a new drive to get the single market to work properly in the age of technology. The second space where we need to move very fast is on enlargement, because enlargement is a huge risk to our geopolitical ambitions. We cannot be a geopolitical actor if we are surrounded by risks, and we will be surrounded by risks if we do not enlarge. So this should be our main objective in the short term. The third one is learning to weave well peace and war. We are a peace project. We should remain a peace project, but frankly speaking, we're living in a hostile world. So we better be prepared properly to defend peace, including by having greater capacity to do war. And this we better do together, not individually. Individually, we will not be able to have enough teeth, again, to survive in this more hostile world. That's the new foundational moment that the EU needs.
Thank you very much.
I'd just like to raise one point that I find very important, and this is that we live in times, you mentioned technology, digital technology, that we are facing with very dangerous populism and disinformation. And this is something we really have to be aware and fight against it on many and all levels, because that is also related to perception, and you know how we are really struggling through this dangerous populism and narratives that are existing. And now with the artificial intelligence, so we are going through the very fast development. And we'll have to have a strong regulation on how to, and awareness what's going on around us, that we will really be able, in a political life and in a society, address those topics in a relevant way, and also be relevant ourselves, and that people and generations will understand what is right, what is wrong, what are facts, what are lies. And this is all around us, and this is really somewhere that we will have to work hard.
Thank you very much. We only have 5 minutes left, and I must apologize. We will not be taking questions because I would really like to have concluding remarks from our panelists. So I'd like to start with a simple, not start, but end with a simple question. So seeing the end of the current European Commission, we have elections next year, the so-called Geopolitical Commission. What will it take for the successors to sustain all the efforts that have been made, the achievements that we have seen and that we have stressed here, and to increase the strengths of the Union? I'll start with you, Deputy Prime Minister.
Okay, thank you. I'll try. I think there are many positive things that this Commission has done, and I really think, in my opinion, better than expected. They have performed in some areas. What is important is to take the enlargement policy very seriously and build up on the statements yesterday and in these days. This new energy has to be kept high and worked with a plan on it. Otherwise, if it stays like the Thessaloniki promise, it will be a big disappointment. And I am sure that all the politicians and all the citizens of the European Union should know that it will come back with benefits if they support the enlargement now. The Western Balkans is not in the neighborhood, it's in the backyard of the European Union, because we are surrounded by member states of the European Union, and we have shown that we are credible partners in times of crisis, with the migration crisis, with the COVID crisis and everything that it came after, with Ukraine. So I think that keeping the European Union strong cannot mean more self-centered and more nationalized. To the contrary, I think more global and more open, building up on the current political will is crucial for strengthening the European Union. This is the only way to make it stronger. Thank you.
Thank you. So, in 1 minute, Rector Mogherini, I need to set the Deputy Prime Minister free because there's a press conference afterwards and you've got to be on time.
Thank you for reminding. Okay, if you want, I can give you good excuses to be late. Sometimes it's a good strategy.
It would save my head, actually, so thank you for that.
You know, I think that this last year, as traditionally is the case, the current leadership will try to set the stage for the next mandate, so setting priorities, and it looks quite clearly to be the case, to me at least as an observer today, that the priority that the current leadership is trying to set for the next leadership, whoever it will be, is to move on consistently on enlargement, which means looking at the budget, because we didn't talk about that, but Western Balkans in the European Union is quite doable, but Ukraine inside the European Union means a totally different approach to the budget. Agriculture, cohesion, I mean, you need to reform drastically the European Union in all its policies. I mean, decision-making is the least. All the rest is much more difficult. So preparing for the enlargement to happen for real. But reality, I think, is that, here comes one of my favorite quotes, and it's from the Beatles, I guess. Life is what happens when you're busy making plans. And no commission that I have ever known of actually was able to foresee what would have been their main topic beforehand, because things happen. And the US elections will determine very much, I think, what will be the priority for the next round of the leadership of the European Union. Because one thing is to rely on a strong alliance and partnership across the Atlantic in front of a complex geopolitical landscape elsewhere. Another scenario is to have difficult situations all over the place, and then you need a different kind of posture.
Thank you. That was a very long minute, I must say, but the Foreign Minister.
Thank you. I think the attack of populism is not overcome, and it will be a main challenge during the next elections. And the way the Commission will be created will depend on how the European Parliament will create and what the voters will say to us. So sometimes these slogans and promises of easy solutions can lead to a dead end, and we should be very much aware of that and be careful what we wish for. So my major expectations for next year is that we will be once again able to overcome the populist wave and settle for long-term rational solutions.
Thank you so much. Arantxa?
Very simple. If you're a citizen, go and vote. Make sure that you vote. Make sure that you get your voice heard and that you put the ballot in the right box, because it will matter. It will matter for the future. And to the institutions that will come out of this election, and the elections will be decided by whatever we decide, I think it's about results. It's about delivering results. The plan is clear. I think the list that we've discussed here shows that we are all very clear about the results, about what needs to be done, but we need results. So I would put a results institution mandate.
Thank you so much. And our hostess, Deputy Prime Minister.
Just use 3 words to be really short. On the top of I already said, but it comes to my mind. Let us be honest, humble, and consistent.
Well, on those words, I think a tremendous thank you to our wonderful panel and a big roll of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Persaud? Yeah, can we hear each other? Okay, that's great. Just let me check if we are getting your sound. Can you say something? Yeah, that's okay. Great. So you will see when we start, and the moderator will call you out, and that's how it will go, I guess. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Welcome to the panel meaningfully titled Loss and Damage, or Lost and Damaged. As you are perfectly aware, loss and damage refers to the negative impacts of climate change that occur despite or in absence of mitigation and adaptation. It can be economic, it can be non-economic, and as you also know, at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, there was an event, something happened in Sharm el-Sheikh. Everybody is quite happy about it, quite nervous about it also, quite anxious about it. And we'll talk about this anxiety, expectations, and how the future of coping with loss and damage will look like. Let me introduce our panelists today. As you can see, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs and Climate Envoy of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia isn't here today. He had some other urgent issues to take care of. We have Tina Kobilczek here, lead negotiator for climate change and head climate policy department at the Ministry of the Environment, Climate and Energy of Slovenia. We have Niels Ahnen, Parliamentary State Secretary to the Federal Ministry for Economics, Cooperation and Development of the Federal Republic of Germany. And we have Mr. Tadashi Maeda, Chairman of the Board of Directors, Japan Banks for International Cooperation. And online, joining us online is Mr. Avinash Persaud, Special Envoy to the Prime Minister of Barbados on investment and financial services. So let's go straight to the Barbados. As you know, few parts of the planet are as imperiled by the changing climate as the Caribbean islands. Barbados also. It has been listed globally as one of the most water-stressed countries in the world. You also are, I guess, completely aware of the harsh stance the Prime Minister of Barbados had in Sharm el-Sheikh warning of billions of climate refugees, criticizing industrialized nations for failing the developing world on the climate crisis. So my first question to Barbados would be, do you think that there's a greater understanding of the climate issues in developing countries? Because it seems that we have developing countries knowing full well that the crisis is there, but having less resources to fight back. On the other hand, we have developed countries with, of course, which are also impacted by climate change, but nevertheless, they have lots of resources to fight back.
So that's a great question. Let me begin by saying I'm speaking to you online. I wish I was there. I hear it's stunningly beautiful. But I'm here because I'm in Santo Domingo, the capital of the Dominican Republic, where the Transition Committee is negotiating a loss and damage fund. We have some 24 negotiators from all over the world. I'm here representing the Latin American and Caribbean group. And we're negotiating how we establish and fund this entity. So it's a very live topic. Indeed, in order to speak to you this morning here in the Dominican Republic, I am missing the opening session of the negotiation. But I did very much want to speak to you because I think you've raised a very important point that let me discuss in just two ways. Firstly, this issue is very politically charged because there's a combination of history and geography that really makes things very difficult. So historically, the rich countries have contributed the greatest amount of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. And the reason why greenhouse gases matter is they stay in the atmosphere. They don't dissipate over time. So about 80% of the stock of greenhouse gases is still there and was put up there by rich countries. But the countries that are suffering from the consequences of the climate change that's already here are countries that didn't contribute the 80%, but they're suffering considerably. So we've all experienced bad summers, and Europe is experiencing a hot summer. We have the hottest June, the hottest July. But if you think it's bad, the costs for the countries between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, so that's like 15 degrees on either side of the equator, their costs, their loss and damage is 4 times greater than where it is anywhere else in the world. That's because sea level, when the glaciers melt, the sea levels grow larger at the equator because that's because of the spin of the Earth. And that's also the equators where temperatures are rising to the highest levels. So the cost of loss and damage is high. And we feel that many developed countries don't really appreciate the problem we're experiencing, and it's particularly a problem because of the fact that we didn't cause it. Now, let me end by saying what we're trying to do. We need mitigation, ultimately, to stop the climate warming. That's the main thing that we need to do. We need to unblock private money to help mitigation, because it's a big number. We need adaptation for the climate change that's already here, and the climate change is going to happen in the future. We need the development banks to lend more to make our countries more adaptable, stronger sea walls, better flood defenses. But we also need loss and damage for things that we haven't had time to adapt ourselves to, and we can't adapt ourselves to. And that's a big number. It's $100 billion. The private sector can't get involved. Insurance companies can't get involved. There's no revenue streams. There's no savings to be had. And so we really need grant-like money that doesn't worsen the debt for these countries. So they already have debt because of climate change. And so that needs probably new emissions taxes. No one likes taxes. No one likes taxes. And we need international emissions taxes and perhaps carbon credits based on saving those emission taxes by reducing emissions to help fund the loss and damage fund.
We need more. Mr. Adden, you are pushing hard to reform the World Bank in effort to boost its ability to tackle challenges such as climate change. How successful are you?
Thank you for having me, and it's great to have that panel for that important discussion. It's hard to answer your question today because we are, if you like the expression, we are on the road to Marrakesh, not because Marrakesh is so beautiful, which it is, so you have tough competition, but there we will have a crucial meeting, annual meeting of the World Bank. And we do believe that we made progress because we have been able to present different proposals, and we somehow convinced our partners, but also the management of the bank, to accept a little more risk. I don't want to become too technical. You know, we have recommendations that we have been discussing about the capital adequacy framework recommendations. We know step by step starting to implement that, and that is opening up resources, additional lending and additional space to maneuver. But I think it's not only because of that discussion that my minister Svenja Schulze, US Secretary Yellen and others put forward, but also because what our friend from Barbados told us here. I think that the Bridgetown Initiative, the most affected countries taking the floor, but also civil society demanding, and rightfully so, especially from the rich countries, to move faster. That is opening up an opportunity, but we are not there yet. And my impression from many discussions within the World Bank, but also which is maybe as important as the World Bank itself, the multilateral development banks, is that we need to finance more climate-related projects. We need to think about the entire philosophy of country-based proposals, programs, to more financing global public goods. But there is very obviously a fear that the rich countries all of a sudden discovering the climate issue, and we are all under budgetary constraints ourselves. So then we're looking at the World Bank, we're looking at the ADB, the IDB, et cetera, but I think it's only going to work if we make clear that it's not taking a step back from poverty reduction, because the most affected countries by climate change are usually those who are highly indebted, have a high rate of poverty, and have not contributed to the climate crisis in a significant way. So the dual mandate needs to be renewed, but there is a connection between climate and poverty and the ability of our partners to move forward. And if we don't take that into consideration, then I'm afraid we would not generate the necessary consensus for the World Bank, the MDBs, to fulfill what we believe must be a renewed mandate.
Everybody is on the budget. Mr. Maeda, what should island nations be prioritizing in the international climate space?
Well, actually, not just only that Barbados, just only the Barbados and the Caribbean nations, many island countries, for example, in Pacific Oceans. And because of the less population of those island countries, allocation of funds by the MDBs quite limited. Therefore, we need some of enhancement of supporting those island countries, not just only very conventional style of the standard allocation of budget funding from MDBs. We need to, we need to enhance its capability, not just only MDBs. The MDB plays some pivotal role, but also that's kind of blending financing. More importantly, that we invite private sector's money not just only the banks, commercial banks, but also that fund providers, asset management companies as well, because they are now managing a huge amount of money in the forms of the funds. For example, that's the company like BlackRock, for example, that their funds they're handling is almost 120% bigger than Japanese GDP, the big amount of money. Therefore, that's a kind of sort of the playing the catalytic role we expected to the MDBs, and also that the developing financial institutions of developed countries like our bank, also that in case of Europe, that the European Investment Bank, and also the US DFC and those DFIs focus together with MDBs to enhance the capabilities of the raising fund from many parts of the industries. And then this is a critical issue for us to address in this issue in a new chapter. That's my sense. And private banks, for example, that they already made a commitment under THFDs, for example, that so-called carbon intensity. Therefore, that's any new asset financed by commercial banks, they already made a commitment to some constraint of the new asset to be added, which emit the greenhouse gas, so that they are more focused on their financing to the assets like renewable energy rather than fossil fuel. That's their own commitment. This is a chapter that the COP27 just started, therefore that in COP28 in Dubai, because the president of COP28, Sultan Jabal, he's a president of ADNOC as well. So that we have been working very closely with ADNOC, because the role of that such rich the oil and gas majors, international, not just the international oil companies, but also that those sovereign-based oil and gas industry made very much the important role to bring those funds to this issue.
It takes a lot of policies, a lot of negotiation. The mechanism is here. The fund will be hopefully here soon. But is there still the willingness to go through with it? Because it wouldn't happen for the first time that something is agreed on and then we'll have another 10, 20 years waiting to actually fulfill itself.
So first of all, great being here, being part of this distinguished panel. Indeed, you've mentioned the international negotiations being a complex matter. We hear lots of critiques that the process is being too slow, that there is no advancement, that we have been way too slow in terms of reacting in this critical decade, which is very fastly approaching 2030. We know that we are already at the increase of our global temperature to 1.1, very close to 1.5, and that we have to do more. COP27 was indeed, I think, very, very significant when it comes to loss and damage. I think all the parties at some point, when we were approaching the end of this conference, were basically striving towards reaching this deal that would give us, basis to work on it in the next couple of months, to respond to the call, to the calls from the most vulnerable. And I think also from the EU side, from the Slovenian side, we have been very vocal in this term. I think what we have been discussing at COP27, and indeed by the end reaching this agreement on the new funding arrangements and a fund on loss and damage, is something that now the Transitional Committee is very hardly working on, and very good to hear from the Dominican Republic, straight from the place to be at the moment. On the advancements, I think we're all looking forward towards COP28 in Dubai, where I think one of the main, let's say, outcomes that are so expected, not only from the wider public, but I think also from the parties, and as I said before, from the most vulnerable, is in fact to conclude on the fund, to define how the fund looks like, who is contributing to the fund, who is of course getting access to this finance, and there will also be a ministerial gathering in the context of the meetings in New York in September, where basically parties are already invited to, start announcing the pledges. So I think we are already at the stage where we are discussing pledges. So I would remain optimistic and yes, hopeful that we can find a good solution in order to really contribute to those that are really that the impact of climate change is impacting them the highest possible extent, basically.
Well, everybody could put a number on the economic damage. How can one put a number, and this is the question for Mr. Persaud, how can one put a number on non-economic damage?
Well, that's a great question, and I'm going to answer it in a moment. But let me just briefly, as part of the conversation with your great panel, say, one of our challenges as someone, as a country experiencing climate change, when we come across well-intentioned people looking to help, is they offer solutions that won't work. And we sometimes wonder, is that because they don't want it to work, or they just haven't really had experience? But loss and damage cannot be done by the private sector. The private sector can do mitigation. They can do solar farms, wind turbines. It generates money, so they'll get involved in that. They're not doing it in poor countries, but we need to find ways of de-risking that. But there's no revenues in loss and damage. There's no savings in loss and damage, so they don't get involved. We've tried. We'd love to get them involved. The World Bank cannot do loss and damage because the World Bank is a lender. It's a lender that needs to be repaid. The reason why it can lend so well, so cheaply, is because it gets repaid. And if we had to get debt every single time we got hit by a hurricane, and hurricanes are bigger than our islands. Hurricanes are 200% damage caused by a hurricane, 200% of national income. Not 2%, not 20%, 200%. So if you got debt every time you got hit by that, you'd be sinking under oceans of debt before the sea levels rise. So we need non-debt ways of funding loss and damage. Now, in terms of, we can fund economic loss and damage. We have estimates of that. About a month after a disaster hits, the UNDP, the World Bank, and other experts produce a really good document called a preliminary loss and damage document. And that comes up with an economic number. And they're actually pretty good at getting that right. Now, the intangibles and non-economic, it's very hard to put a number to, very hard to value it. My proposal has been, let's assume it is a number. Let's assume it's 10% of economic loss and damage. Because now we need a number. We can't ask people to help provide support for non-economic loss and damage and not give them a number. How can they do that? So we have to start off with a number and then work out, did that number prove to be too high or too low? But I think it's trying to evaluate it's going to be very, very hard to do. So let's start off with something. And what do we mean by non-economic? So countries are losing language, they're losing culture, they're losing history. And how do you put a number to That's the essence of a country. I don't think it's possible to. But there are ways in which you can think about economic ways of dealing with non-economic problems, building new libraries, dealing with archiving history and culture, and finding new ways of preserving those things and deepening them. That costs money. And so maybe we should start setting aside 10% of what we put aside for economic loss, for non-economic loss, and then let's have a review and assessment. Did that make a difference?
My next question would be for Mr. Maeda and Mr. Arnold. Loss and damage was a controversial topic for years in the climate negotiations. Would you say that one of the reasons the question of loss and damage became so politicized is because it's often tied to compensation? Maybe Mr. Maeda first.
Yeah, so this is a very long-lasting questions among the between developed countries and developing countries. So that's from the viewpoint of the majority of the developed countries, that it is almost equivalent to some compensation what our predecessor did, the predecessor's generation did. But the loss and damage caused by climate change and Rio. For Rio problems, for example, that flood here in Slovenia a month ago was very devastating natural disaster. This is because of the kind of accumulated the effect of the climate change. There is a big cause of this devastating floods. The same thing in Japan, for example, that this month, the August, there are already 3 typhoons hit the country. There are a lot of heavy, severe rains and a lot of loss and damage happened. So that this year we are the president of G7, so that we are now not just only compensation, but also that prevention of natural disasters, or not prevention or kind of the protected lives and properties of victims from the damages, for example, from typhoon. Though that we, G7 is now agreed to share that the data of meteorological data of the moving the clouds and the typhoons in prior to that actual damage was brought. So that we are more than happy to share those the meteorological data gathered by satellite, and also that using artificial intelligence to that kind of the expectation of the movement of this typhoons or hurricane, and to the possible damage because of this, so that we supporting those victims to be evacuated, and also that to minimize the damage because of this, because of the loss of the lives is the most critical loss. Property is second, but now the life is more important than property. Therefore, this is very important to share those data of the meteorological data, and immediately share this data with many other countries. That's one issue. This is not the compensation. This is sort of prevention of the more damages because of climate change. And also, we need to we can use this technology, for example, that in the submarine cables of telecommunication. There's some new equipment to detect that the vibration of seawater, for example, and then to allow that the people to evacuate from those natural disasters. So this is what we discussed in G7, And then this is not just compensation financially, but also that some contribution to support those countries as endangered those natural disasters.
Mr. Arnold, how do you see this equation, loss and damage equals compensation?
Well, look, I don't know if we need to have a dispute about the question compensation or what frame we are using. But our impression during the last COP, and I think it's fair to say that Germany played a certain role in making that loss and damage result possible, together with many others, very engaged leadership from the UK and many like-minded friends. But I think it was a precondition for building a consensus, a process that is not concluded yet, as we all know. And whether or not you use the term compensation, it's an acknowledgement that the current situation we are dealing with is by and large caused by the Western industrialized countries, but not exclusively anymore. So I think it was the first very crucial step, also, if you will, a sign that we are not only talking about mitigation and adaptation, which I hope will be in the center of the meeting in Dubai and the following meetings, but that the world cannot just move on without looking at the damage done. That is important. Well, having said that, sometimes I think we need also to be, in a very honest way, address one aspect, that pointing to what historically is an undisputed truth, who bears the major share of responsibility. And I will try to frame it in a very diplomatic way, cannot be used as an explanation or excuse for some of the middle income and virtually very rich countries today not to engage in mitigation and adaptation. So the question of the narrative is politically very, very much important. And we have Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. We have protected crises that we have not paid enough attention in the global south, where sometimes countries who have trouble adapting to the climate effects at the same time have to cope with the consequences of war and civil conflict. So that puts us under enormous stress, and we should also not forget that not every region in the world came out of COVID so relatively robust and prosperous. So we really need to find a way to build a consensus where that is lacking in so many instances right now. We need more and not less cooperation. While that is unfortunately what we see right now. People are not speaking enough to each other. So I'm perfectly happy to have a debate about a phrase, but I think we should try to find a way also to use the platform that is provided to us by UNFCCC and others to have that concrete, also the technical, solution-oriented discussion. Otherwise, we will get nowhere, and our children will never forgive us.
How big of a deal was it, the ancient question of compensation during recent negotiations?
The question of compensation and defining loss and damage itself was already a big part of the discussion when the Paris Agreement was being negotiated. So I think back in Sharm el-Sheikh, we have indeed focused on loss and damage in terms of averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage. So indeed, as already mentioned, that was a part where, well, you can mitigate the climate change. You can adapt to climate change, and then you also have this notion of addressing the loss and damage that we are already seeing worldwide, as also already mentioned. The fact is that, for example, what we have been experiencing in Slovenia very recently with the effects of floods, this is loss and damage in real life, and this is what has been happening to us. But of course, the situation in Slovenia is very different to a small island nation country, where the effects are tremendous when it comes to financial consequences. And I think what we really need in the next couple of months, when we are approaching towards Dubai, and especially in Dubai, we do need to restore the trust between the, let's say, this developing part of the world and developed part. And this is always something that it's obviously crucial in the negotiations, but I think at this stage we are, let's say, somehow lost a bit in this process when it comes, I think, in terms of building trust, also because of different crises that is happening in the world apart from the crisis of climate change. What we also need, and what we have been seeing very clearly in Slovenia in the past couple of weeks, is the solidarity. I think we need to be very, very aware, and we do also, as developed nations, have to act accordingly. We do have the 100 billion goal that has been negotiated some time ago and hasn't been yet reached. I think we are, as the numbers show, on a very good path towards reaching this goal. But not only that, we are also discussing a new financial goal, which is going to be much bigger in scale, I think also much wider. That the process will only finish next year, but I think when it comes to finance, so not only loss and damage per se, but also wider, let's say, not only the mosaic of solutions that we're trying to find for loss and damage, but also wider discussion on finance, it will play a crucial role in the next year and a half, for sure.
I can be a fortune teller, because I know that the following panel will be delayed slightly, because there's a huge interest already from members of the public to pose questions. So I will give you the possibility to ask now. And there, yeah, I could sense the eagerness.
Hello, thank you. I'm Tomi Huhtanen. I'm Executive Director of Wilfred Martens Center for European Studies, which is the think tank of the European People's Party. I would jump in what the panelists said about the narrative, trying to formulate in a diplomatic way. And I indeed, what I understood, the question was a little bit there, is that how much this current narrative is helping really to resolve the challenge which we all agree. That is to say that this division, which is now also played here in the panel, between so-called developed countries and developing countries, when actually the facts are also starting to change. Concrete example. For example, China, historically, if you take all the emission data from 1850 until now, in 3 years, China, in 2026, China has contributed more to the climate change than Europe, 27 countries. So what I'm saying that it's not so, black and white. And then this, so-called narrative argument is being used not to really resolve always in my view, the problem at hand, but for other political motives. For example, yesterday, our Chinese friend put the issue on the table in his opening statement. So my question there, indeed, that should we, is this dichotomy, developing versus developed, is it really helpful in terms of resolving the problem?
The question was for whom? Oh, for the panel.
I'm happy to. I'm happy to have a go at that. These are issues that shadow our discussions immensely, and then there are no easy answers. The developing countries today are the biggest emitters. As a group, they are 63% of global emissions. Of course, you've got to take population into account. China is a big emitter today, but its population of 1.4 billion people is considerably greater than in Europe. And if you look at emissions per head of the population, it is in a very different picture. And I don't think you can ignore that dynamic. The rich countries contributed 79% of past emissions, but we also have to remember that's how they got rich. So they're in a position of wealth because of that. Now imagine what Germany and Japan would be like without industrialization. And so that's why they do have this extra responsibility. But that extra responsibility cannot mean that developing countries cannot or should not play a major role because of where emissions are today. And the numbers are even more horrifying if you look at where new discoveries and production is taking place. So we need to find a solution that poor countries do not feel that the way to their leveling up is through massive use of fossil fuels. And that's why we need to do mitigation, we need to do adaptation, and we need to do loss and damage. But the Bridgetown Initiative is about the way we can actually achieve that, recognizing that rich countries have fiscal tight positions. No, they're not getting elected to send billions of dollars to poor countries. Their aid budgets are pretty packed and, if anything, falling in terms of new aid to this area. So that's why we say mitigation, we need to get the private sector involved. They're not going to developing countries. So we need a way of unblocking their flow to developing countries, and rich countries can play a role in unblocking the flow of private money. So they don't need to do a lot, but it could have a big impact on the climate. And with adaptation, well, rich countries have the majority, because of historical reasons, on the multilateral development bank boards. They don't need to do a lot to leverage their capital to allow lots of lending into adaptation. So that's the way the rich countries can use their historic responsibilities to help move the needle to get developing countries onto the green transformation.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I want to, because I basically agree with what my friend from Barbados said, and we already talked a little bit about World Bank reform and the MDB reform, so we really need to focus on that. And I expect also the pressure adding up a little bit when the annual meeting in Marrakesh is going to take place. But I want to maybe mention an additional aspect of what is ahead of us. If you look at my country, Germany, we have been extremely, impacted by Russia's war of aggression, because I think everybody knows that Germany was quite a big consumer of Russian natural gas and oil, but especially natural gas. So we had to compensate that, and we did that. And there's a lot of discussion about, Germany now using more fossil fuels. That's a fact, and there was no other way around to solve the situation. But we used that crisis also to accelerate our path, our roadmap, if you will, to become CO2 neutral. And that's the, I think, decisive point, doing that by maintaining our solid industrial base. And we are democracies. If our people at home are afraid about their government's climate change approach, we will lose public support. If our discourse is one of, well, historically, we have been wasting so many resources, which is true. And so now we have to take a step back, and probably we will have to cut our own wealth and prosperity. That's not going to work in democracy. So I think we need to take that point in our electorate very seriously investing in climate change doesn't mean less wealth and prosperity. It's the precondition for maintaining and spreading wealth and prosperity. And if you allow me, Mr. Chair, just one aspect. We are right now, because of the industrial base of the developed countries, we are right now creating a global market for green hydrogen. And there are developing countries that come into play in a new way into that global market. And from a development point of view, and that's the German policy, we need to make sure we have our own interest, and we should admit that. We need to import hydrogen in the future. But we have a huge opportunity to create jobs and know-how and infrastructure and stabilization of energy markets in our partner countries, in the developing countries. But whether or not we succeed with that, or if we just replicate the old, I would say, post-colonial structure in global markets, that's a decision that politicians of my generation have to take. And that's a decision that we can influence. And so I think that, you know, there is a lot also in terms of technological innovation that can help us achieve that, maintain our prosperity and spread prosperity. Otherwise, we will lose the public opinion battle, and there are many rich countries where climate change is denied by former major serious parties with aspiration to maybe becoming governing parties again, which is quite shocking, if I may say so.
There was another question, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you very much. My name is Eva Tomic. I'm coming from here, Slovenia. And I would like to comment, well, on the loss and damage. I would say it's a mistake to view it only in the compensation way. And I think the compensation will mostly be adjudicated by different courts. And such legal proceedings have already started. My country included is being sued at the European Court of Human Rights by young Portuguese activists.
6 of them.
Exactly. Yeah. And this will, I think, you know, there will be more and more of such lawsuits. But for me, the loss and damage is particularly part of the climate justice. I think that's what we are trying to do. And I'm not trying to oppose the loss and damage, but my problem with it is that it really is part of an equation, and we haven't yet determined the other variables of this equation. We haven't reached an agreement on reversing the CO2 emissions into the air. And you know, we are observing this paradox that while the renewable clean energy is on the rise in record numbers, however, the emissions are still on the rise. And it seems only the new growth is eating up the clean energy part. So we really need to be quicker than the COP. The COP needs to quicken up, in my modest opinion, and we need to be innovative. But I also wanted to challenge an assumption that this is a developed world versus the developing world. I think this narrative is not particularly helpful because, in fact, it's the biggest polluters, the 20 biggest polluters, against all the rest, isn't it? So, since I'm coming from Slovenia, and my country used to be some way back in history, part of the, well, as Yugoslavia then, part of non-aligned movement. So I will play devil's advocate here and ask myself, isn't it time, perhaps, for a new climate non-aligned movement to pressure the biggest polluters to step it up, really? Not with pollutions, of course. So that was my thinking. And then I was going to ask Barbados on the Bridgetown initiative, and particularly he mentioned taxing fossil tax, which I think is, yes, international emissions tax, which I think we need to start thinking in innovative financing ways, because there is not enough money in state aid, and I mean, public money can help to some way to unlock private investments, but it won't be enough if we are talking about really adaptation measures needed and mitigation as well. So I'd be really grateful to hear more on how this international emissions tax might work. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could respond to that, we are trying to reformulate the traditional boundaries. We do not consider ourselves just talking about small island states, for example, but all climate vulnerable countries, which is a large group of countries. It's about 40% of the world's population, 3.2 billion people, and growing, sadly, because we're not doing enough on mitigation. And I hope not, but your countries will become climate vulnerable if we do not act further in the same way that this group are. But, and yes, we need to look at the developing countries that are big emitters and not just think about developed versus developing. And India, Brazil, China, Indonesia, Mexico are major emitters. But the reason why the fault line of developing and developed matters is the numbers are so big that for mitigation, we have to get the private sector involved. The cost of capital of investing in these projects is divided along the lines of developed and developing. The cost of capital of a solar farm project in Japan and Germany is around 4%. The cost of the exact same project with the exact same technology in South Africa is 14%. In other countries in Africa, it's even greater. And that's why the private sector is not going there. So if we want to engage the developing countries, which we have to find ways of unblocking the flow of private capital to developing countries. Private capital is going to develop countries. We're seeing a lot of mitigation being funded by the private sector. It's not happening in developing countries. We believe the biggest obstacle is, in fact, foreign exchange risk. And we are hoping to push for a launch at COP, a new foreign exchange guarantee mechanism that will guarantee some of these FX risks and unblock private capital flow into the developing big emitters.
Well, most of the countries already made a commitment to carbon neutrality by 2050. But the G7, for example, that G7 is now engaged with many developing countries in terms of energy transition, because it's a carbon neutrality is a not short terms goal. This is a goal must be 2050. So we need to draw some picture for the roadmap towards the carbon neutrality. And through this engagement, for example, G7 targeted 2 countries as example. One is Vietnam, two is Indonesia. This we call JETP, that with friends in Germany, for example. And we found that those countries like Vietnam, Indonesia, do not want to sacrifice economic growth. Therefore, that they need a funding from outside the financing source. Therefore, that they need the finance up to 2050. So that it's not just only that issue on this year, but the about 30 years to come. So we need to draw also the relevant the roadmap to carbon neutrality. So that we now recognize that our role, our G7, as the group of developed countries. At the same time that the venue for COP28, venue for the World Bank meeting, so many, it's a slightly different manner, but the goal is the same, carbon neutrality. The European Union is now creating a board adjustment, introduction of a kind of carbon pricing. We are following this. That carbon pricing is very important, so that this is not to penalize the emitter, but some of that create some of the mechanism to bring some funds from those countries, and that this will contribute to the shift of the funds from developed countries to developing countries in the forms of the carbon pricing. So that's we are now embarking on these steps already, and also we need to have some of a verification mechanism, because the electric vehicles will not emit greenhouse gas during driving. However, that's if you use the manufacturing stage, if they use that fossil fuel to manufacture the EV is not the green. So that we need to have verification mechanism of life cycle assessment, so that we have to agree among all participants, not just only developed countries, but also developing countries, because developing countries do not want to sacrifice economic growth. So that this is a very challenging task, but daunting task. However, that we need to engage one by one, country by country, because each country has a different situation. So this is not no cookie cutter solution. So we need to engage. We are more than happy to engage with Barbados, for example. That's because we are in line with your countries. So that's my the tentative answer at this moment.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. I'd actually like to respond first to this developing developed notion, and I think many. I've been hearing lots of voices saying that, you know, it's an old system from 1992, which is outdated. We should have a different. We should have some sort of different variation of those notions when it comes to one set of countries and the other. I think it's important to have in mind that when it comes to loss and damage in particular, and also when establishing the new fund, we know that the public money will not be enough. We know that the funds that will come from developed countries as being established in the UNFCCC convention and then in Kyoto and in Paris will not be sufficient. And I think what we do have to look at is that indeed we mobilize the private funds, but then again to set the funds to those that really need it. And I think that the first condition when it comes to the fund should be that it is indeed for the most vulnerable. And then secondly, who pays into this fund? I think it should not be the question of developing, but I think this notion should be somehow wider. How to formulate it? I think it's a task for the transitional committee, perhaps. and I'm pretty sure there will be some ideas coming from there. But I think on this side of the needs, I think it's also important that the countries perhaps start to include some sort of loss and damage analysis or assessments in their national climate plans, you know, to try to see what exactly might be the needs to look into the infrastructure when a disaster happens, to quantify this, at least this, let's say, economic losses that we have been mentioning at the beginning of our panel. So in order to be better prepared, but also to sort of already to signal to investors, to those that actually can contribute with funds, where would be those funds needed the most. And then secondly, when I'm already discussing or already mentioning the national plans, I think the nature of the Paris Agreement, which basically says that every country sets its own target and its national determined contribution, which is basically what counts in terms of what sort of emissions you're going to cut, how are you going to do so, and so on. This is the core of the Paris Agreement. And I think what's going to be really important at this year's COP as well is that we're going to have for the first time the global stocktake. We're going to see where we are, what we have done in terms of mitigation, in terms of adaptation, in terms of finance. And I think good outcome on when it comes to the global stocktake itself could bring us then perhaps a step further and could give us a sort of a roadmap for renewing our vows in terms of the national determined contributions, and hopefully raise the ambition that we much need. Thanks.
Thank you. I just wanted to add one aspect, because my colleague here mentioned the carbon border adjustment mechanisms, and I share your view. That's a necessary tool that we have to implement, also to protect the idea of fair conditions for doing business and production. But we know that this is seen with certain skepticism around the globe. And we are already entering, in major countries taking protectionist measures. And that it's economically but also politically based, those decisions. And it's having an effect on prosperity and growth prospects. So that's why Chancellor Scholz launched that idea of a climate club, to have an inclusive discussion and to address also the different mechanisms that in different parts of the world right now are being discussed or implemented when it comes to climate border adjustment mechanism as one aspect, to have an understanding and, if possible, an agreement, and to avoid that protectionist fears that we see especially among our partner countries in the developing world.
We have less than 10 minutes till the end of this panel, so if anybody has, yeah, of course.
Thank you. Is it on? Johan Schar from Stockholm International Peace Research Institute in Sweden. So our Slovenian colleague touched upon this other very difficult issue of what kind of criteria or mechanism will be used to trigger release of funds from a loss and damage fund. And of course one can think in terms of assessed historic loss and damage that can be attributed to climate change, and one can think in terms of anticipatory action that will allow adaptive capacity to be built. So my question is, how far has the Transition Committee advanced in discussing this other difficult issue?
The developing country group feels that this is not a difficult issue. if the scope of the fund is about dealing with actual loss and damage that's taken place. You might have a trigger mechanism as based on a percent of your national income that has been lost. There are two types of climate disasters, and that's one of the challenges. We have the what is called extreme weather events, like hurricanes, where within a month or so, we're quite good at estimating what the loss and damage is. And so that trigger mechanism can be used. We already have regional risk pooling, for which people are making that assessment already. The challenge is for slow onset disaster, because, and indeed, this is actually the biggest problem. It's sea level increasing by a couple inches every year that's causing damage. So the trigger has to include a cumulative dimension of loss and damage, as well as a immediate dimension. But if you do that, and it's based on those two things, and countries eligible are countries that maybe have national adaptation plans as well in place, as my colleague from Slovenia said, then I think that makes a lot of, I think that makes the eligibility issue solvable.
Any other questions? No. We were talking, the climate justice was mentioned. Let's be unrealistically optimistic and move into the future. Loss and damage fund is there. The pledges are there. The funds are there. The money is there. There's always not enough money and always lots and lots of problems. And now the trillion-dollar question. Who should get priority? Countries battered by sea level rising, other countries. How should we determine, let's say, who goes first? Nobody wants to answer this question now.
Okay, I volunteer.
I'm happy to answer it. I feel I've been doing too much of the talking, though. So, I mean, we think, and this is our negotiating position, that it's based on loss and damage, the size, the percent of that. Now, we also would need to cap the amount so that the fund is not diminished by one large event. So we would say that maybe one beneficiary could not get more than 7, 8, 9, 10% of the fund. The amount that they receive would again be a function of the size of their loss and damage, maybe up to half of the estimate of loss and damage, as long as it was not greater than 10% of the fund. And that would be the way that you would have to address it. So I think that the issue is not, the distinction being made is this a fund to deal with actual loss and damage, which needs to be funded by non-debt sources, as opposed to, I think that even the much thornier area is not so much that, because we'd have the loss and damage, we'd see it. The thornier area is concessional lending for climate adaptation, because this is about investing in countries that have not yet had the disaster, and you're trying to build resilience, and you're trying to use concessional money, which is not zero cost. Concessional money is costing somebody something. So there's a limit to the amount of concessional money. How do you allocate concessional money for adaptation? And we need some measure of the probability and likelihood that these countries will have a significant loss and damage by some future event.
Mr. Arnold, you started laughing.
No. I mean, for us, if you look at what our government has been doing over the last years, we have been investing, not, I mean, in a conceptual way, but also in terms of funding. We invested, I would say, roughly $1 billion in climate disaster mitigation, insurance, and what we call a global shield. That is taking a little bit that idea that our friend from Barbados just discussed and to use anticipatory action to prepare and to look for a way where, when disaster hits, the international community then can provide, with a hopefully standardized way, prearranged funding. So that's, I think, one important aspect. But the question that you ask, to answer that in an international conference, is probably not doing you any good, because we saw, even in countries in the north and our wonderful host country here, that everybody can be affected. So I think we need to focus on the most vulnerable. That's why we are working with the Vulnerable 20, that group together. I think the small island development states have been mentioned. That's very obvious for me, that we need to find an immediate solution. But consensus requires that everybody understands that he or she has to contribute, but there's also something in for me. That's how the entire business is going to work. So I think we need to broaden the consensus, and we have to have that negotiation in the upcoming COP. And if I look at how private sector, and we're not sufficiently mobilized them yet, that's true. And that's something to be discussed with the World Bank and the MDBs. But if you look how, and I think my Japanese colleague mentioned that, if you look how private sector is investing, that's the reason for optimism. So I think it's very late, but it's not too late, and we need to use that existing dynamic.
So because our time is running out, we are optimistically waiting for COP28 with high hopes, and hopefully next year we'll have a concrete fund, concrete pledges, and we'll do the rest of the questions I've prepared for this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Are we good? Good. Good afternoon. Welcome. We're not there yet. I was just stopped. So I will wait for my cue. And thank you for sitting in silence. Okay, good. I believe we had to start the footage, so thank you. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Good afternoon. My name is Katja Gershak. I am the executive director of a non-governmental organization, Regional Dialogue, and also an editor-in-chief of the Bled Strategic Times, and I will be our moderator at this extremely important discussion today. I think the title is extremely fitting, giving the theme of this year's Bled Strategic Forum, and it's called Ukraine, the Power of Solidarity. And indeed, that's what I believe it is, and we will start out with this premise. It is both an honor and a somber responsibility to welcome you to this very critical panel, where we're going to discuss the ongoing Russian aggression in Ukraine. And I think a lot of the time, when we think back, we have a couple of dates that define our lives. And I think everybody in this room will always remember when they were on 9/11. That's something that really powerfully defined the world that we live in today. And when we look at the aggression that's going on in Ukraine, I think it's with equal incredulity, even today, that such a thing can occur in Europe at this time. So I think everybody will always have a defining moment on the 24th of February 22, when this thing began. The conflict in Ukraine is not only about these two countries, Ukraine and Russia. It is not a regional issue. It is a matter of global concern that has far-reaching implications for international security, diplomacy, as well as human rights. It's this act of aggression that has devastated Ukraine and its people. And the Russian invasion of Ukraine has long-term security and geopolitical implications, not only for Europe, but I believe on a global scale. Because it's not only Ukraine that's under attack, but it's also a repudiation of peace and order in Europe, as well as the international order, which puts rule of law and self-determination at its core. I believe we're entering an era, one in which there's more instability in the global order, and one in which rule of law and democracy, and I think this is a crucial point, in which rule of law and democracy are not universally recognized as values that humanity aspires to. These are some of the fundamental shifts that are now globally taking place, and I believe something that will make us less secure in the future. So I'm sorry for the dire opening of the way we view the setting of this panel, but I'm very happy that I have this incredibly distinguished panelists that are going to together delve into the complexities of this conflict, its implications for neighboring countries and a broader international system. So without further ado, I will go from left to right and just in order introduce the incredible panelists that we have here today. His Excellency Krzysztof Oleński, the Polish ambassador to Slovenia. Thank you so much, Ambassador, for being on the panel today, because we were welcoming your State Secretary as well, but due to weather conditions that apparently are all plaguing us everywhere in Europe, he could not join us, but thank you for jumping in. Mr. Krzysztof Perovic, State Secretary at the Ministry of Defense of Montenegro, thank you for being with us. Of course, our host, Dr. Damir Črnčec, State Secretary at the Ministry of Defense of Slovenia. Thank you for initiating and hosting the panel today. His Excellency Andrej Taran, Ambassador of Ukraine to the Republic of Slovenia and former Minister of Defense of Ukraine. I could not imagine a more suitable person to be here with us today to discuss these issues. Mr. Holger Haibach, Country Director for the Konrad Adenauer Foundation for Slovenia and Croatia, and also a former member of Bundestag, which I will come back to later. But for this first round, and I would really like for this to be a conversation, and hopefully, if time allows in the end, we can open for a couple of questions. Ambassador Taran, we are discussing your country, and I think it's only fitting that you start addressing these questions. And President Zelensky repeatedly stated and continues to state that just peace will not, there will be no compromises as to the sovereignty and freedom and territorial integrity of Ukraine. But this is now the position, but how do we get there? Please help us understand, how do you believe that we should get there in the day of 552 of the war, where Ukraine's counteroffensive is continuing its slow progress? where do you think we've achieved and what is still lacking?
Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you very much for coming here to express your interest. This is my second, actually, time participation in Bled Strategic Forum. And I just told to the State Secretary Chenchens my observation about the difference between this year forum and last year forum. Last year, there were several times mentioned Ukraine, war between Russia and Ukraine, but it was concentrated on some other issues. This year I was really surprised and pleased with the recognition of the importance of what's going on in Ukraine. What's going on? This is not a conflict. This is real war. I hate the use of term conflict regarding what's going on in our country. This is a real war started by Russia, who against not just Ukraine, who is against internationally recognized borders, who is against Ukrainian people. They deny our right to exist. They proclaimed that this is our territory. They mean Russian territory. They proclaimed that there is no such a nation like Ukrainians. They consider us part of a Russian nation. So it is really war of two civilizations. What's going on now in Ukraine, where we are now? Nowadays it is very obvious that war will not end soon. Nowadays it is obvious that Russia has, I would say, demographic prevalence. They have a lot of people which they don't count. They have a lot of people to be mobilized. They do not count their losses. But Ukraine recognizes the value of human lives. We are struggling. We are in the process of counter-offensive operation, but we have to count the lives of our soldiers. We have to value the lives of our citizens. That is why we are not as successful as people expected. Because Russia is really a strong country, and whoever might say that Russian army is weak, they are not weak. They have huge armed forces. They have huge arsenals of tanks, vehicles, artillery shells, and the most important, as I said, they have huge numbers of lives that the Kremlin leadership does want to count. That is why we are in the process of achieving some successes in this counteroffensive. Of course, if we had more modern weapons, if we had more artillery, if we had more modern missiles which can hit enemy at the long distance, if we had modern aviation, we would be more successful. But we have what we have. We will continue to fight, and we will understand. And we understand already, and I believe this is obvious for every civilized nation, that this is war for surviving Ukraine as a state, for surviving Ukrainians as a nation. And we appreciate the approach of so many friends and partners. I like that the word solidarity is the main topic for today. The word solidarity means a lot of value for Ukraine, for Ukrainians. We express gratitude to all our friends, to all our allies, and we believe in our victory. Thank you.
Thank you. Yesterday at the opening of the Bled Strategic Forum, our Prime Minister, Golob, stated and pointed out, and I quote, Ukraine, a country that is going through so many painful moments and suffering, is helping us. Ukraine sent their best engineers, and they're still in Slovenia, and they're helping people to rebuild our communities. And Dr. Chernchets, what is your assessment of the support that Ukraine is receiving after 1.5 years since the Russian aggression began?
Thank you very much, Katya. Good afternoon to everybody. I would just like to continue. You said something about solidarity. It's the title of the panel, and of course also Ambassador mentioned this word. I like or tend to use also word military solidarity, which is one branch of word of solidarity, and Slovenia is a country that understands and understood its history. In '91, we were in very similar position when we were attacked by the state, by the army, Yugoslav army at that time, and we fought for our independence. And at that time, Slovenia was under the embargo. And luckily for Ukraine, this didn't happen with Ukraine, because probably the consequences and the panel today would be different if that would be the case 1.5 years ago. So Slovenia stood, and it's still standing by Ukraine. And I was also very, not positively, but overwhelmed with the feelings when I saw that country with, that is within the war, it's waging a war, sent after the biggest floods that we have in this country, the best team of engineers with the equipment, Slovenia, to help our people on the ground. And you know very well also the representative of countries standing here gave us a lot of support, and we are just about to open the military bridge built by Polish engineers. And so Slovenia got also a solidarity, not the military, but also humanitarian one, from NATO member states, from European Union as an institution, and the states. Same goes for NATO, and of course bilaterally through our friends in Western Balkans. And this is a really two-way street, and we are experiencing this. And what we saw and what we are seeing in today's with Ukraine, I would just like to finish this first introduction of mine with the starting points of your introduction. About the peace. I like to say that it's very easy, because everybody is talking about peace and how to achieve peace and who is going to prevail. It's very simple. One country is aggressor, and their military forces are across the border. They just withdrew the forces, and peace will be here. It's very simple. Then we can go into the discussions how they are going to pay the damage how they are going to compensate for the loss of lives and everything else, dealing with the consequences. But it's very simple. To all people who write the letters and public appeals who are evoking dialogue and all these things, yeah, everything's okay. The diplomacy has to work. But the deeds on the grounds are very simple, and everything is achievable very easily. Just go out, and that's it. And this was also Slovenian experience in '91.
Thank you very much. And moving on to the Montenegrin perspective, as we have this theme of solidarity running through the panel as well, you'll probably remember when Montenegro was entering NATO, Slovenia was also the contact embassy in the process, and I think we solidified that bond through the forward presence NATO mission in Latvia together. What do you believe we should be doing? How do you assess the support Ukraine is receiving from the alliance?
Thank you, Katja. Thank you for invitation to participate in this excellent panel and forum. Is really impressive. Well, as you said, with Slovenia we have really, I would say, not just partner relations. It's really more like real friends. Slovenia was the most helpful during our path towards NATO, and that just continued later on. And on the issue of Ukraine, I think it was exactly the same thing. We had the same way of thinking, and were among the small but still determined countries to help Ukraine. As Damir already referred, the situation in Ukraine is very simple. One side is aggressor, the other side is fighting for, literally, for a survival of the state and the nation. The very positive thing is that the first wave of responses from both NATO and the European Union was really a strong solidarity and the readiness to help Ukraine defend its statehood. Sometimes there are complaints that some things are too slow, too much negotiations and so on. But basically we have to understand that in case of all of our countries, we are democracies, and you have differences among different nations, different governments, and so on. So it always takes a time. It's not the case with Russia, where you have one person or a small clique that is basically decision maker. But after more than a year and a half, I think that determination on our part, it was obvious in Vilnius during the NATO summit. It's really ironclad, so there is no wavering in support to Ukraine. And at the same time, what the Ukrainian ambassador said, I think is very important to understand that for Ukraine, maybe sometimes we expect something to happen faster, and in terms, for example, of the counteroffensive and so on. But Ukrainians are, have different approach from Putin. They want to preserve their population, their soldiers, and so on. And I think that they know probably the best, how to defend their own country. The important thing is also that I think that in the countries that used to be neutral, there is pretty slow, but still a change of mind, and that more and more nations are willing to more openly side with Ukraine. And the reason for that, one of the main reasons, is that Russia was basically humiliated there, that Ukrainians demonstrated to the whole world that even if you are much smaller and not militarily and that strong as the aggressor, your willingness, your determination, and a number of allies you have can help you, to defend your territory. So, in terms of how the war is going to end, I'm absolutely positive that Ukraine is going to prevail, and Russia is going to suffer not just a short-term but a long-term defeat, strategic defeat, which is going to produce a number of internal issues in Russia, which was happening throughout the history of Russia.
Thank you. I think you make a very, very solid and valuable point about the fact that regardless of the size of the resources of the country, the fact that you have allies and the number of allies matter, and the fact that we're pulling together. Ambassador Olensky, I wanted to point out that I think it's extremely important to have the Eastern flank perception and from your end, and Poland being has taken one of the leading role in Europe when it comes to the European response to Russia's invasion. You've become a very crucial country in terms of supplying support and providing that corridor to Ukraine. I was wondering, what kind of assistance do you think we need to provide for victory in Ukraine, and also your perception of security from the eastern flank of the alliance, of how have you seen the security situation altered because of this?
Thank you very much for inviting me, for having me here. I'm really very happy that after almost 3.5 years of being ambassador here to Slovenia, I have this honor to stay here before the audience of the Black Strategic Forum. And just let me also express my condolences to all Slovenians for the losses after the flood, which we've saw 3 weeks ago and which we are justifying right now. So what's needed? I mean, solidarity for Poles, it's one of the most important elements. I mean, in fact, in the 80s, in 1980, we've presented solidarity as a way of living, as a way of building up ties in our society, and building up ties in Europe. So it was a Polish Solidarność, which in fact changed Europe, just transformed it from the Cold War zone into the free Europe, which started to transform itself toward the EU. Unfortunately, Russia remained out. Why? Because they never wanted to be a part of the free world. Russia is a Russia. Russia is a mindset. It's not, the country which would like to live peacefully with others. No, they would like to be an empire. They would like to invade. They would like to capture. And if someone is thinking in a different way than they, so they are going to punish it. And Ukrainians, they had this courage to pronounce themselves to be Europeans, to live according to the rule of law, democracy and freedom. They dared to express their own national identity, and there was the cause of the war. Then what is needed? Poland is the place through which almost all the assistance is going to Ukraine. Rzeszów is one of the most important cities in Europe right now. It's the biggest airport through which this assistance is coming. Przemysl, it's another city which is totally mobilized, not by the authorities, but by citizens, just to help Ukrainians, just to help to deliver equipment, just to help to deliver practically everything. In those days, Polish state is spending €1 billion for medical assistance to the Ukrainian refugees. It's only for healthcare, not counting, for example, education, because we are having almost 1 million of Ukrainian kids in our schools. But talking about military assistance, what's very important, the equipment, and then first of all, equipment which helps to survive the lives of Ukrainian soldiers. It was not so long ago when our commander-in-chief just decided to donate to his counterpart from Ukraine 50 Rosomak, 8-wheels vehicle, armored vehicle for the 50th anniversary of his counterpart in Ukraine, just for protecting the life of Ukrainian soldiers. Then the others are coming. They need not only the Rosomaks, but also other equipment which we are ready to deliver. In the same time, trying to not to disarm ourselves. So that's why we decide to spend 4% of our GDP for the armament of Poland. Also because we are delivering armament to Ukraine. We need Ukraine to be strong and to win because it depends on them, the freedom of Europe, the freedom of the Western world. Maybe you are not able to realize that fact. I am old enough to remember that in the 80s when I was studying, I was having my military course, and for our militaries at that time from the Communist Army, they were trying to convince us that we are fighting for peace. We are fighting for peace. To invite Denmark, to invite Germany, to invite Netherlands, we are fighting for peace. And the Russians are fighting for peace. And there are a lot of people also here in this country who are saying that we must fight for peace. We must enforce the peace. The peace is most important. Here is the one American expression about the peace, but I don't want to quote it. But it is totally wrong. We are fighting for freedom, and they are fighting just to enslave us, all of us. And the solidarity which we are called to deliver to Ukraine, to stand aside with Ukraine, to help in any sense. But first of all, to deliver weapons. Those Leopards, those missiles that you are having in the storages, if you will be keeping them in your storages and waiting for Russians, they will come for sure. But you will not have a time and opportunity to use them. Because if they will crush Ukraine, they will be very soon in the NATO zone. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I believe the issue of defense spending, which you brought up, is extremely important for the alliance as well as for defense of Europe as such. Mr. Haibach, I am going to put you a little bit in the shoes of former member of the German Bundestag at the outset, and because I cannot avoid the issue of the drastic reversal of German policy in this regard. Germany had a long-held policy of refusing to export weapons to conflict zones. And the fact that German decision to send Leopard 2 tanks and also other equipment is nothing less of a historic break with the post-World War II foreign policy for Germany. So I was wondering, what is your assessment of what was the momentum that led to such a policy shift in Germany? And what does that mean for us?
Well, thank you very much for the question, and also thank you, State Secretary, for allowing me to be on this panel. Well, while I was preparing for the panel, I was thinking of my time in Parliament, and in 2008, when Russia invaded parts of Georgia, I was representing Germany in the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. Why I'm saying this is because I was chairman of the Rules Committee, and as such I was obliged to do the report on the stripping of the voting rights of the Russian delegation, which we then did for a certain amount of time. But it was very difficult to really get a reaction in German public to all of this. In 2014, when Russia invaded the Crimea Peninsula, it was still this more general feeling like not our war, somewhere else, far away. And what really changed things dramatically was the 24th of February last year. The government came out of the stumbling block a little bit slow, but they picked up the speed. And the reason why they were able to pick up the speed was because there was all of a sudden an awareness of this could be our war. This might be our war, and it might endanger us as a people. And that can actually point to one moment where in one German newspaper, when the first Russian missiles hit areas on the border between Ukraine and Poland, somebody took a map, put it into the newspaper and said, look, this is where the missiles came. This is 505 kilometers, and this is the distance between where the missiles came down and Berlin. So all of a sudden, there was this understanding that helping Ukraine, being active in NATO, would be the only solution of also protecting Germany itself. And that is a feeling that hasn't been really existing in the country for a very long time, because in the early 2000s, we abolished, not we abolished, but we put the pause button to the draft system. We radically reduced spending for military, and we thought that wars might only be fought in Afghanistan or in Iraq or in Somalia or anywhere else. We needed an army of experts, and the whole general question of defending your homeland wasn't really on the map anymore. And that Russian war was the game changer. And it enabled the government and also politics in general to take bold decisions as far as increasing defense spending is concerned. I hope it's going to be continued in the future. I'm not exactly sure about it. But it also enabled us to take those decisions that were necessary to support Ukraine with the adequate equipment. And where we couldn't, it was a lot of times because we simply couldn't get the agreement of those who were also co-producing the weapon systems. For instance, when we talked about the ammunition, we had the problem that Switzerland didn't allow us to give that to the Ukraine because Oerlikon is a Swiss company which produces in Germany, and they said, no, we are strictly neutral. And now they have slightly shifted their position, but it was very difficult at times. I think there is even more necessary, but my perception of the situation as it is in Germany is that a lot more people understand right now this is not only the fight of the Ukrainians against Russia, it is the fight of the Western world against an aggressor. And that is really what changed the whole mindset of a lot of people in Germany.
I think we're getting a very strong message from a number of our panelists that freedom in Europe and Western world depends on the outcome of the Ukrainian conflict. I think you, Ambassador Olensky, you articulated it, but I think the message here reverberates. And in light of that, as was stated at the beginning, I think the challenge to the rules-based global order by Russia is a context in which we have to put this conflict into. So Ambassador Tehran, I turn to you and with a question of a new security architecture is probably emerging out of this crisis. What place will Ukraine have in it? And here we're also alluding to all the ongoing discussions around Ukrainian joining NATO in the future, around discussions that most NATO countries view Ukraine as a prospective member. But however, the prospect for Ukrainians' immediate joining is elusive. It's not there yet.
Okay, thank you. Very good question. It is obvious that this war started in Ukraine by Russia, changed a lot of politicians in sense of changing their mind. Such a war, such the war, destroyed the whole security architecture, not just in Europe, but in the whole world. The future architecture, security architecture, still is unclear. But the needs of changing the architecture of security is very, very obvious. We need to change the security architecture not just within Europe, but within many world institutions, including the UN. It is obvious that the state aggressor cannot dictate the policy in the UN Security Council. In this regard, I would like to greet the Slovenian election as a non-permanent member of the Security Council. I believe that Slovenia will do its best in the UN as a whole and in the UN Security Council. And I believe that nowadays we need changes there. I spent 3 years working as a permanent mission of Ukraine to the United Nations. This is, frankly speaking, the place where I start coughing when in 2014 I was asked by some military advisors, I was general at the time, and when Russia started occupying Crimea, I was asked by representatives from other countries, General, you said you have armed forces. Yes, we have. Why you do not oppose? Why you don't fight against Russian forces which started occupation of Crimea? I had nothing to respond. I still have no answer, frankly speaking. That time I start coughing and I still continue. I have no answers for many questions regarding this. But it was obvious that time that we need to do something within the UN, within the Security Council structure, within the ability of state started aggression against another state. And they were opposing any resolution which will say that Russia is state of aggression. We need the changes in OSCE structure. It is obvious that the ability of OSCE as such, as an organization, to influence the security in Europe is over. It is a great place to discuss, but is that organization capable of making strong decisions? It's obvious not the case. We need something new. Nobody knows for sure what should be new. Me either. But I believe that we need to create some new architecture. What will be the place of Ukraine? Well, nowadays we play a decisive role in creation of future security architecture. Future security architecture depends on the results of this war. The new security architecture depends on the results of our victory. And I don't agree with those politicians who are afraid of collapse Russia as a state. I do believe that future security architecture should exclude possible reincarnation of their aggressive intentions. It should prevent further thinking of somebody from Kremlin to feel himself as a new dictator, new emperor, and to allow Russia start a new war in several years. We should do something. And there are voices in Russia which say that Russia is fighting with the NATO. Russia is fighting with Ukraine. But is NATO involved? Yes. Not just NATO. I would rather consider this is World War III, because many countries are influenced by this war. Many countries are participating in this war, some way or another. Some countries provide us with weapons. Some countries provide us with economical support, with financial support, with humanitarian support. Some countries are suffering from this war. And NATO countries are also suffering from this war because they didn't expect to spend so much money and so much efforts to put on the case of somebody's war, which is not a NATO member. There are suffering countries in Africa due to that food embargo Russia imposed in the Black Sea. Russia eliminated the freedom of movement in the Black Sea region. Russia eliminated the right of African countries to get food from Ukraine. They destroyed our infrastructure in agricultural sector. We are not capable to produce as much food as we did before because they destroyed this agricultural infrastructure in Ukraine. So this war is influencing many, many countries in many senses, in many directions. This should be taken into account when we will start to create a new security architecture, not just in Europe, as I said, but in the whole world. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. You opened a lot of really pertinent issues, and I'm not sure if we'll get to all of them on the panel, but Dr. Chernchets, I want to pick it up with you. What is your view of if you look at the geopolitical context in which this conflict is occurring? And I'm not sure whether to feel the same question of the new security architecture, but I know you will have a lot to say about this. But mostly, what are the implications for our security in our region?
Yeah, thank you. I will try to kind of follow up what Ambassador was saying about the whole spectrum of how basically international security network guarantees failed. We can go to Budapest Memorandum, we can go to the OSCE that didn't do its job, we can start talking about security, United Nations, Security Council reform structures there. But I would like to be basically, I will kind of a little bit focus ourselves to more practical consequences and the things I see kind of that are going to probably follow up as a consequence of this failed war by Russia. If you look very simplistically, remember ourselves, we joined NATO, EU. It was an old slogan, first NATO, then EU. It was a few months' time difference in Slovenian case, but in Montenegrin case, it's a little bit more probably, or it is already, and it was in Croatian case and some other countries. So, and it's basically everything value-driven. When we decided that we are going to be independent, we decided also that our values are the same that we share with this European space. And where I see this parallel now, it's the one with Ukraine is exactly the same. We are hearing about the corruption in Ukraine, corruption in Russia, oligarchs, everything is the same in Russia, Ukraine. This is like simplistically saying, you know, they are all the same, this is not our war, this is nothing to do with us. But it's not true. They are in the same position as we were. They decided that their values are on the western side, not on the eastern side. And when they decided this, and they start taking steps, of course, big neighbor said, no, you are not allowed to do it, because it's our right, due to the Second World War, due to the historic, due to the Kiev, Moscow, whatever, times in the mid-ages, when they were conquered by Golden Horde, probably, I don't know, but they came back to the history, but it's nothing to do with the history. It's about the nation that decided where they want to be. And they decided. And when they start making concrete exact steps, they were attacked. So, values. And we remember French president said how NATO has a brain cancer, is brain dead. It was not so many years ago. Or we had French fries and freedom fries connected with the decision within this Western alliance in regards to the Iraq. Everything changed. And everything, and also the notion that Russia shouldn't be humiliated. It was not so old ago, the notion set also on the Western Hemisphere. Everything now is gone. This is gone, and this is already changed. We saw unprecedented thing that NATO enlarged with Finland, with Sweden. When I was a student, we were hearing about these neutral states. They will never, as Switzerland, never going to be part of any bloc. But no, they are, one is already within the NATO, second one probably is going to be very soon. So this is very exact consequence of the new security architecture in Europe. So what we are seeing basically is that, of course, NATO is alive, European Union is alive, European Union with broader spectrum of course, being first economic alliance and then values, human rights, and of course also defense pillar. We heard yesterday is giving timetables to Western Balkans and is inviting Ukraine, Moldova, So the countries, Georgia, on the hemisphere or on the outskirts, I would say, of European Union. So this is the new architecture. So the bloc of countries, alliances that are democratic driven is formed, and it's going to follow on. And I think we will have this kind of, at the end of the day, the result being all together in one or other way. And just briefly, in regards to the Russia, I said many times before that Balkanization can be the realistic scenario of Russia after this failed war. They have many issues within demographic and all sorts of them. And the consequence is going to be that the Russia will have huge struggles to survive as a state that it is today. And this is probably very realistic scenario that we are going to see. And of course, then we have to talk about some winners. China, for sure, is a winner of this conflict. And as I said from the start on, it was who is responsible for that. We know who is. There is no excuse to send the rockets on shopping malls, to destroy the energetic facility, critical infrastructure during the winter, to attack the electricity grids. There is no excuse for this. And you cannot judge or you cannot talk positively in any way about this, kind of trying to make excuses for Russia for being forcefully doing this because of Donbass, all these kind of stories. So the change is already here, is happening, we are seeing it. And I don't want to go on the global, but I will just finish by saying this. There is a so-called Rammstein group, which is led by U.S. Defense Secretary, Minister of Defense of United States, and there are 50 countries. And we know there is 31 within the NATO, and European Union even less. So there are countries like Australia, South Korea, participating in this kind of forum that is providing support, all spectrum, the whole spectrum of support to Ukraine. So it's not just a NATO-EU, it's a real global values-driven alliance that is protecting, fighting, and supporting Ukraine. And I'm sure that we are not going to see any fatigue in doing that until the final goal is achieved, and what was said by the ambassador.
Thank you very much for bringing up the issue of values that underpin all of our efforts together. And I want to pick it up on this. And Mr. Perovic, Western Balkans has decided the value system which it wants to follow. It has decided its path of Euro and Atlantic integration. And at the same time, Russia is very engaged in Western Balkans and has been. Since the start of the aggression in Ukraine, we've also seen Russian officials make statements about Western Balkans almost on a weekly, but definitely on a monthly basis. So it's been really high on the agenda. What impact do you see this war is having in Western Balkans?
Well, you know, Western Balkans is unfortunately still perceived as one of these areas that are prone to conflicts, influences from the third size, malign influence, and so on. So there was a big worry, and I think, noticed that in the NATO statements that the Balkans, the Western Balkans rather, can be destabilized because of the situation. But I think the Western Balkans showed to be much more resilient than everybody expected, including ourselves. And I think there are two main reasons. One is the NATO presence, meaning the membership of a number of countries now in the region into the NATO. And the second thing is the presence of international troops, NATO in Kosovo, EU in Bosnia, that helped to, you know, keep calm there. And the second thing was the enormous success of the Ukrainian defenders, which basically humiliated Russia, showed that Russia is not that strong and powerful as the pro-Russian parties and the people in the Balkans believed to, basically believing into what was the Kremlin propaganda, which weakened their political position inside our countries in the Western Balkans. As we discussed during our lunch, Western Balkans is, in terms of relations with Russia, a bit specific ways. One important thing is that our part of Europe was never occupied by Russians or Soviets, like Poland, for example. So you don't have this kind of personal experience and collective memory that is related to that. So it is then much easier to accept all these stories about Russian protectionism and so on. And the second thing is that for the last 30 or something years, we experienced something completely opposite to the other former socialist countries, and that was a war in ex-Yugoslavia, which was followed, and that is important for understanding this concept of relations with Russia. It was followed from the very beginning by the exceptionally strong anti-Western propaganda. Not necessarily pro-Russian, but it was generally anti-Western. And that continues for decades, so which made a strong impact on the part of the population. But, however, as you said, I think that generally in the region, population want to be a part of the European Union. Population now support, I think, more NATO membership than that is case in Montenegro, as showed the last Vox Populi released just before the summit in Vilnius. So I am pretty optimistic in the future of our country. And the support for Ukraine is very strong. In Montenegro, it is difficult to give precise figures, but it's around 30,000 people, refugees, which is for a small country of 600,000, just the enormous.
Are you equally optimistic for the future of the region?
Well, I think so. I think if the United States and the Europeans remain focused on our region and remain committed really to support the reform parties to play less on the, what we also mentioned before, stabilocracy systems, meaning, to try make this trade between stability and tolerating organized crime, autocracy, and so on. I am in that case optimistic, as well as for the other countries like Ukraine and Moldova, Georgia, that at the end the forces that are pro-European are going to prevail there. Thank you.
We certainly hope you're right. We will support you all the way. Ambassador Olinsky, I want to get your perspective on, there's a very specific bond that's being created now between Ukraine and Poland, and I think it's also going to redefine the geopolitics of the region once the conflict is over. I want to get your perspective on that, and also, do you see Ukraine in NATO? Very directly? Yes. That was a simple answer.
The answer is very simple, but I mean, this war and the way which our allies from NATO just took toward Ukraine right now, I mean, gives a hope and gives also kind of a certainty that I mean, once Ukraine got the perspective to NATO and to EU, I mean, we are going to change entire geopolitics. So, but let me recall the war from the past century, the war of 1920. So at that time, the free, independent Ukraine was emerging, So the government of Ataman Skoropadsky, then Ataman Petlura, was creating a new democratic independent Ukraine. At that time attacked from the one side by the Red Army, from the other side by the White Army. And when Polish governments tried to negotiate with the so-called democratic Ukraine, because it was a small part of the democratic, not Ukraine, Russians, they were saying, no, Ukraine is a part of the Russia. So there was no an imagination that Ukraine could be an independent state. And in the same time, big empires, starting from the United States through Great Britain, then France was the less convinced that for the Russia. Those empires were saying, no, it's only Russia who is able to provide the security and the stability in Eastern Europe. So right now, so 103 years after, we are facing totally different situation. So I really do hope that today, no one is thinking about Russia as a factor of the stability. Just before the March 24th, still in Brussels, people were thinking, yeah, I mean, Russia is providing peace and stability there, so let's keep Russia, let's not to help Ukraine. Today, we are having a different perspective, and we must continue. We must just keep on going. So Ukraine is an independent state with the full right for the development, with the full right to be a part of our community of values, because they are showing their values. They are demonstrating by their blood where are their hearts and where are their inspiration. We cannot say to them, no, we are closing because that's Russia and the sphere of Russian influence. There shouldn't be any kind of the Russian influence. It shouldn't be, again, the moment in which the Northern Pipeline will be built just to exclude Central Europe from the zone of the security and prosperity. It's over, I really do hope. And Poland will do everything just to maintain the situation, just to have Ukraine, and hopefully very soon Belarus. Because Belarusians are also inspiring to be a part of our European democratic independent world, in spite of this gentleman who pretends to be president of the country. They're also having the right, because they are having not only aspirations, but they are having their national identity. They are having their own country. They would like to develop. Pax Mongolica, which was established in the 14th century, it was just for Russia. It was just for this part where the satrapies were established. It was for Moscow. It's Moscovia. So we don't want to have Moscovia. We would like to have Ukraine, Belarus, Ruthenians in Europe. Because in this way, we can build up a new architecture for peace and stability and the security. There is no security without Ukraine in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Haibach, I know you're going to have a lot to say on the discussion, and particularly I want to get to you. But before I do, 1 second, Jerry, I'm looking at you. Hi. Do we have a microphone? Because I actually do want to go around. Because prepare for questions, please. I do want to take a couple of questions. We got a great audience in the room today, and I want your input on this discussion. So, Mr. Haibach, you wanted to discuss with us, and please do, how you see the implications of the situation right now for Southeast Europe. We have not mentioned the Black Sea region. We have not mentioned Moldova. So please go ahead and give your insights.
Well, it's hard to talk about anything positive as far as the Russian war against Ukraine is concerned. But what it did, and the State Secretary was already pointing to it, is It brought Europe and the United States closer together within the framework and NATO, but also elsewhere. We still have our differences, but we are much closer now than we used to be for a very long time. I think it brought back home to everybody that we need to stand together if Ukraine, and with Ukraine, the whole Western world is supposed to be successful. And the second thing that it did was that a lot of people, again, took an interest in especially the region of the Western Balkans, which had been slightly overlooked, especially with the US phasing out during the last government, and the American ambassador to Germany proactively taking a very pro-Serbian role, which fortunately now has been reversed. This is very important, very important. And our colleague from Montenegro has already made it quite clear. It is pivotal that there is a strong American-European presence economically, financially, but also in terms of security in the region, just simply in order to stabilize it. And again, it is not only for the sake of the region, but it's for the sake of Europe and the EU as a whole, because we cannot afford another kind of destabilized areas that is so close to us. And so I think that these are the two very important points that need to be emphasized, that we not only are obliged to help because it is a question of solidarity, but it is also a question of our own security, of our own way of living, of our own democracy values, of everything that countries stand for, and that especially, I mean, this whole conflict rings a lot of bells in Slovenia and Croatia, because there, 30 years ago, freedom had to be fought for, democracy had to be fought for, independence had to be fought for. So this is I think, something that is closer to home to a lot of people here than it may be in Germany, where conflicts have been not fought for a very, very long time. And I think that is one of the most important points that I think at least those who take decisions have understood the message that only if we stand together we are going to be able to support Ukraine in a way that it comes out successful on the other side. And I would like to close by saying that, you know, there is this saying that, because the Polish ambassador made reference to that, peace is not only the absence of war. Peace, and the EU, we must not forget this, is always been labeled as a peace project. And what other option do we have than trying to provide real peace, not only the absence of war?
Thank you so much for ending on such a strong note. I believe I have a question. Go ahead, sir. Please introduce yourself and direct the question to a particular panelist or to the panel.
Thank you very much. My name is Miroslav Gregoric. I'm a member of Slovenian Parliament with my own opinion. This is a panel of convinced experts and politicians with one single convincing view. Not a gram of different view was presented. However, if we...
Sir, if you do not have a question, I will kindly ask you to.
I'm going to the question. However, there are several US authors like Mearsheimer, Abelov, Mearsheimer, Ray McGovern, Larry Johnson, Colonel Douglas McGregor, Jeffrey Sachs, Noam Chomsky, who tend to believe that this is war between US and Russia on Ukraine soil. We know in the past year and a half, there were peace initiatives from Israel, Turkey, China, South Africa, and other African dignitaries, Brazil, Pope, and of course also Ukraine initiative. And now we heard in the introductory statement that peace is easy to achieve. Just withdraw the Russian forces, the aggressor, and peace is here. Fine. My question is, if this will not happen, what is the plan B? Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
I can maybe first. Thank you for the question. At the end of the day, every war is decided the same way, behind the green table. The difference is on the time scale, and the end result is driven, of course, by fait accompli, by the facts on the ground. And military willingness on one hand side, and we didn't touch upon, we didn't go in details about the military strategy, and it was mentioned today that how the offensive is slow going. We can go into in-depth deliberations if this is actually really true. If you compare it to the Western kind of way of fighting, having the air superiority and then bomb for 3 or 4 weeks the lines, and then you can go with the troops. So Ukraine is doing it the hard way. And of course, the peace and the achievement of the peace and the result of the peace is going to be established as a result of the results on the ground. And that's it. This is the determination of the victim in this case, whether aggressor will have the ability to sustain and how long he's going to sustain. Therefore, I mentioned the word fatigue. It's another story. But I would just like to say one word also in Slovenia. When we were in NATO summit, we saw in Slovenia media article how support in Slovenia for NATO is declining. When the floods started to happen in Slovenia, we saw the article how Russia provided or offered support to Slovenia. What is the reality? The reality is that the support is actually the same. It was since 2003 when we won on a referendum, and it was 2/3 majority on the referendum. We done many polls in between, and the result was the same. So the support didn't change. As far as the floods is concerned, it was officially written dementi by Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Slovenia that, of course, Russia never offered any support. Not even, of course, it didn't deliver. But we saw, on the other hand side, as I mentioned in my introduction, the Ukraine done its share. So these are the facts, and there are some, of course, the fantasies or propaganda and misinformation, and we can have a special panel about disinformation, propaganda, and all this stuff. So this is the reality, and the reality is we have a democracy, values-driven country that is victim of aggressor, and it choose their path, and somebody who has a fake democracy is sending rockets to blockade this, and that's it. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Ambassador.
If I may to add something. You are absolutely right. There are two ways, two scenarios of how this war will end. I believe you don't think that this war will last 400 years, right? War should be ended somehow, somewhen. There are just two scenarios for the end of the war. Ukraine prevail or Russia prevail. I don't think that you believe that the US convinced every single state in the whole world to support Ukraine. It was the own decision by every state, civilized state, to support Ukraine. Why? Because they don't want another scenario. They don't want Russia to prevail. They already feel the threat from Russia. It is not the US fighting against Russia. This is Russia fighting against Ukraine, and in speaking about Ukraine, they mean the whole civilized world. Switzerland is neutral, of course, but Sweden is afraid of Russia, Finland is afraid of Russia. They are afraid of another scenario. Poland is afraid of another scenario. Baltic states are afraid of another scenario. That is why they support us, not because these states are convinced by the US. They don't want Russia to prevail. They don't want, just because Russia will not stand at the border of Ukraine. If Russia prevails, it will go further. It is Russian empire, and it will become stronger if we lose this war. But we will not lose. Don't worry, we will win.
Thank you very much. We have 2 more questions that I'd like to take in the interest of time. I'll take them together.
David Merkel with Summit International Advisors. My question is directed to the colleague from Germany specifically. Robert Gates wrote an article, The Return of History, and talking about great power competition. And many say that after Georgia in 2008, Ukraine 2014, Syria, that what encouraged Putin to act was not, as Mearsheimer would have it, NATO expansion, but in fact it was that the West failed to respond. So my question is the separation with Russia, is Russia's isolation from Europe, is that complete, or is it a temporary thing depending on the outcome of the war in Ukraine? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would like to take another question and then we'll respond and conclude the panel.
Hi, thank you. Nate, Chief Scout in Slovenia. Scouting is a global movement established for building peace. I'm the Chief Scout. This means that I'm the president of the Slovenian Scout, which is like one of the biggest youth organization. So my question is, like a few weeks ago, when the floods came, Scouts were out there helping, and not only we, because we serve, you know, we need to serve because it's in us, but all nations come together and serve. Also in Poland, as I'm speaking with my colleagues from Poland, I know, and Czech Republic also, and they are like scouting and guiding is like really helping people from Ukraine, refugees, helping them. So I don't know, in Krakow they have like all Maribor refugees are living in Krakow. So Polish scouts and young people are doing a lot. So I'm just asking you, do you think that we always need really bad things to happen to rethink our future, or maybe we can educate young people, because I strongly believe it? And can you maybe just a few of you share shortly maybe how we can learn people and educate them, young kids and youth, for solidarity and for democracy? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for the slightly philosophical but a very important questions of how not to repeat history. Would you like to take it up first, Holger?
Yes, actually, I can put the two together. I mean, sometimes you have to have something taken away from you so that you can really evaluate it. And peace is something that we have taken for granted far too long. And unfortunately, Germany did its share, that's true. We had the former German Minister of Defense, Annegret Kramp-Karrenbauer, who also happened to be the chairman of our party, here in Slovenia and also in Croatia, and she went on a record saying that, for instance, Nord Stream was a mistake that should never have happened, actually. And so I think the awareness is there, that we cannot go back and do the same old. Nobody wants to do that, with the exception of the far right and the far left for various reasons. But in the end, I think in Germany, at least those people who are reasonable political leaders have understood that after a hopefully successful outcome for Ukraine, things have to change dramatically.
Thank you very much. I mean, it's the education of the youth is absolutely crucial, but that's the question to politicians. So, what kind of future they would like to design for the young people, for his students, for a scout and girls and boys. So, I mean, I'm a former scout boy, and I'm hearing from here and there that scoutism is something wrong, is something oppressive, is fascist, because you are wearing uniforms. It's something wrong. So, what does it mean? I mean, how we would like to educate young people? What kind of examples you would like to present to them? And that's the entire discussion about the deconstruction of the history, about the deconstruction of the society. From the other side, I mean, it's very easy to destroy society which is deconstructed. Mm-hmm. It's very easy to make them believe that Russia is fighting for peace. Thank you.
Mr. Petrovic, final thoughts?
Yep, just to add something to the ambassador said, you know, I absolutely agree, and I know the Scouts are one of these organizations that are very important for this kind of social networking related to good causes. And I think generally in Europe, one of the reasons that we have this kind of solidarity with Ukraine is that people for the last decades are really more or less, you know, educated in that spirit. It was just the opposite, unfortunately, in Russia, especially for the last 6 to 7 years. It was a very specific and weird militarization of the society, with rewriting of the history, with creation of some paramilitary troops even for small kids and so on. So that was a very important element of preparing Russia for this crazy war against Ukraine. So I absolutely agree, and organizations like yours are, you know, exceptionally important for the European future. Thank you.
Last word.
The last remark. I would like to ask one question, Mr. Gregorich, who just raised up the question of the peace. So in your fight for peace, because I presume that you are fighting for peace, that you are preaching for peace, how many refugees have you assisted? How many people you help in your fight for peace? Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear panelists. The applause next door was my cue, plus the clock has run out. Thank you so much for all your wonderful thoughts. Please join me in thanking our exceptional panelists for their thoughts today. And for the final word, let's keep the spirit of solidarity. Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you. Welcome. The strategic forum is not yet over. So what you've come to listen to and learn more about is something that affects all of you, everyone here, energy, and where we have been, where we're going. What I've asked each of the panelists to say is what they do, so you have a clarity of where they're coming from. I'm Nick Gowing. I've been coming to the forum for several years now, delighted to be here. So let's, as you can see, the great thing is we've got equal numbers here, 3 men, 3 women. Remember that, that's important, given that there have been a lot of panels with far more men than women, and sometimes no women. That's really important in this day and age. So let me immediately go to one of the women who's come from Ukraine. Olga, tell us what you do. That's all I want to hear from you at the moment.
Hi everyone, my name is Olga Boyko. I'm a coordinator of Climate Action Network Eastern Europe, Caucasus, Central Asia, and I'm based in Kyiv, Ukraine, in Ukrainian and Geopolitical Action, where we deal with climate change and energy issues, energy transition of coal towns, stable agriculture, sustainable agriculture. And I'm actually here instead of my colleague who is the head of energy department, Konstantin Krynitsky. He's a male, as you can guess by the name, and he unfortunately could not get permission to leave the country because of the martial law. That's something that the men from 18 to 60 need to do. So I was supposed to be here anyway, at a different panel though, but I'm happy to elaborate on the connection between climate, civil society, and energy at this panel.
Thanks, Olga. Tina.
Yes, hello, I'm a policymaker. I'm a state secretary, which is sort of a deputy minister at the Climate Ministry of Republic of Slovenia. I'm responsible for energy and mobility and also EU funding.
Thank you very much indeed. Tina. You've given me your details. Anna.
So I'm Anna Stanic. I'm a lawyer based in London, otherwise of Slovene, Australian, British, and Croatian origin.
That's 4 nationalities.
That's 4, hopefully 4 passports soon, currently 3. And I do practice primarily in energy law, environmental law, and European law.
But what's the connection to energy?
Well, I do.
What do you do?
So I'm an energy lawyer. I advise on large energy infrastructure projects, but I also advise on EU policy and international law relating to energy and geopolitics, I guess.
Thank you. Dejan.
Hi, my name is Dejan Paravan. I'm CEO of GEN Group. GEN Group is the 2nd largest energy producer and the biggest energy supplier in Slovenia. What distinguishes us is that we produce actually 99% of electricity CO2-free, and what we supply is everything CO2-free. We are also an important energy trader in European market, and out of this core business, what we gain, our goal is to invest in future, in green transition, and here are 2 pillars. One is nuclear, new build, and the other is renewables and flexibility and storage.
Thanks. Bart.
My name is Bart-Jan Hoevers. I'm representing ENSOG, the European Network of Transmission System Operators for Gas. It's established under European law to coordinate the European transmission infrastructure for gas. And, for example, over the last year, we've been intensely involved in mapping how the security of supply of gas looks like and what good policy measures would be, and we have intense contact on that with the European Commission, and we're based in Brussels.
Thank you very much indeed. I thought I'd look for a baseline by which we can judge what has happened in the last year. So I've turned to the International Energy Agency's World Energy Outlook, so bear with me for a couple of minutes, because the language is really important here, because I've asked them to give an audit of where they think we are a year on from this. This is a year ago. The world is in the midst of its first global energy crisis, a shock of unprecedented breadth and complexity, their words. Pressures in markets predated Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but Russia's actions have turned a rapid economic recovery from the pandemic, which strained all manner of global supply chains, including energy, into full-blown energy turmoil. Prices for spot purchases of natural gas have reached levels never seen before. The crisis has stoked inflationary pressures and created a looming risk of recession, as well as a huge $2 trillion windfall for fossil fuel producers. The heaviest burden for all of this, though, is falling on poorer households. 75 million people who recently gained access to electricity are likely to lose the ability to pay for it. The total number of people worldwide without electricity access is rising. Now, these are the questions which they were raising a year ago, which are at the heart of what I want to hear their answers to in a few minutes. Is the crisis a boost or a setback for energy transition? With energy markets remaining extremely vulnerable, today's energy shock is a reminder of the fragility and unsustainability of our current energy system. A key question for policymakers is whether the crisis will be a setback for clean energy transitions or will catalyze faster action. So that's the kind of framework for the next hour. Policy responses are fast-tracking the emergence of a clean energy economy. So let me ask each of you to give your version and your view of what has happened in the last year and where we are. So Dejan, can I come to you first, as someone who has to deal with this on a day-by-day basis?
Okay, so I think that we already forgot what was the situation 1 year ago. So it was good. It was good that you read all that.
Do you remember those days?
I remember very well those days. Yeah. So my memory is still very fresh. And 1 year ago, we were faced with huge fear of security of supply, and this reflected through prices. And that's why also when the prices blew out, of course, it hurt a lot of people. Now, 1 year ahead of that event, at least if we look at Europe, because what you read was reflected to the whole global situation. Yeah? And in whole global situation, I think that it is actually from region to region different how specific regions went through this crisis or through this shift of energy flows or the energy map of the whole global economy.
But broadly, is there a new stability, or are you still feeling there is a shock of unprecedented breadth and complexity?
It was something that we haven't seen so far, but I think that at least Europe, we have one year ahead, we have secure supply, so everybody had electricity and gas. We paid huge money for that, so it costed a lot, but we somehow survived. And from that reason, I think that the whole situation that we were faced in the last year is a reminder and a boost for the transition, because apparently how the whole setting was 1 year ago was, at least for us, was not optimal, and we needed to pay that.
But again, for a question for all of you, is there a new stability in which we can have a degree of confidence?
Not yet. Not yet at all.
But you're seeing the same problem with distribution.
Yeah, when I look at the year back, I always take the picture in mind of the front page of The Economist with a half-frozen Europe done by Putin, so to say, to remember what was expected at that time, with gas consumption in Europe 40% dependent on being supplied by Russia, now being down to 5%. So I would take the other angle in saying that we realized more stability. The enormous price increase last year was in August, not a typically heavy month for gas, I would say, but only to prepare for the filling in winter. And now we are already at over a 90% filling level in Europe. So, of course, we are more stable now also because of demand reduction. Price-sensitive Dutch consumers, I'm quite proud of them, reduced their demand by 20 to 25%, but it's detrimental to heavy industry.
Even if it's tough, and the prices are tough, the costs are tough, is there at least stability or not?
I would say there is stability at a situation you don't want to be if you are a heavy consumer of, for example, industry. But we are in a stable situation.
There's stability at a situation which you don't want to be at. What does this mean for consumption? Because already the signs are the data is showing a year on there's significant increase in fossil fuels.
Yeah, so it's an increase in coal consumption, and I think the challenge that we still didn't manage, I think, sufficiently is to move sufficient funds and attention to renewables. Because it's basically the reduction in gas utilization is replaced by coal. So that's not a situation you want. It's also not a situation that you want to be not competitive with your industry. So we should really, I think, at European level, think of alternatives. And it could be alternatives that we are not that good in industry that is hugely dependent on energy, because we don't have that much energy, but we should have a plan.
So you have at least one message. We have stability, but not at a level that makes people feel comfortable, and it's going to be a test as well. Let me go to Tina. What comes across your desk? What kind of judgments are you making for a country of 2 million people? You need to press your button.
Maybe if I focus first on the European level, I think the most important that we learned in the last year, and that's why I would argue that there is stability today, is that the European leaders delivered. We were faced in an unprecedented crisis with a really tough situation around us. So the European leaders were adopting quick decisions and effective decisions, and that is a clear message for the future, for next winter.
Were you surprised at the speed at which they adopted their measures?
I mean, of course, I know I was part of the decision-making process, so maybe on the gas, of course, I agree, it could be delivered a bit quicker than in December. But still, a lot of measures were adopted and they were effective, and this is what we see today. And we did good. I mean, overall, a year after, I think we are much better off than we were last summer. We massively decreased basically our consumption of natural gas. We also decreased oil and natural gas to imports. We didn't turn back. We didn't do a U-turn, what everybody was predicting, that we will turn back to the fossil fuels. Not really. This is clearly now shown through the statistics that we did manage to, despite everything what was going on, we did manage to push down the emissions. And as I said before, we did deliver a unified unified front against what was ahead of us.
Ultimately, you have to inform your ministers and the Prime Minister and the Cabinet. What kind of recommendation or analysis at the moment are you giving about what Slovenia now faces and Europe faces over the next 6 to 9 months?
I mean, we're still not out of the woods yet, I would say. I mean, things can still...
What do you mean by that?
I mean, things can still go very wrong. We are now looking at the winter, for example. The gas market can explode again. I mean, we could be facing a difficult winter if the temperature, if we have a very cold winter, if the demand, if the global demand is higher than what is now projected, if the Russian supplies go down again, if something happens in the countries that sort of jumped in and supplied the alternative part of the gas. Things can go wrong. Also on the electricity market, we are heavily dependent on, I mean, the EU is still heavily dependent on the Russian nuclear fuel. And we are faced with a very unpredicted regime there. So if something goes wrong now, today, things can escalate and we can be faced with another energy crisis in the next winter or the next 12 months, so to say. But I am confident the European leaders will deliver a joint management of this crisis.
Dan and Bart, I have to come back to you in a moment about what you're assessing on risk and resilience and what the unthinkable, unpalatable options are of what could be coming down the track. I give you notice of that question. Anna, what's your judgment about what your clients are saying?
Okay, well, I would start by saying that energy security, if you want to quote the IEA, is about uninterrupted energy supply at affordable prices. So affordable prices part of energy security. So we are certainly nowhere near in that situation. So we are facing quite likely, as the IEA says, at least a 27 BCM lack of gas this year. And that's assuming that we don't have a very cold winter, but a normal winter. and that's including that Russian gas continues to flow. The prices that our industry and that our economies are facing at this point is a structural uncompetitiveness that we now have built in to our pricing, and that pricing will remain. And the reason why that is that we are now buying LNG, and we're buying it primarily from the United States, and LNG prices are priced in Henry Hub plus liquefaction plus transport. Henry Hub, it means that the price the US pays is Henry Hub, and we pay liquefaction plus transport. As of today, that means that US industry pays $3 maximum. We pay $13 maximum. Now, if we reverse back and we go back to 2019, when the LNG market was delivering us important liquidity into the market, not thanks to the European Union and the governments, but because that's how the LNG market worked. And we talked about the market, as I believe it's the market that delivered the situation last year, not the government, and I can explain that as well. But in 2019, we had a parity between the prices that European industry paid and what the US industry paid. It was 1-to-1. We are now talking about 26% of the price we pay is what the industry in the United States pays. Now that's unsustainable disadvantage, uncompetitiveness. Now you can say, as many people in energy transition say, well, we just give up. We don't need industry. Yes, but for example, in Slovenia, about half of our population works in industry. So saying that is a bit of a risk to take, because unless we find them employment, we are in a serious situation. So energy security is about affordability of prices. And my point is, we're not out of the woods on physical flows, and we are structurally uncompetitive going forward. Now, we have signed, going forward, 15-year contracts for LNG. So we are setting that uncompetitiveness in stone post-2030. Post-2030 is when we were supposedly transitioning out of gas. But our companies are now beholden to certain pricing of gas, which if they renege on those contracts, like reneging on the Russian contracts, requires payments. So I'll stay there, but I think there's a lot there.
We don't have any politicians to work out how this is going to be managed. But let me just pick up, and Ola, if you can just stand by one moment, because obviously in Ukraine you have a particular series of unpleasant variables. But let me just come back to something underpinning all of this. If the price is going up, even if it's stable, what kind of change in behavior and consumption patterns have you seen? Is there a significant drop-off, whether it be corporate, industrial, or private?
Mm-hmm. In Slovenia, the data for the first 6 months or first 7 months of this year, we already have this data, show that in big industry, really the biggest, the drop is about 18%.
1/8.
1/8. In medium industry and business customers, it's around 10, while in households is somehow 0 or even a small increase. Why is this? This is because of the particular situation in Slovenia and regulation, because in Slovenia the government adopted regulation of retail prices for households. They were kept at quite low basis, so actually they protected the public. And this is the reason also why there was no such effect in terms of lowering the demand as it was, or as we can see it in business and especially industry customers.
But same question. Change in behavior, change in consumption patterns.
Yeah, you see it all over Europe. I think the average
what kind of numbers?
The average is over 15%. I think of which my country, the Netherlands, is heading with 25%. But we tend to be historically a gas country with cheap gas, and now big industries like refineries are taking their production elsewhere. So they are hit the hardest, I think. And in consumption, I think it's basically following the price incentives that are there. And I think we should also be aware that there was a complaint, I think 3 years ago, that gas and oil were much too cheap to allow for sustainables to kick in. So I think it's important that people who cannot afford the high energy bills, of course, are supported, but also good to have an incentive for those who can afford to go the more sustainable way, I would say.
Let me remind you that we're talking about securing energy security. So that's at the heart of where we want to get to by the end of this panel. Do we really have security? Tina, what kind of, ultimately, you serve your political masters who have to make political decisions, but what kind of changes, if any, are you seeing in consumption patterns and behavior?
Well, there's still some way to go, that's true. But what I would argue is that our input dependency is our vulnerability, which means that going back to the core problem, the green transition answers all these questions. So what we need to do is to drive forward the green transition. We need to drive forward the boost of domestic low carbon production. That's the only way forward, basically, to shelter our people, to shelter our economies, to lower our vulnerability to the instabilities that happen globally. And the only way we can do that is by domestic low carbon energy production. And we are doing quite well, I think, on the power sector. Europe is doing well. Overall, Europe still has a long way to go in the industrial sector, in heating sector, and in transport sector especially. For example, in Slovenia, half of our emissions come from the use of oil derivatives, so it's clear where we need to work on. And of course, we 100% import all the energy. It's the same in industry. So what we need to do is speed up on the renewables especially, and not just in the power sector. And what we are faced with, and I think what is also a European problem when at the end of the day, is this myth, this belief that the renewables clash against the nature conservation, which I think we will need to address very quickly and very effectively at the European level when it comes to the policy making. So renewables are not endangering nature. They are its savior, so to say. And our inability to move quickly, inability to remove administrative burdens, inability to fight against, or just there's a lot of course, resistance towards the green transition in, I think, all of our countries. So this is not facing the reality. Green transition is our future energy security, and that's clear.
Well, I'll pick that up with Olga in a moment, because we were talking about your own background, particularly on climate, as opposed to energy directly. Anna, quickly, from your point of view, again, what do you see, what do you hear about a change in behavior or not? Because I'm very struck by the IEA oil market report just out. World oil demand is scaling record highs. In other words, we're consuming more and more. Even though there's the pressure of sustainability, we've got to reduce emissions by 42% by 2030. Ideally, if COP28 comes through in the way that the UAE wants to get an outcome. So, where do you see behaviour and conduct in this?
Well, I think I'm less worried about behaviour, because behaviour is talking about individuals. I think I mean, I'm more concerned about industry and industry destruction. So I'm more concerned about that and as a way going forward, and I don't see that anything is being done to address that. So on the one hand, the EU is adopting supposedly industry policies and all these kind of things. There's a complete, well, it's almost like a schizophrenic position, because on the one hand, you're adopting an industry policy, and on the other hand, we are in a situation of extremely unaffordable, as I've just explained, structurally unaffordable energy prices. So this is a serious crisis, and as I say, this winter and up until 2027, we are in physical insecurity. So we are physically insecure in our supply of gas, let alone rest. On your oil point, yes, oil demand has gone up. But that's not the only thing that's gone up. You were asking us about green transition. Coal consumption has gone up. That's far more important. Germany has just had to admit that it's going to have to pay over 15 billion worth of fines by the end of this year because of its CO2 emissions as a result of the positions that they took last year, which included continuing to shut down nuclear power stations this year. Okay? And they are going to have to find, and now this is supposedly a great idea, so they're going to find someone who's going to sell them ETS certificates in order to meet these requirements. But what does that mean for the countries that will be forced to sell? You're not selling stuff because you want to. You're going to be selling stuff because you can't afford to run your industry. So you're going to at least get some money for the fact that you've shut down your industry. But shutting down industry is shutting down your entire GDP growth. Look at where we are. We are in recession as the EU. Germany is meant to remain in recession at least till the end of this year. I would predict that the situation will be far more dire going forward. So we are in a situation that I would say is an existential crisis, driven by energy insecurity. What does it do for climate change and our commitments? Well, it just blows them out of the water. I mean, you don't want gas. And so what are you going to do? Renewables, for the reasons that Tina says, which is entirely correct, permitting takes too long. Well, we now have to deal with the situation of the next 5 years, which is, and for example, in Slovenia, they say it takes 10 years to get a permit for a solar power station or wind. I don't know if we have any wind. We have, I think, 2. So for 10 years...
13 years in the
okay,
UK.
So then 10 years, we're going to wait. Well, we can't wait. So climate change commitments? Well, you tell me how you do it.
Let me just go to both of you. Dan, when you hear that, an existential crisis, is that the way you're seeing it?
Existential crisis in Europe currently? I mean, currently we have enough energy, so I don't see it so existentially in terms of living like it was a year ago.
Well, have a conversation with Anna. She used the phrase.
But because we are talking all the same, yeah. But the price that is today is actually existentially critical for certain industries, and that's the point. So we have enough energy, also because it came from other countries who cannot afford globally. But at the price we are paying, which is not sustainable in the long run. So that's why we have this tricky situation, and how we shall move out from this point, because in energy you cannot do anything over the night. That's why, I look at the last year. Okay, we needed to survive somehow and secure the reliability of supply, and we did that. Now we need to figure it out also how we will lower the energy prices. And this is something that we haven't figured it out yet. And I cannot see it otherwise than by investing in our own sources.
But existential crisis or not?
No, I would be much more optimistic than Anna is, because I think
more optimistic or less pessimistic?
It's for me it's the same, but I tend to be optimistic. Optimism, I think, it sounds better. So the glass is half full. I think that physically we would be fine even in a cold winter, our analyzers show. And then, of course, it will be challenging to fill the storages for gas next summer. But then first we have to have a very cold winter. So I think we are optimistic that we even can live it to a cold winter. Of course, the situation is more tricky because we never had price effects in Europe due to strikes in Australia or threatening strikes in Australia. But that's mainly the price effect and not the physical security, so I'm a bit of an optimist there. And I think on comparative advantages, we know we don't have them anymore. We had them on cheap Russian gas. That's over. So we have to live in a situation with more expensive energy than other countries in the Middle East, in America. That's, I would say, a fact of life, but we need to have a plan B where we are going to outperform, so to say, the others, the Chinese, the US. And that's hard because in the US they have it easier, like, for example, deciding on an Inflation Reduction Act and stimulating the economy there. So I think we should be more active to also find a competitive advantage for Europe.
Right. I'm going to open it up in a couple of minutes after well, a bit longer, when Olga's spoken as well. So keep the microphone, but can you attract attention and get the microphone to you? Because we have about 35 minutes to run. So I'd like you to be part of this debate because you'll have additional perspectives. Ola, what we've just been talking about must seem slightly unreal to you, given where you've come from, given where you live, and given the predicament that your country is having to face, literally day by day, hour by hour. What's your reflection on listening to this debate?
Okay, so well, first I must say that what I've learned during the year as well, like assessing the situation that we are in right now, I would say that the security or the feeling of security does not come necessarily from nothing bad happening ever again, but rather from a feeling that you can face it and you can fight it if it happens. So this is about preparation, and this is about knowing that you can respond to a crisis because it will happen. And comparing again last year with this year, obviously the discussion on energy security in Ukraine, we do have similar discussions, because for me the conversation that has been going for the past 15 minutes is about the energy security in Ukraine case of the future and of Europe. So it's a kind of a different level. While we also have another level present, of course, it's the energy security of today, because obviously so it was October 11 when there were first massive attacks on energy infrastructure in Kyiv including, and it has gone for almost half a year, left us without half of our energy potential, and the Kyiv School of Economics estimated around $8 to $10 billion of damage. But obviously, as the attacks were going, the rebuilding was also going on every day, and we even eventually got, I guess, after a month of these attacks since they started in October, we got a schedule, like a website where you can check when you will have the electricity and which are the hours when you will not have them. And people were, the civil society, because it's very active, they were actually unhappy when the schedule was not correct, and they were, they were criticizing, I do not have the electricity, I cannot plan my day. Well, you live in a war. So this is a kind of a multi-level discussions that are happening right now, and for the future energy security of Ukraine and of Europe, because we do have the joint electricity grid, we are obviously also taking the path of green recovery, green energy reconstruction, and surprisingly, this hard winter that is definitely going to be repeated again has shown, especially the local municipalities, because Ukraine has had a good decentralization reform, it has shown the local municipalities the exact power of renewable energy, and at least of covering the basic needs of critical infrastructure like hospitals and schools with the ability to have the water pumps running or electricity running, etc. And the role of NGOs has been critical here as well, because during winter there's been a lot of delegations from the EU coming, from the EU Commission, helping us with the funds and with the diesel generators, etc. They were buzzing all over. If you would walk the streets, this is the sound of winter. But we, as environmental NGOs, suggested, why don't you try and help us with solar panels, for example? And there was an initiative on the LED light bulbs as well, kind of a smaller one. But the solar panels actually picked up as an idea. And starting small, of course, this is not yet a systemic solution. This is about the security of today, right? But at this level, there's been a huge change and shift in mindset and of understanding, okay, this can actually work. This is not a fairy tale that is too expensive to buy, etc. So I would say that in general, there has been a lot of shifts in mindsets, and now preparing for this winter, obviously we need to take into account that we do not have the full capacity of electricity grid still, and the biggest nuclear power plant of Europe, the Zaporizhzhia, is still occupied, so that influences a lot our capacity, but we have time to prepare. So, when you know that the disaster is coming, it kind of gives you a bit of a a bit of a feeling of this security and trying to accumulate more energy right now into the grid is what the Ministry of Energy is doing, while we are trying to get more long-term planning on renewable energy, also potentially in renewable energy production, so manufacturing in Ukraine, for example, in carbon-intensive regions. There's all these simultaneous levels that are going on, so it's not everyday doom and gloom, but obviously there's some critical things you need to think about.
Is it quite remarkable, the level of ability to get around problems that you have seen? In other words, not making up, but actually finding workarounds, finding the equipment, finding the generators, getting the fuel, given that this was not prepared for, you weren't expecting this 18 months ago. Has it been quite remarkable? Because we were talking about just the basics. You used to live in an 8th-floor flat, you now live in a 4th-floor flat. I know someone who lives in a 17th floor. That means she has to carry water up there because she doesn't dare take the elevator. Yeah. But you've got to think of those kind of things. You're not sure if you have electricity when you get to the top. Just finding ways of getting around.
And go into the elevator, yeah. Yeah, this is all true. And so the remarkable ability to recover and to respond to the challenges, etc., was not a surprise already during autumn, because this is something I've seen and I've tried to process during the first months of the full-scale invasion. And obviously working in a civil society, for me, that is the key response of how, I mentioned that the decentralization reform was also not by chance, because for me this was the key of tackling this huge, unpredictable for most of the people problem. And it's not a problem, it's multiple crises at the same time that you have to figure out what to do with. So yeah, seeing how it all works on the ground, and municipalities actually working with the civil society, I would say this is the key as well, because this was not just people running around and trying to help with whatever they have. This was also them sitting together with their mayors and the workers in the municipality to try and plan the recovery plan, or to try and prepare for the next winter, etc. So as I'm saying, this is hard. It's hard to explain in one sentence, like what is happening in Ukraine or how the situation is, like many people are asking, because there's a million things happening at the same time. And this has been like this since 24 February 2022, but actually before that as well. And that's exactly why we were able to survive so far as well, because you need to think on multiple levels at the same time. You need to work with people on the local level so that they do not block solutions, for example, in renewable energy, because the skepticism is there. And even inside the environmental community, there are still people, of course, who are concerned with the impacts of any kind of energy source and any kind of new production that could be implemented.
Let's talk about that in a little time. Does anyone want to come in at this point? The microphone is there. Don't say that I haven't opened it up. Right. Please see this as an open invitation. Let me pick up one of the questions from the IEA. Times of crisis put the spotlight on governments and how they react. What's your feeling, Tina, about the way your government has reacted? Obviously, you're in it, so it's a bit unfair. You're going to tell me everything's gone brilliantly. But what are the gritty problems that you've had to confront, so that those outside understand the dilemmas you've had to face, the difficulties you've faced, getting data, making assumptions on behavior, etc., etc. How does a small government, react to all of this?
Nick, I could be speaking about this for 1 hour, but maybe just how I see it. If I look back, the first level, I think it was really to understand that it's a really European problem. So we are not alone, and nobody's alone, and if we don't find solutions together, we fail. We all fail. So that's the European level, where we really needed to really work very closely, intensively together, and carve out very difficult decisions. And I remember I was there. I mean, the energy ministers, they were meeting every second week, and they were like negotiating until 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, continuing the next day at 6. So it was a very difficult time and very challenging. And every member state brought in a national specific. So addressing all of them and finding a balance that would serve to the European interest, not to the national one, was very difficult. At the national level, I think, well, as you predicted, of course, as a representative of our government, the newly established, we had elections last year, so the new government was put in place in June last year. It was a very difficult time. You know, there's a saying in Slovenia that you have 100 days of peace so that you find your way around and get familiar with the administrative tasks that you have to perform. Well, there were no 100 days. We were basically in the middle of the energy crisis already in June. In July, we had to adopt very difficult decisions, having a really big impact on the majority of population and, of course, economy, with very little data and very little stability and very little predictability, because the European Union was not at that point a very cohesive sort of space. So it was challenging. What we did was really, we did adopt several measures, and I will not speak about them, but the one pillar was the energy security, the security of supply. The second one was protecting the consumers, protecting how to sort of put a pillow on the energy, on the growing energy poverty, the regulation that Dejan was mentioning. And the third one was pushing forward the energy transition, which would, not maybe immediately, but in the midterm, lessen our import dependency and our vulnerability. So these are maybe the three pillars that we had to push on very quickly, with very little data, of course, and very unstable.
Did you have a risk and resilience calculation already somewhere in a file?
No. What we discovered as a, sorry, but I have to be very honest, as a new incoming government, the previous government, probably because it was a very pre-election time in Slovenia, basically didn't prepare for the energy crisis.
Did they not believe it was going to happen or could happen?
They were probably focusing on elections, but I don't know. I've never asked. But nothing was prepared. Nothing. So.
Nothing?
Basically nothing, no.
Okay. Anna, what do your clients say to you about the ability of governments to handle all of this? Microphone.
I'll answer it in a different way. Energy prices, particularly gas prices, started rising already by mid-2021. So I think we need to put things in a slightly different context as to why they rose and what are the reasons. They peaked in terms of gas, I don't know about electricity, but Dan will know, in August 2022. Now, you'd say, did something happen in August with Russia? No, actually. The reason for the peak was the fact that there was enormous pressure between March and August to fill in storage. And the situation in the market, and this is anecdotal, so I have no proof other than the fact that anecdotal evidence, but basically traders from certain countries, particularly Germany, were able to bid at whatever price. There was no limit to the price that they were prepared to pay. So they were pushing the market and the traders, of course, if you know that someone's going to pay whatever you ask, well, then they pay whatever you ask, or you ask as much as you want. Now, by the time August comes, storage is full, and therefore that pressure on the market disappears. Now, so there's no government intervention other than the government intervention that we told them back in April that would cause the price to spike was to introduce mandatory gas storage at that particular point in time. So actually the industry was saying, don't introduce gas storage mandatory then, because that's what you're going to do. You're going to create a spike in the market, you increase volatility. So even when Nord Stream is blown up in September, there's no volatility in the market. Now you'd say, oh, well, the market got used to, and it did. It got used to the fact that we could survive at some price, at that high price, which is unprecedentedly high price for basic energy consumption. Now, how did the government solve that? Well, they just threw money at us. They helped, obviously it's a good thing, it was necessary to help the populations and all that, but what did it cost us? If I put it in the context of where we were before, and that was COVID, where the European governments printed 3.1 trillion euros worth of money, representing, and this is from the IEA, 11.4% of the total annual GDPs. Okay, so that's just money that didn't exist. then just for the end, by the end of last year, 890 billion were printed in terms of solving the situation in terms of energy. We are continuing that now. Key thing there, and this is what is concern to us, and particularly should be of concern to Slovenia and small countries, half of that money was used in Germany because we as Slovenia, we can't afford state aid. We don't have the money, we can't borrow, so we can't give help to our industry. So we are now in a very difficult situation. As it is with energy transition, we don't have the money to help our companies' energy transition, because that is all supported by state aid. State aid is an exemption to the basic rules that have been set up to create the European Union. The European Union has been created to ensure what? Level playing field for companies, and small companies in particular, but big companies as well, to be able to have a level playing field to compete with one another. Okay, so now if an economy like Germany is able to provide 300 billion to its industry and its economy to help them through the energy crisis, and Slovenia, I don't know, did we manage 150 million or something? What did we do? 1 billion, okay, but 1 billion. That's a huge difference. Okay? That's a huge difference. This is now causing a huge issue at the EU level. I mean, and this is a serious issue. It's not just a minor issue, but these are, in addition to the uncompetitiveness with respect to US and other, we are now creating inherent uncompetitiveness as a result of the inability for different governments to help their industries.
Here we are at the end of August. Do you think the pressure is still on governments? In other words, there may be a degree of complacency. I'm going to ask Diane and Bart in a moment. What's your view?
Well, I mean, the German Minister of Economic Affairs, or I don't know what they call it, Minister of Economy, has been calling for two things. One, either to allow Germany to continue to subsidize energy prices, particularly for the energy industry, at 60 euros, or alternatively, for there to be a setup at the EU level, some sort of a mechanism that would do the same. But this is helicopter money either way. And the question is, and I repeat again, this is an existential crisis. You can't just print money in oblivion. And I know the argument in the US is that you can. Well, Mr. Gagos says you can. So we will see. But I think one other thing to add to all this, it's not just about the energy crisis. There's also the inflation. And these are two components that actually have caused problems in terms of also the viability of renewables. So we have complex situations happening, and we're only addressing one aspect of a larger problem that we have now as a result of inflation and high borrowing rates.
All right. Does anyone want to come in? Please, I'll come to you both in a moment. I'm just going to keep the microphone, but I'm just going to ask Diane and Bart, what's your view on that question? Times of crisis put the spotlight on governments and how they react.
Yeah, I will answer that from the European perspective, because I think in the gas market you see that, of course, the European Commission wants to do things, but energy policy is up to the national governments. So that makes it very difficult, for example, setting filling levels for storage. It's up to the national governments to fill that in. And in my organization, we are, so to say, not politicians. So for us, it's, for example, very easy in case of scarcity in Europe. We just divide the scarcity amongst all countries evenly. And I think solidarity has been an important element of these days. And I think in energy perspective, Europe should still have a more common energy policy and also have more solidarity, because in case of crisis, it's up to bilateral agreements to divide the scarcity, and that's not a good idea.
Just bear in mind what Tina said, no advanced thinking. Now, I'm not going to put you on the rack here. Do you feel that governments now do have their fingers on the button and know exactly what the challenges are, what the variables are, what the dangers are politically as much as anything else?
Well, not really, I think, because in the end, I think we could even be more prepared, although I'm very, so to say, happy how we survived, so to say, the last year.
That was a year ago.
Yeah.
We've now got to look forward.
Yeah, and I think we should still think, for example, the filling levels and the targets there. I think there's no plan behind it. So I think we still living in the energy landscape based on that the European Commission believes that the market does the trick, so to say. And
no
I think,
plan behind it.
And the market, of course, did the trick, because when it's becoming very expensive, you are going to save on energy. But I think you need a plan B for the situation where we're in now.
Dan, no, the spotlight on governments. Choose whichever government you want. Don't mention a government, but just give me your overall impression of the 27 or however many you want to count up. Did you say sleepy or slippy?
That the government's a little bit sleepy because everything is fine, you know. So for that reason, I think that the governments did good job in surviving last winter. Yeah? The second task that they need to realize is how we move out of this existential crisis, as Anna said. So how we structurally change everything. But if the situation currently deteriorate, although I also think that next winter will, or the coming winter will not be issue in terms of security of supply, but it can affect prices and then affect the next winter. And I think if this will happen, that the governments will need to additionally react. And I don't think that there are many plans Bs in the closets. But on the other hand, it's also true that the governments now, you know, they already did this task, and they are, I think, much more ready to solve this. Although, you know, I also agree that you cannot print money, you know, endlessly.
But if they've got away with it once, will they get away with it again?
Sorry?
If they got away with it once, will they get away with it again?
Yeah, I think yes. Yeah.
Right, with a smile. Right, please. Do introduce yourself, please.
My name is Miroslav Gregoric. I'm a member of Slovenian Parliament. Anna was very sober when warning that the LNG gas is 4 times more expensive now in Europe than in the competitive market in US. I'm not sure whether LNG terminal investment costs were included in these 4. And we have many new LNG terminals in Europe. Now, I'm afraid that we are locked in a geopolitical situation, and we are not looking forward enough, because there is, of course, our goal is to go hydrogen. But even if we put all our efforts there, 5 years is not enough. We will not have hydrogen to replace the methane. So, but there is plenty of gas in Algeria, in Libya, in Nigeria, in Angola, and also in Israel, in Egypt, and also in the common field between Qatar and Iran. Why are not we running into building new pipelines from these countries to Europe? And
is there anyone in the audience who builds pipelines?
Okay.
You'd build pipelines?
I just do them as a lawyer.
Right, but thank you very much indeed. I'm going to come back, keep the microphone there for a moment. But okay, easy to say, build pipelines.
Yeah, the short answer is that for a certain distance, it's much more economical to ship it via LNG than have a pipeline. And I think, well, recent history has learned us that a pipeline crosses several jurisdictions, so there's also an additional risk attached than go for the sailing route, I could say, from Dutch perspective.
Anna, do you want to come in on that?
Well, no, I agree with that. I would just want to say that another aspect that we haven't mentioned at all is that the amount of CO2 emissions related that's connected to LNG as opposed to piped gas. So it's about 10 times more CO2 emitting to use LNG, precisely because of tankers and then the liquefaction.
Dan.
We were 40% dependent on Russian gas with pipelines. So what's the point if we now construct a pipeline towards Qatar? I don't think that this is the solution for security.
I don't think anyone's proposing a pipeline to Qatar, are they?
Or to all these
Why not?
Well, have you looked at the map lately?
The Europe is already doing the diversification of energy sources through LNG and so on.
But this is masochistic approach.
And
I would say the one thing that I think the point is about the pipeline. We moved from having diversity of supply in terms of LNG plus pipe, where we now are effectively at LNG. That makes us much more insecure because actually the volatility and the whole idea of transportation, the supply chain of LNG is much more complex than pipeline. And anyway, the pipelines were there. So we have now moved from one dependency, if we want to talk about it in terms of gas, from pipeline dependency to an LNG dependency. So maybe I think the point that's being made is that we need to go to having a diversified, yeah.
But
yeah, I fully agree with Anna on diversification, but I think we should be a bit more optimistic because we have also pipeline gas from Norway and Africa, so there is more, so to say. And we might also remember that the Japanese used to have a flourishing economy without having natural resources that were cheaper off. So I think I'm still optimistic, even now gas is
Let me come back to you as a member of parliament. You know, you're accountable to the electorate. And given, I'm not going to give Tina a hard time here because it's a government problem as opposed to just a Slovenian problem. Do you feel vulnerable about what is coming down the track if the politicians get the calculations wrong about what is going to happen with supply?
Of course I'm worried. But, yeah, of course I'm worried. And I'm looking forward to the greenification, to have solar panels, to have wind, and to go to hydrogen. But this will all take time. And fortunately, you have seen Slovenia has a lot of wood, so we have also a lot of energy in the wood. But that's not to run our plant for aluminum. So I think
I'm just checking on the vulnerability you feel as an MP.
Yeah, we are vulnerable, of course.
Okay. Who had the hand up, please? Switch the microphone across. We've got 10 minutes to run.
Theodor Prosen from Telekom Slovenia. So I have one provocative question and one from the reality. So as a telecom operator, we carry two parts of the burden. So the high price of the energy and the cleanliness of the energy. So if we want to clean our CO2 footprint, we have to buy more expensive energy, or invest in more expensive energy. So the other part is what happened to solidarity, to global solidarity, and the goal SDG number 7, clean and affordable energy throughout the world. It's Agenda 2030, and now it's 2023. So we just have 7 years, and we are dealing with securing just the energy. What about the clean energy? If you have any kind of question or suggestion, what's in front of us?
Do you think that was provocative? Because, no, I'm not being sarcastic, because in the end you're facing TCFD, you're facing the need to audit and declare, so you have no choice.
Exactly, exactly.
Does anyone want to come in? Dan or Tina?
We faced the energy crisis because Europe was too much dependent on fossil fuels from abroad. So in order to solve these issues, that we need to rely on our energy sources, which we can have here in Europe. And these are two main sources, according to my opinion. One is renewables and the other is nuclear, at least when it comes to electricity.
Tina?
Yeah, I very much agree. I mean, why are we even speaking about this? The recent catastrophe in Slovenia will cost us several billions of euros. I mean, if we would be smart enough 10 years ago to invest that in climate change mitigation, maybe we all, the humanity, would not be facing this problem. And I have to say, and I'm sorry also for the gas industry, but why would we be throwing today money into building new pipelines to Qatar to build another dependent relationship? Let's just throw that money into industry decarbonization. In Slovenia, for example, only through energy efficient measures, I'm repeating, only energy efficient measures, we would save more than 5 terawatt hours on a yearly basis. So, and that's much more than our nuclear power plant is, for example, producing. So there are solutions, they're already here, and let's maybe start implementing them in a climate-friendly way.
But the choice that has to be made, according to this example, is between the cheaper stuff, which is dirty, and the more expensive stuff, which is more expensive energy, which will be clean, but cost them much more and increase their costs. Tina, the dilemma about what a company has to do in facing that situation.
But I mean, they should invest. They should, if they have a perspective, a long-term perspective of surviving on this market, they should start planning decarbonization of their own use of energy. And I mean, telecom should be already doing that. So
I assume you are.
We are. Yeah.
Of course we are.
So
our main source.
Take the mic.
But your main source is probably electricity. You do
It's
not
electricity,
deal with...
exactly.
Okay, so that's all the solutions are available to you, and the government is
exactly
giving you money to go.
It's not the point. You expressed the burden is that if we want to do this, it's much more expensive, and then we are dealing with the profitability.
Because the CO2 doesn't have the right price. Because what is the cost, what is the price of our recent flooding? Which is a direct result of climate change.
Yep.
And that can happen to us every month. So
exactly.
Every month, Slovenia will be paying for climate change several billion euros. And I'm sure that's the same in all other countries. So what is expensive? What is expensive? Decarbonization is probably less expensive than dealing with a world that has changed to an uncontrollable way of environment around us. So we have to...
we are completely highly aware of this, and we also offer solutions to mitigate the climate changes. But on the other hand, still there's an issue about European dependency on dirty or high-priced energy. So the solution, one of the solutions probably is nuclear power plants. And this, but still, not every company could afford this.
This is a much broader issue about energy policy as opposed to energy security. So thank you. Let's leave it on the table for the moment as something which needs to be fully understood because it's coming down the track very quickly. Ola, let me come to you now because we've got about 5 minutes left. You've been sitting there patiently thinking, which world are these guys coming from, probably? And you come from a war zone, not a conflict zone, a war zone, very clearly. What's your reflection, particularly on the environmental side, given your particular specialty, which has brought you here, not necessarily energy, but climate, and support for greening, whether green hushing, green washing, or green advocacy?
I mean, energy and climate are interconnected. I've been in climate movement for 8 years. The discussion on the need for decarbonization, energy efficiency, the fact that energy efficiency actually saves money and is not expensive, the fact that, for example, nuclear energy takes decades to build and it is more expensive if you include all the costs also for decommission, etc. So all these conversations, I've heard so many of them, and the emissions are rising. So I don't have a simple answer because dealing with an additional layer of energy insecurity currently in Ukraine, there is a constant debate about quick versus sustainable. And when we talk about reconstruction, that is exactly the tripping stone, basically, of the civil society and the experts and the scientists and the governments, and also the municipalities and the members of parliament who feel responsible for people not having access to energy here and now, and especially rebuilding the cities. So this is a continuous debate. I don't think that the energy security of Europe is possible without including Ukraine in the equation. As I mentioned, the electricity grid is connected, and also Ukraine has a huge potential for providing electricity for Europe. And this is also the hydrogen discussions we've been having for the past couple of years with the governments are of proof of that, so that the Ukraine can actually become a good partner in stabilizing European energy security, and not having to build any new fossil fuel infrastructure in the future, to having to pay for that with human lives and with so many more millions and billions of dollars because of the catastrophes that they would cause.
And a quick footnote here: what is the status of Zaporizhia in terms of safety, producing electricity, and how delicate the whole thing is?
Zaporizhia nuclear power plant is occupied by Russian forces. There is a constant threat of a catastrophe happening. We all have kind of leaflets that say what to do in case of in case of a nuclear catastrophe. And obviously, the electricity production is not at its full, and is not going to the Ukrainian grid. So it is a kind of a hanging knife until it is deoccupied and until it is solved. We don't really know. But the level of the water, from what I've recently read, because of the explosion at Kakhovka Dam made by Russians, so the level of water is currently enough to sustain the cooling. Mm-hmm, yeah, but it is a constant situation.
All right, well, look, we've got 4 minutes to go, and there are 4 of you left to give your wind-up. I'd like to put to you, quoting the IEA from a year ago, a shock of unprecedented breadth and complexity. Is there a danger of complacency of unprecedented breadth and complexity, given where we are today, compared to what Europe might be facing in the coming 6 to 9 months? Dan?
What is complacency?
Self-satisfaction.
I think that the awareness is, no, I don't see big risk out of that. So I think that we are somehow good prepared for future, and I don't fear huge problems in next 18 months, especially compared to the feeling and to the situation that was 1 year ago. So I think that we are much better set than 1 year ago.
But
yeah, I think we should not forget that, of course, there was some good policy in place, but we were also very lucky that we didn't have a tough winter, so to say, the last winter. So I think with that in mind, I think we could be much better prepared and aware of what the situation was. It's not only because of good policy, it's also because we had a lot of luck.
Anna?
Well, I think, as I say, energy security is not just about physical interruption, but it's about affordability of prices. I think, as Bart was saying about the Australian potential strike leading to a total spike in prices, shows that we will have extremely volatile year. It means that the prices will definitely be higher than expected. I think there is a potential for, as if we're not as lucky, and I don't believe in luck always following you, so I think relying on luck 2 years in a row, and I think the most is a bit, well, fortunate, maybe we'll be lucky. But I think the key point is that luck has to continue until 2027. So that's a lot of luck.
Tina, is luck a good policy for a government?
No, I believe in responsible and qualitative policymaking. It's a process. It's not a, I mean, it's an ongoing process. We have to grow as we go. I'm keeping optimistic that in Europe, we will have primarily responsible politicians with a joint European vision for a green transition, for a climate neutral future. And by believing in that, I also keep my hopes up that if there is a challenge coming our way, we will effectively address it.
Thanks, Tina. Is there anything you want to add, Olga, from your Ukraine perspective? Quick.
I would just remind that, as I said, the security is not about hoping that nothing bad will happen, and It is about being prepared, and I hope that the people at this panel actually, I know that they are doing the work well to be prepared and for any kind of level of danger that could come to Europe, whether it's a natural disaster or a conflict or a market problem, that we could do it again, meaning to respond to the crisis.
Well, thank you all 5 of you. Let me just tell you, we could have been in a much worse situation. It's stable, but there's no guarantee of what lies ahead. You will make your own decision, but I wouldn't say go ahead and think it's all wonderfully rosy and things are returning to where they were. That's my assessment, and thank you very much indeed. The Foreign Minister is going to formally close the BSF, so from here, just head outside the door. But thank you all 5 of you.